Hey there, and welcome to Weeb Novel Audiobook, your hub for epic fanfics, original stories, and thrilling adventures brought to life. Make sure to subscribe for regular updates and swing by my Patreon for early access and exclusive mature content. Now, sit back and enjoy the journey.
And even if, by some miracle, the horn actually sounded, the supposed power to control dragons would be nothing more than an irritating noise to dragons, especially when used by mortals who didn't even know how to wield blood magic. "Is there a problem, Your Grace?" Eddard asked when he noticed Enar's thoughtful expression. "It's nothing. Just a clown who thinks he's important because he's carrying a relic from ancient Valyria," Enar replied casually to his uncle's question, while watching the mountains that looked like spears piercing the sky. He had to admit, the noble houses of the valley were really brave for building their homes in the mountains. It was fortunate for the SE people that Westeros didn't suffer from earthquakes, as it was on a stable tectonic plate. To be more precise, there were earthquakes, but they were so small that they weren't even noticed. It was this stability that really made it possible for these people to build their homes in the mountains, places that usually no one dared to occupy because of the risk of rock slides. "Uncle, what can you tell me about the Eyrie?" asked Enar, casting a calm glance at his uncle. It had been 4 days since Enar had parted ways with Visenya and Rhaenys. Now they were almost at the entrance to the Aran Valley. "Honestly, with our numbers, the castle can be claimed easily," replied Eddard, before continuing, "the Eyrie is small, it can't hold more than 500 men. The problem is getting to the Eyrie. The 3 castles below the mountain and their paths represent the real challenge. There is no way that more than 200 men can cross the 3 paths that lead to the nest and, along the way, we'll be completely exposed to enemy attacks." When Eddard had finished speaking, the northern lords showed helpless expressions. They had already heard of the impregnable fortress, but when they heard the detailed explanation of the difficulty of invading it, they finally understood that trying to occupy the Eyrie by land would be an arduous task, with a high chance of death for everyone. "Fortunately, we have dragons," said Eddard in a relaxed tone. Just as Visenya had made the entire Vale of Aran bend the knee, Enar could do something similar without too much difficulty. Eddard's words met with everyone's approval. Although they liked war, no one wanted to die for stupid reasons. If there was a way to conquer the castle without bloodshed, they would gladly accept it. "Yes, but first we'll go to Waynwood House in Iron Oaks." Enar's words confused everyone, including Eddard himself. "Robert Arryn is not fit to be Lord of the Vale. I will name as heir presumptive the one Jon Arryn considered before his son was born." Enar decreed the fate of the sickly young Robert Arryn with an indifferent tone. "Is that appropriate, Your Grace?" Eddard couldn't help but ask, his gaze filled with a complex feeling. The idea of hurting his adoptive father's son seemed immoral in his eyes. "Don't feel bad, uncle." Enar certainly knew what Eddard was feeling at that moment. Lisa Tully and Patir Baelish grew up together. The woman even gave her virginity to Baelish. Even if the chance is small, do you want to risk an impost or taking control of House Arryn? Eddard's resolve was shaken by Enar's words. The hatred he felt for Lisa Tully grew along with the suspicion that Robert might not be Jon's son. "Don't worry, uncle, House Arryn will still be controlled by Arryn blood." Enar continued. "Harold Harding was Jon Arryn's heir before Robert was born, so there's no reason to feel guilty." Eddard's face relaxed at his nephew's words. Just as Enar had said, Harold was indeed Jon Arryn's rightful heir, without any doubt. Rather than risk House Arryn's heritage being usurped, Harold was the best option to inherit the title. "Harold is at House Waynwood in Iron Oaks," said Enar, and everyone understood why they needed to go there. "But first, we have to go through the bloody Gate to enter the Vale," said Eddard with a serious tone. "Uncle, you're forgetting something," interrupted Enar in an amused tone. "We don't need to fear anything. We're here to conquer this place. All those who refuse to bow will burn in the flames of Caraxes. As soon as Enar's words echoed, a gigantic shadow covered the sky. A long, distant guttural sound reverberated among the mountains of the moon. The strong winds caused by the dragon made everyone's hair flutter, while the horses were frightened by the overwhelming presence of the biggest predator in the world's food chain. Eddard couldn't help but smile bitterly at the sight of the gigantic dragon. He had forgotten about the crimson beast. Yes, there will be no suspense in this conquest. They have no choice, submission or death. Eddard muttered to himself with a determined look. Enar nodded when he heard Eddard's whisper, and the whole army advanced along the high road. However, the road was so narrow that only 4 men could march side by side, making it difficult to break into the vale. This caused the army of 70,000 men to form a long line of marchers, stopping only in front of a castle with sturdy wooden gates. Who would pass the bloody gate? Enar heard a man's voice at the top of the bloody gate. He narrowed his eyes and smiled. Brynden Tully. Enar murmured with a cold tone. Although that honorable knight had nothing to do with his brother Hoster's plans, Enar still felt no goodwill towards the Knight of the Gate. Upon hearing Enar's whisper, Eddard's face closed in coldness. His dislike of House Tully had reached a level so deep that it could hardly get any worse. Honestly, Enar thought his uncle was too honorable. Any other man would have divorced him and sent Caitlin back to Kurario. Who stands before you is King Enar, of House Targaryen, first of his name, and the Lord of Winterfell, Eddard, of House Stark. One of Eddard's men stepped forward and proclaimed loudly. Looking at the long line of soldiers, Brynden's eyes narrowed, and a bad feeling filled his chest as he heard the words of the men below. He looked up and saw the gigantic crimson dragon flying nimbly over the surrounding mountains. Brynden didn't know about his brother's plans. He only thought that House Targaryen's army was attacking because of his great-nephew's rebellion. Brynden still didn't understand why Lisa had declared Robert king of the Vale. In his eyes, it would have been better to remain silent, just waiting for the winner to sit on the Iron throne so that the Vale could kneel without losing soldiers. But Robert's coronation destroyed Brynden's plans. The entire Vale of Arryn was thrown into the center of the war in a single day, and everyone knew that the self-proclaimed king of the Vale entered the Iron Throne for himself. However, Brynden felt fortunate to see that his niece's husband was present. This could allow things to be resolved much more easily and without bloodshed. In his eyes, after seeing the dragon, Lisa would make Robert give up his royal titles and kneel before the Targaryen king. "Open the gate," Brynden ordered without any hesitation. His men hesitated for a moment, but accepted the order, opening the gates that led to the Vale of Arryn. Enar smiled. Brynden Tully really was a sensible man, saving him from having to use Caraxes to burn everything in front of him. "Let's go, uncle. We'll have an interesting conversation," Enar said as he moved his horse forward, a smile on his face. Eddard nodded and followed his nephew. The northern lords followed with amused expressions. They all knew of the resentment between houses Targaryen and Stark towards House Tully. They felt that the next scenes would be very interesting. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 159, Chapter 159, War of the Four Kings, 6, a great warrior, unfortunately not fit for Ruesi. Enar's thoughts on Brynden Tully, the Blackfish. Brynden Tully, the Blackfish. Enar greeted the man with an amused smile on his lips. The characteristic red hair of House Tully was graying, and the wrinkles around his face showed that the man was as old as his brother. But unlike Hoster, Brynden was a veteran of 50 battles. His sword could still kill people as easily as someone could cut vegetables. "Your Grace." Brynden responded to the greeting with a rough and gruff, yet respectful tone. His blue eyes regarded the long march behind the king with a complex gaze. Eddard. Brynden greeted his niece's husband with a kinder look. However, what confused him was that Eddard didn't even look at him or say a word to him. Brynden, I'd like to know your niece's mental state. Einar, not wanting to delve into this drama at the moment, asked with a curious tone. Although he knew that the woman was gradually going mad, or rather, becoming obsessive, he still wanted to hear about her condition from Brynden. If Brynden had heard about his niece's condition, then the entire Vale of Arryn would know about the Vale Regent's situation. Brynden showed a complex look, but still answered truthfully, the various miscarriages have changed her a lot. With each miscarriage, with each child lost, Lisa's personality became more and more explosive, paranoid and insane. This condition didn't improve with the birth of Robert, it only got worse. The boy wasn't even weaned. Brynden's words caused many northern lords to exclaim in surprise. The condition of the regent of the valley seemed more serious than anyone had expected. What's more, when they heard that such an old boy was still suckling at his mother's breasts, many began to despise not only Lisa, but also the boy called Robert himself. The boy had declared himself king, but in the eyes of everyone present, he was nothing more than a coward. Observing the contemptuous expressions of the lords of the north, Brynden wanted to say something, but what could he say? It was true that Robert was still suckling at the age of 8. Your Grace. Brynden quickly changed the subject, as the looks on the faces of the northern lords were making him more and more despondent. When will your Grace attack the Lannister army? Einar looked at Brynden with a smile and replied, at this moment, my queen and sister are marching with 70,000 men towards the Riverlands to face the Lannister and Baratheon armies. Brynden gave a satisfied smile when he heard the young King's words. He was relieved to know that House Tully would not be destroyed by facing houses Lannister and Baratheon together. House Tully will always be a loyal vassal of House Targaryen. When Brynden said this, a strange atmosphere hung in the air. Everyone looked at the Blackfish with uncomfortable expressions. If it had been another noble house loyal to House Targaryen, they wouldn't have shown such a reaction, but they were talking about House Tully. Apart from houses Greyjoy and Tully, practically all the other great houses had valid reasons to rebel. Aerys had killed Jon Arryn's heir, Aerys had killed the Lord of Winterfell and the heir to House Stark, Rhaegar had stolen Robert's bride, and Aerys had deeply offended both House Martell and House Lannister. We have reason to rebel. You, on the other hand, just wanted to see your blood on the Iron Throne. That was the thought of everyone in the place, including Einar and Eddard. Only House Tully had rebelled for no reason, betraying the king without any hesitation and joining House Stark against House Targaryen. So to hear Brynden's words sounded like extreme hypocrisy, to say the least. Brynden felt a deep sense of shame as he saw the increasingly strange looks falling on him. The man knew his words were hypocritical, but in the face of such a large army and a colossal dragon, he needed to show that House Tully was loyal. Deep down, he feared that House Tully would no longer be the Lord Paramount of the Riverlands. Ignoring the shamelessness of a great warrior like Brynden, Einar smiled, lightening the mood around him, and said, I'm glad. I would be deeply saddened if House Tully, which House Targaryen helped rise to the rank of Lord Paramount of an entire kingdom, rebelled for no reason. The word Sue ended like a joke to ease the tension, but Brynden sensed a touch of sarcasm in the young king's tone, which left him feeling helpless in the face of his brother's actions. He wasn't the lord of House Tully, his brother was. Taking a deep breath, Brynden tried to ignore the looks of contempt and spoke in a calm tone, the Vale is yours, your grace. He didn't care if the Vale bent the knee or not. Any sane person knew that they had to surrender before such a powerful force. Just as Visenya came to the Vale during the conquest, Einar was now coming to the Vale during the reconquest. As for the young King Robert Arryn, there was absolutely no one who would really bend the knee to Jon Arryn's son. I'll go to Iron Oaks. Einar spoke with an amused smile, looking at Brynden with interest, as if silently wondering how he would react to those words. Just as Enar had imagined, Brendan's face tensed as he listened. His jaw tightened and he clenched his fists. Obviously, the Blackfish understood Enar's intentions. Harold Harding had always been a sensitive subject in the valley. As heir presumptive after Robert Arryn, he was in a difficult position. He couldn't go out or make friends, any of which could make people think he was up to something. How could Brendan know about Harold's importance? The only reason he had gone to the Vale and acted as a Knight of the Gate was to help his niece and great-nephew. Now, Enar's words practically said that he didn't intend to leave Robert as Lord of the Vale. Your Grace. Before he could finish, Lita, who had always been behind Enar, drew dawn from its sheath and placed it against Brendan's neck. It all happened in the blink of an eye. No one thought that Lita would act so immediately. Lord Brendan. Enar stepped closer and looked down. There were few men who could make him raise his head. I especially hate it when someone refuses my orders. Enar's tone was friendly, but a terrible chill ran through Brendan's body, making him feel as if he were in the harsh northern winter. There was a deep bitterness bubbling in his chest. The consequences of Lisa Tully's actions had finally arrived, and he was powerless to stop what was about to happen. The valley doesn't need kings, it needs a lord. Enar continued, his tone free and dly but firm and unquestioning. Robert Arryn is not fit to be lord. Brendan just sighed. However, he didn't seem surprised. No king could remain inert when a vassal proclaimed himself king. It was such an insult that it showed a total lack of respect for the sovereign. Letting out a heavy sigh, Brendan didn't dare say anything, especially with a sword around his neck. He didn't even try to move. As a veteran who had experienced 100 battles, he knew when he was beaten. He didn't even see how the tall woman in front of him moved so quickly, putting a sword against his neck. That speed was not something an ordinary human could achieve, let alone someone so big and tall. Letting out another sigh, Brendan looked at Enar and spoke in a calm tone, I ask only that you forgive the lives of my niece and great-nephew, your grace. His gaze was almost pleading. Unlike his brother, Brendan truly valued family above all else, as the motto of House Tully dictated. I won't kill them. Enar promised with a sincere expression. The reason he could promise something like that was simple, Robert and Lisa wouldn't survive for long. Others would kill them without him even having to order it. So he might as well take the opportunity while they were alive to show his benevolence to the lords and ladies of the Vale of Arryn. After all, it was much easier for someone to kneel to a compassionate king than to a cruel tyrant. Uncle, we're leaving for Iron Oaks. I want to be there in 2 days. Enar said, ignoring Brendan and turning his gaze to Eddard, who was still staring at him with a slightly cold look, the look of a wolf watching its prey. Eddard nodded and, without saying a word, ordered the army to advance with quick but disciplined steps. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 160, Chapter 160, War of the Four Kings, 7, Fire, the symbol of purity, life, and destruction, is the emblem that Enar aims to achieve in his reign. Visanyatu Targaryen, the Empress. With the opening of the Blood Gate, the Northern Army invaded the Vale without any obstacles. As they weren't focused on heading towards the Eyrie, they advanced without difficulty, but this only lasted half a day. Stones fell from the rocky walls, crushing some unlucky people. Hill tribe, those filthy savages. Brendan spoke in a calm tone, not at all surprised by the attacks they were suffering at the moment. Lita, you have orders. However, under Brendan's surprised gaze, Lita knelt down in front of Enar. Come with me and let's have some fun. Enar ordered with a cold smile, causing goosebumps to rise on Brendan's body. Uncle, I'll leave the army march to you. Enar looked at Eddard and spoke calmly. The Lord of the North was certainly not worried about Enar's safety. He had personally witnessed the man defeat all the northern lords without breaking a sweat. Don't worry, your grace. I'll march to Iron Oaks without any delay. Enar nodded and set off with Lita, under the gazes of the northern lords. Lita, let's bet. As they climbed one of the branches of the Mountains of the Moon, Enar spoke, drawing the attention of the lady commander of the royal guard. Whoever kills the most will be able to make a request of the other. Enar commented with an amused smile, observing Lita's cautious expression. As someone who spent day and night at Enar's side, Leda knew the king's powers better than anyone. Only a fool would bet against someone who could see the future. While she would probably have to scour the mountains for savages, Enar would go straight to the base of the hill clans. Don't refuse. I promise not to look into the past or the future. Enar commented, with a teasing look. Just imagining Lita wearing a beautiful dress brought a touch of amusement to his face. Lita, feeling an inexplicable danger, looked at Enar cautiously, but in the end agreed to the bet. Since the king could see neither the past nor the future, she was confident she could beat him. For some reason, the image of Enar posing for a painting seemed pleasant to her. Lita knew how much Enar hated standing in one place. Cut off the ears of everyone you kill. As soon as Enar had finished speaking, Lita shot off in a random direction, advancing through the Mountains of the Moon. Enar's lips curved into a mischievous smile. I said I wouldn't look into the past or the future, but you didn't say anything about looking into the past before this bet started. Enar, knowing he was going to bet with Lita, looked into the past and successfully located the Stone Crow's base before Lita even imagined she was betting against him. The poor girl still underestimated the shamelessness of the king she served. A pink or white dress? Enar muttered as she walked between the mountains as if they were flat ground. A smile full of amusement appeared on the lips of the king of Westeros. Just make her wear all the colors. Muttering mischievously, Enar moved on quickly, oblivious to the steep terrain that was impossible to climb. Half an hour later, he spotted the tribe of savages below and gave them a cold, murderous stare. I don't know if you are stupid or if it's pure ignorance. How dare you attack my army? Drawing Lady Lya from her scabbard, the sword emitted a slashing sound as it was drawn and shone once more in the sunlight. The milky blade seemed to be made of pure light, resplendent and blinding. Such a spectacle caught some people's attention. Some stood up and narrowed their eyes, trying to see better, but what they saw was a tall man, over 2 meters tall, holding a sword that seemed to be forged from light. Enemy attack. The man didn't hesitate and shouted as loud as he could, but as soon as he did, he felt a stabbing pain on the left side of his face, and everything went dark for him. The man's head exploded like a watermelon hit by a high-caliber projectile. The nauseating sound hung in the air before blood and brain tissue painted the ground. The headless body toppled over with a deafening thud, as the blood flowed out, forming a ruddy puddle. Enar, who had just thrown a casual punch, didn't even bother to take a second look at the decapitated corpse and advanced with an indifferent expression. Blood stained the feet of his armor, leaving crimson footprints on the ground. The Stone Crows showed no fear at the brutal scene. They each grabbed the weapon they had and advanced bravely. Perhaps it was stupid, but in their eyes, fighting such an enemy was not only an honor, it was sacred. Enar smiled and advanced, slicing the nearest man in half. As blood and internal organs fell to the ground, the king sidestepped and, with his bare hand, pierced another man's chest, ripping out his heart. Throwing the pulsating organ aside as if it were an object, Enar smiled and advanced with even more ferocity. Brutal, bloody, and cruel. No one resisted a single blow from him, all came to tragic and extremely bloody ends. Honestly, Enar was surprised by the number of people living there. There were around 500 people, 300 men and the rest made up of women and children. He wondered how more than 500 people could survive in the mountains, where agriculture was non-existent and the soil devoid of nutrients. Inar wondered how more than 500 people could survive in arid mountains, where agriculture was non-existent and the land offered no nutrients. Human civilization only grew thanks to agriculture. They went from being hunters and gatherers to farmers. With more food, people were able to settle in one place and abandon nomadism. This is how the first cities emerged after the advent of agriculture. However, the mountain clans survived there for thousands of years, which was impossible without growing any kind of food. How, then, did these people get the supplies to stay in one place, instead of becoming nomads? This question really piqued Inar's curiosity. He looked at the women and children, who stared at him in sheer terror. Some of the children even urinated in fear. Was he really that scary? Looking at himself, Inar realized that he was covered in blood, pieces of internal organs and even more blood. There wasn't a single part of him that wasn't dirty. Coupled with the fact that he had just killed all the fathers, husbands, and brothers of those women and children, their terror was completely justified. However, Inar didn't care and didn't plan to kill them. He had promised Visenya and Daenerys that he would not kill indiscriminately, especially women and children. Although he considered the thoughts of his two queens to be somewhat hypocritical. Weren't men also worthy of pity? What a good husband like me doesn't do to satisfy his wives. Inar murmured as she began to cut the ears off the men's still intact heads and put them in a bag, in no hurry to win the competition against Lita. After collecting all the ears, he didn't even look at the women and started walking towards his next goal. However, he stopped abruptly when he noticed an old woman staring at him with a cold gaze. Fire! The old woman pronounced the word in an ancient and mysterious tone. Under Inar's surprised gaze, flames began to form around her. He immediately felt the energy of the warp in the air. Narrowing his eyes, he watched the old witch curiously. Unmindful of her enemy's gaze, the woman raised her hand and a funnel of fire advanced towards her. The flames seemed extremely destructive, but they were insignificant in his eyes. Inar simply waved his hand, and the fire, which had previously been under the witch's control, became his in an instant. Let me give that back to you. Ignoring the old woman's shocked look, Inar spoke with an undead tone. Use fire against him. He was the Fire King. There were no flames in this world or universe that he couldn't control. Boom. An even more terrifying funnel of fire advanced towards the woman. At her advanced age, it was completely impossible to do DGE the attack, so she used all her power to try to block it. But, could Inar's attack be blocked? The answer was no. Seconds later, when the flames disappeared, only a completely charred corpse lay before him. Looks like these mountain clans have some interesting legacies. Inar murmured with mild interest, but didn't bother to look for such secrets. In the face of Valeria's inheritance, what did the magic of mere savage clans mean? Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read Chapter S ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 161, Chapter 161, War of the Four Kings, 8, A good dog for my king. That was the thought of Lita, Lady Commander of the Royal Guard and Sword of Inar. When Lita found Inar again, she looked around with an indifferent gaze. Hundreds of broken, cut, and torn bodies were scattered on the ground. The smell of blood was so strong that it seemed to permeate the air. Lita noticed, not far away, children, women and old people, all staring at her king with terrified looks on their faces. She wasn't surprised by this. Unlike her murderous method, Inar had chosen to kill brutally. Lita's white armor didn't have a single drop of blood on it, but Inar was soaked. There wasn't even a clean part of him, as if he had just emerged from a pond of blood. Lita, get ready to wear a dozen ladies' dresses. Already anticipating Lita's arrival, Einar commented in an amused tone, oblivious to his current appearance. As for the number of ears he had cut off, he had lost count, but there were many. Einar estimated that he had killed more than 1,000 men in less than 2 hours. He had practically destroyed 2 or 4 hill clans. Yet, as he had promised Visenya and Daenerys, he hadn't killed any women or children. Lita's lips twitched as she heard Einar's words. Although she knew the king wouldn't pass up the bet, she hadn't imagined he would ask for something so trivial. Was it really so much fun to tease her? Lita didn't know, but she did know that she would have to wear countless women's dresses. Thinking about those dresses, her face revealed a slight helplessness. She had never liked wearing them, although comfortable, they were totally unsuitable for training or any other occasion involving physical exertion. Let's go. I've taught these people a lesson they'll never forget in their lives. Stowing Lady Lia back in her scabbard, Einar spoke with a smile. Does your grace need me to finish the job? Lita asked, bringing her hand to the hilt of her sword. She looked at the women and children with indifference. If Einar so wished, she would do it without any hesitation. I promised Visenya and Daenerys that I won't kill indiscriminately. Einar let out a sigh and smiled. For some reason, he felt that his mind was much clearer than before. As for the possibility of those people posing any danger in the future, Einar wasn't worried. If there was any sign of it, he would simply ask Caraxes for a free lunch. Without caring about anything else, Einar left with a serious look on his face. Leighton nodded, cast one last indifferent glance at those people and followed the king without saying a word, listening only to the weeping and wailing that echoed behind her. Iron Oaks. In the castle, looking at the army that occupied her entire field of vision, Anya Waynwood, Lady of Iron Oaks and head of House Waynwood, felt that things were getting more and more complicated. Seeing the banners bearing the coats of arms of the noble houses of the north, she narrowed her eyes and let out a heavy sigh. Jeremy, take Cynthia and Sandor. Hide until the Targaryen king leaves the Vale. Anya ordered in a calm tone. Her words made Jeremy Frey, Wald Frey's 10th son, change his expression drastically. He looked at his daughter and son with a complex gaze and left without any hesitation. As for the reason for that order, he could understand it as soon as he saw the army banners below. There was no coat of arms of House Frey. For the northern army to reach the valley, it had to pass through the twins. Knowing his father's personality well, if Valder had surrendered, the coat of arms of House Frey would have been among the banners of the king's army. But since there was no sign of the coat of arms and yet the army had crossed the twins, there was only one explanation: the twins had been conquered. Anya let out a sigh and looked up. The gigantic crimson dragon seemed to cover the sky with its colossal wings. She couldn't help but admire the beast, the world's greatest predator. Lisa Tully must be out of her mind to crown young Robert as king in front of such a force of nature. Anya muttered, staring at the dragon for a long time. It wasn't just Einar who was surprised by Robert Arryn's coronation. All the noble houses of the valley were shocked. In everyone's eyes, all they had to do was sit back and wait for the civil war to end, then they could simply bend the knee to the victor. But Lisa Tully's actions completely destroyed that plan. Not once or twice had Anya tried to enter the gates of the moon, but all her attempts were denied by Lisa, with the excuse that the castle was being renovated and that it was inconvenient to receive noble guests. Faced with these words, the noble house's hands were tied. They couldn't just attack the Aerie, it would be a suicide mission. The title of Impregnable Castle was not an empty exaggeration, but a prestige accumulated over more than 6,000 years. Anya's eyes fell on the handsome man with sandy hair and blue eyes. Even though he maintained a calm expression, she could see the excitement and emotion in his gaze. She knew exactly why the Targaryen king had arrived at her castle. "Cousin, we're going to welcome the king." Unable to contain his excitement at the chance he had always wanted, Harold spoke with a glint in his eye. Stay calm. You'll be Lord of the Vale. Anya replied with a helpless tone. Honestly, if it was anyone else the king chose to be Lord of the Vale, she and all the noble houses of the Vale would have refused without any hesitation. However, as it was Harold, Jon Arryn's heir presumptive, there was no resistance to accepting him as the new Lord of the Vale. Robert Arryn's rise and Lysa's madness had already left the Lords of the Vale full of dissatisfaction with both of them. They wouldn't kill the child and the mother, but they would strip Lysa Tully of her titles and rights as regent. Harold calmed down when he heard his cousin's words and regained his composure. He flashed an elegant, courteous smile as he straightened his clothes. As Anya had said, he would be Lord of the Vale and could not appear weak or inexperienced in front of the Targaryen king. Let's go, my lord. Anya was Alria dy addressing him as the new Lord of the Vale. Nodding their heads, they both walked towards the castle exit, ready to welcome the king and his entire court. However, as soon as they saw the king covered in blood, they were completely shocked. There was no way not to be astonished at seeing a large man entirely bloodied. But Anya was an old and experienced woman. She quickly regained her composure and approached the king. The first thing she noticed was how tall he was. She felt like a child next to him. Second was his youth. He was a young king, and as far as she knew, Enar was only 14. She wondered what Eddard Stark had fed the boy when he was little to make him grow so tall and strong. If Eddard heard Anya's thoughts, he would simply reply that it was the bloodline of the Northmen, and a lot of milk. Your Grace, welcome to Iron Oaks. The reason Anya recognized Enar was simple. In addition to the crown on his hair, the armor he wore bore the crest of House Targaryen, something unmistakable in Westeros and much of the world. Forgive my rude appearance, Lady Anya. Enar spoke with a gentle, charismatic tone. I've had to deal with a few hill clans. Anya finally understood why Enar was covered in blood. A cold look appeared on his face at the mention of the hill clans. If there was one thing the Lords of the Valley hated, it was these savages, who only killed and plundered like true savages. On their hands was the blood of several noble houses, including the lords and heirs of House Arryn, who had perished under the blades of the hill clans. These are my sons, Morton, Donnell, and Wallace. Anya introduced her sons with a smile, oblivious to the pungent smell of blood coming from the king. They will be great men and warriors. Enar smiled and praised the three of them. At his words, Anya and her children were satisfied. This is Harold, from House Harding. Anya certainly couldn't fail to introduce her cousin, who was to become Lord of the Vale. We have a lot to talk about, Harold. Enar commented with a mysterious smile, making the man smile as he knew that House Arryn was now in his hands. Come in, Your Grace. I'll order the servants to heat the water and prepare your bath. Anya invited Enar, who accepted without any hesitation. Being sea-overed in blood was not comfortable. Thank you, Lady Anya. I'm sick of being covered in blood. Enar joked with a smile, earning a helpless look from Lita, who rolled her eyes at her king. Note, read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 162, Chapter 162, War of the Four Kings, 9, Let the curtains of fate open, the show is about to begin. Enar I Targaryen, God Emperor of Planets, looking at the show about to begin. Enar entered the hall stroking his own hair still wet from his bath. He wore a loose, comfortable tunic over his body. His purple eyes were slightly narrowed and a smile was on his lips. Sorry for the delay, Lady Anya and Lord Harold. Enar commented, seeing all the chairs filled by the lords and ladies, who all seemed to be drinking and eating leisurely. Don't worry, Your Grace. Anya didn't show any dissatisfaction, on the contrary, the more Enar showed himself comfortable in her presence, the more it showed that he trusted her and House Wayne would. "Harold, I won't beat about the bush and I'll get straight to the point." Sitting down in the main seat, Enar spoke in a calm tone. "Robert Arryn is not fit to be Lord of the Vale of Arryn. I plan to appoint you as the new Lord of the Vale and you will take the surname Arryn as your own." Although he expected those words, when he actually heard them, Harold no longer suppressed the smile on his face. He stood up and spoke with an extremely respectful tone. "House Arryn will always be loyal to House Targaryen, Your Grace." Enar's lips twitched as he heard this. It wasn't just him, everyone looked at the sandy-haired man with surprised eyes. The new Lord of the Vale's shamelessness was admirable, but unlike Bryndon's words, no one showed contempt. That's because House Arryn really did have reason to rebel, as did House Stark, so no one looked at Haroldi with contemptuous eyes as they had done with Bryndon Tully. "Kneel." Enar spoke with a regal tone and Harold obeyed, kneeling at the king's feet. "Harold of House Harding, do you swear allegiance to me, your king?" Enar began. "Yes." There was no hesitation in Harold's words. "Do you swear to respect my laws and punish those who break them?" Enar asked. "Yes." Harold answered firmly. "Just as Vicenyai Targaryen appointed Ronal Arryn, king of the mountain and the vale, I appoint you, Harold of Huz Arryn as, keeper of the gates of the moon, lord of the Arry, defender of the vale, warden of the east." Enar finished the nomination with a smile as everyone clapped their hands at Harold's appointment as Lord of the Vale and new head of House Arryn. "Thank you, Your Grace." Harold stood up and spoke with a smile on his lips. Even all his self-control couldn't calm the feelings bubbling up in his chest. This was his dream, how could he not be happy at this moment? Harold could even imagine Robert Arryn's indignant expression when he heard of his appointment as Lord of the Vale. He and the boy had never got along, especially Robert, who had always thought that Harold was just waiting for him to die so that he could inherit the Vale. Although it was rather embarrassing to fight with a child, but Harold didn't care, he could kill Robert without any hesitation if it meant inheriting the Vale. Others might call him cruel, but only he knew how much he longed to climb the extremely rigid hierarchy of Westeros. "When will we attack the Arry, Your Grace?" Anya looked at Harold approvingly and asked, looking at Enar with a calm gaze. "We'll wait a few days." Enar commented, chewing on a slightly sour grape. "The lead actor has to be on stage for the show to start." The lead actor Enar was talking about was not himself, but Petyr Baelish. At that very moment, he could see the man crossing the King's Road towards the Valley of Arryn. In all honesty, Enar was surprised by the route Baelish had chosen. Even Tywin never thought that Baelish would dare to ride along the King's Road. Although he was confused by Enar's words, Harold, who had a high emotional intelligence, noticed that he didn't want to explain himself, and instead of asking, the new Lord of the Vale simply changed the subject and made the atmosphere even more festive. "May you all drink to your heart's content on this day, your noble presences fill these halls with joy." Enar looked at him and admitted that a conversation with an intelligent man was often quite relaxing. And compared to Eddard, Harold was someone who was truly trained to be a lord one day, which could be seen by his elegant words and erudition. Not that Eddard was a bad lord, but he could have been infinitely better. The man had been content with the situation in the north and never bothered to enrich the north. Wood, minerals, and even ice were much sought after items in Essos. There were many things the north could be richer from, but Eddard never cared about that. He just managed the north well all the years he was appointed Lord of Winterfell and Protector of the North. "Learn well, uncle," Enar whispered to Eddard with a smile as they both watched Harold converse easily with the lords and lattice of the north. Even Maej's Gra and daughters seemed charmed by the handsome and dashing Harold. Eddard rolled his eyes at Enar's words, but didn't refute them either. As Enar had said, he really felt he wasn't fit to be lord. He could manage, but never innovate. "Let's not talk about me." Eddard changed the subject. He knew that if he let him, Enar would fill his ears with how to improve the north. How's the situation in the Riverlands? It wasn't that he didn't want to improve the north, but he felt that would be Rob's job. He was just an honorable fool who was trained to be a knight, not a lord. That was his brother's job, which unfortunately fell on his shoulders. Don't worry about Riverlands, Robert won't move from Casterly Rock until I get to Riverlands. Enar said with a calm tone as he took a sip of wine. He's probably more anxious than I am for the fight. As for the war situation, my lovely wife and my impulsive sister are sweeping every castle heading towards Harrenhal. Enar's eyes seemed to be glowing. Eddard knew that this was one of the signs of when his nephew's powers were active. But they both found Jaime in Derry. Enar commented with a slightly interested tone. He wanted to get back to the Riverlands as soon as possible to kill Robert Baratheon once and for all. Does your grace want me to return to the Riverlands to join Queen Visenya's army? Eddard asked with a worried tone. Even though Visenya and Rhaenys had experienced advisors like Barristan, Oberyn, and even Kinvara, he was still worried about the safety of the two women of House Targaryen. Enar only smiled at his uncle's concerns. Uncle, let them both be reborn in the flames of war. Only after many hammerings can a metal be polished free of impurities. You're 14 years old and you talk like an experienced old man. Eddard rolled his eyes at his nephew's old-fashioned but unexpectedly wise words. What can I say? I'm an incredibly wise king. Enar spared no compliments when it came to praising himself. Narcissistic, perhaps, but Enar preferred to call it high self-esteem. Eddard merely shook his head at his nephew's words, but there was a smile on the usually stoic and emotionless face of the Lord of Winterfell. But knowing that both women of House Targaryen stood up to Jaime, Eddard's mood was serious. You may question Jaime Lannister's loyalty and means, but the man was undeniably one of the three most powerful swordsmen in Westeros. He was not only extremely skilled with the sword, but had strength and reflexes beyond anyone else. Eddard personally saw Jaime knighted at the age of 15. Jaime fought knights twice his age, size, and experience and still won every duel, which showed that Jaime Lannister was a terrifyingly powerful opponent. Perhaps still noticing Eddard's slightly worried expression, Enar pondered for a moment and spoke. Stop thinking about the bad things that could happen. You don't really think I'll let my wife and sister get hurt? Of course not, but swords don't have eyes. Eddard shook his head and replied with a helpless sigh. He felt he was more worried about Visenya and Rhaenys than the daughters he had left behind at Winterfell. You stubborn wolf. Enar couldn't help grumbling as he filled Eddard's glass with wine again. Only drink can ease a man's worries, pain, and misery. Although it was a somewhat decadent method, but people at rock bottom rarely care what others think. Discount coupon for Patreon, 9A241 35%. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2ch chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 163, Chapter 163, War of the Four Kings, X, Let My Vengeance Begin. Rhaenys II Targaryen, Empress of the Empire of Mankind. While Enar was about to start the show in the Vale, Visenya and Rhaenys were stationed at Darry Castle, near Harrenhal. Raymond Darry, Lord of Darry, was secretly a supporter of House Targaryen, and with the arrival of Rhaenys and Visenya with the Red Legion and the Sardaukar, the man didn't hesitate to kneel before Queen Visenya II and the king's sister, Princess Rhaenys Targaryen. The Kingslayer is occupying Harrenhal with an army of 90,000 men. Raymond spoke with a cold, calm tone. The man deeply disliked House Lannister and couldn't wait to kill every blonde-haired man in front of him. The armies of House Lannister and Baratheon together. Oberyn spoke in a deep solemn voice. Both armies were elite, in particular the army of House Lannister. Having 50,000 men wearing armor was a terrible thing for any enemy army. It doesn't matter, we can use the cannons to break their ranks and scatter the army. it will be easy to defeat both armies. Visenya, sitting in the main seat, commented with a cold, regal look, which for some reason reminded her of Enar's gaze. Perhaps the queen was imitating the king, but anyone in the place didn't laugh. The queen was majestic, despite her sweet and harmless appearance. Using the cannons is a good idea, but if Jaime decides not to fight head-on, the cannons will be useless in front of Harrenhal's walls. Tyrion commented with a helpless tone. If he were Jaime, he wouldn't leave Harrenhal and attack the enemy army from the walls. Everyone's expressions also showed helplessness. Harrenhal, although it fell to Balerion, fell only to the black earth and no one else. If Caraxes had been there, Harrenhal would have been set on fire again. Rhaenys commented with a sigh. Although Caraxes wasn't as big as Balerion, the Black Terror, the dragon was still incredibly powerful, capable of reducing an entire city to ashes. Rhaenys was extremely eager for war. She would finally begin her revenge against the murderers of her mother and brother. And she would make them all die painfully. Everyone agreed with Rhaenys' words. If Caraxes was present, things would be much easier. They just had to melt the castle one more time and everything would be fine. Jaime would die just as Harren, Black, and his entire bloodline had died. Unfortunately, even if the dragon was present, he wouldn't obey the orders of anyone other than the king, which made him rather useless without Enar around. "My queen, the scouts have warned that an army is coming." Raymond, who had just received a note, spoke with a smile. "What army?" Visenya asked curiously. After arriving at Riverlands, small houses had bent the knee and joined the march. But they were small noble houses, none that powerful. The strongest had around 300 soldiers, the weakest only a few dozen. However, seeing Raymond's smile, Visenya sensed that the visitor was no simple man. Titos Blackwood, Lord of Raventree Hall, and his army of 10,000 men. Raymond spoke with a smile as he learned of his friend's arrival. As the ancient and powerful noble houses of the Riverlands, House Blackwood and House Darry were longtime friends, Titos and Raymond had grown up together, both were friends. Hearing the number of soldiers from House Blackwood, everyone was surprised, including Visenya and Rhaenys themselves. Had House Tully fallen to the point where all their vassals were so powerful? House Frey had a large and wealthy army, now House Blackwood had an equally large army. An army of that size was a third of House Martell's army. "I'm curious how many soldiers House Tully can muster?" Rhaenys asked, looking at Raymond, no one better suited than someone with great status in the Riverlands like Raymond to answer. 2,000. Raymond didn't hesitate to reply, but his answer made everyone in The Hall look shocked at Raymond. What was the concept of 2,000 people? For a normal noble house, it was definitely a large army, but for a great noble house like House Tully, that amount of soldiers was ridiculous to say the least. 2,000? Aren't you mistaken, Lord Darry? Oberyn asked as if he'd heard wrong. How could a great noble house have only 2,000 soldiers? Riverlands under Hoster Tully's management is ridiculous. After House Tully entered the War of Rebellion 14 years ago, that situation got even worse. The war killed many people, including heirs and lords of the noble houses of Riverlands. Raymond spoke with a cold, indifferent tone. He continued speaking. Many noble houses deeply resented Hoster's decision and turned their backs on House Tully. Those 2,000 men still remaining are the soldiers personally trained by House Tully. Looking at Visenya in the main seat of House Darry, Raymond spoke with a respectful tone. Despite House Tully's order, House Darry fought alongside Prince Rhaegar. My 3 older brothers died with honor fighting for House Targaryen. Visenya couldn't help but feel moved by Raymond's words. And that loyalty will be rewarded, Lord Darry. I will ask my husband to grant you lands and titles for House Darry. House Targaryen does not treat its friends ungratefully. Raymond nodded and flashed a smile. I only hope that my son inherits my mantle when I die. Anything else is profit to me, your grace. When Raymond had finished speaking, the doors to the hall opened and a handsome middle-aged man entered, wearing majestic red armor with a black tree drawn in the center of the armor and crows surrounding the tree. Titos Blackwood, Lord of Raventree Hall. Behind him, the three sons followed their father, Brendan Blackwood, Hoster Blackwood, and Lucas Blackwood. Curiously, all the members of House Blackwood had black hair and black eyes, and were slim and lean. While Hoster Blackwood was the opposite, he was very tall at 2 meters. However, he looked a bit clumsy and seemed like a scholar, although he was too thin, like a stick. Tito's dark eyes traveled around everyone in the hall, but soon focused on the beautiful, delicate-looking girl with silver hair sitting in the main seat that only the Lord of House Darry could sit in. Titos didn't hesitate, he approached, but because of the two incomparably tall men, he didn't dare get too close. He could see that the two tall men were powerful, just one look made his legs weaken. Kneeling down, he and his sons looked at Visenya sitting on the seat with respectful gazes. I have come to fulfill the vows my ancestor made to Aegon I of House Targaryen. We will fight to put House Targaryen back on the Iron Throne, just as it should be. When he had finished speaking, to show their loyalty, everyone followed Lord Tito's words. As it should be. As it should be. As it should be. Visenya couldn't help but feel that the cohesion between the minor noble houses increased with Tito's words. It seemed that everyone had a determined goal at that moment. She looked at the kneeling man and saw an old political fox. She knew that Titos wanted something from her, although she didn't know what it was. Visenya didn't care. As long as House Blackwood was loyal to House Targaryen, he could reward Titos with what he wanted. Although Visenya didn't know Tito's purpose, how could Raymond not? To be more specific, everyone in the Riverlands knew about the bloody feud between House Blackwood and House Bracken. It was obvious that his old friend wanted to use the power of House Targaryen to eliminate House Blackwood's old enemy, the Brackens, once and for all. I appreciate your commitment to your vows of loyalty, Lord Titos. Visenya showed a posture worthy of a queen and spoke grandly. We will fight House Lannister and Baratheon at dawn. I hope you and your men are ready for war. Titos, despite being rather old, smiled gently and replied with a respectful tone. My soldiers are more than ready, we're going to tear the lions and deer apart. Of this, Titos had no doubt. He had seen the army in red armor and the army in golden masks, both highly disciplined armies and all wearing armor. That was an army capable of taking on an army twice its size, especially if the other side wasn't well equipped. Discount coupon for Patreon, 9A241 35%. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 164, Chapter 164, War of the Four Kings, 11, Free Will. Such a vague word, but something so imaginary is as important as the soul itself. If you lose your freedom, you'll be a pawn in the hands of the gods. What a miserable fate. Enar Targaryen, God Emperor of Planets. Looking at the red and gold wave before him, Jaime Lannister's face couldn't have been more serious. House Targaryen's private army was large and powerful, and it wasn't even the full force. Jaime knew that there were only 60,000, the Northumbrian army was in the Vale along with the king himself and the dragon called Caraxes. Something Jaime thanked the Seven for. If the entire Targaryen force had been present and along with the adult dragon, he could very well have been waiting to be burned to death at any moment the young Enar king wanted. That feeling of being able to die at any moment was not something he liked to feel. However, that didn't mean that things were any better. He had 2 options in front of him. Face the Targaryen army head on outside Harrenhal or stay behind the walls and delay the advance of the enemy troops. Honestly, both strategies had clear disadvantages and advantages, but he himself was indecisive when faced with a choice so crucial to the course of the war. Although it was tempting to delay the advance of enemy troops, he knew it was also a double-edged sword. The longer he delayed, the closer Enar would come, and with him, an army of around 40,000 one-adult dragons. When that happens, the course of the war will change dramatically. He himself would not know if he could survive in the face of the dangers that lay ahead. Was this how his ancestors felt in the face of the overwhelming force called the Targaryen with dragons? Suddenly, under Jaime's surprised eyes, a septon who had been in his room, writing the report for his father, began to glow. To be more specific, behind the septon's head, a halo of light formed. Jaime merely drew his sword and looked cautiously at the septon. Reverence before such pure and majestic power? Sorry, as heir to a great house, religion was just a tool for the powerful to control the peasants. Fear not, my son. A feminine voice came out of the male septon's mouth. A warm, gentle, maternal aura filled the surroundings. For a moment, Jaime felt like he was in his mother's arms again. Who are you? Clenching the hilt of his sword tightly, Jaime asked with an expression of fear at what was happening. I am the mother of the seven-faced god. The female voice sounded again from the male septon's mouth. Outside these walls, an army is already preparing to sweep across this continent once again, and with them, foreign gods. It has been decided that something like this is unacceptable. We have decided to intervene indirectly. We will give our blessings to you, Jaime of House Lannister. The mother spoke using the male body of the septon. However, the poor man's body was already showing signs of collapse. Blood was dripping from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. One of his eyes was completely blind, showing that the mortal body could never accommodate a god. Before Jaime could respond, the heir of Casterly Rock only saw a seven-pointed star shoot towards him, and without being able to dodge it, he watched helplessly as the seven-pointed star plunged into his chest. An overwhelming heat ran through his body. Jaime only felt his consciousness being swallowed up by the darkness, but he still heard the female voice again. Remember, the remnants of the draconic gods must all be killed. Jaime couldn't answer, as he was already unconscious on the floor. As for the septon who had his body used as a receptacle for the descent of a god, it simply exploded, decorating the floor, ceiling, and walls like tomato sauce decorating a pizza. When Jaime woke up again, he found himself lying on the floor, but he didn't get up and check the information in his mind. Information about Enar and his danger. There was also information about the blessings he had received from the god of the seven faces. The father had given him superhuman strength. The mother had given him the ability to resist. The warrior had given him invulnerability to swords and other weapons. The smith had given him the ability to resist fire and heat. The maiden had given him the ability to heal. The crone had given him superhuman speed. The stranger had given him the ability of superhuman perception. Note, Jaime will have the strength of a White Walker 2 levels weaker than the Night King. Looking at the body of the septon that was decorating the floor, ceiling, and walls, Jaime sighed and drank an entire glass of wine in one gulp. What happened to him was something he never thought he would experience in his life. First he talked to the mother of the seven faces, and then he received the blessing of the god of the seven faces, each giving them abilities that were simply impossible to the human eye. Why me? Jaime muttered with a puzzled expression. Was he devout? Definitely not. If his father asked him to, Jaime wouldn't hesitate to go to Old Town to burn the sept of Old Town. Is it because I'm fit to fight House Targaryen? Jaime asked himself with a helpless expression full of bitterness. He didn't want to have these powers or this responsibility. Thinking of Tommen and Myrcella's faces, the king's assassin expression became firm again. Jaime didn't mind dying, but his son and daughter must survive, and for that to happen, he had to become a slave of the gods. He had accepted his fate. However, even with these powers, this battle won't be easy. Jaime muttered, looking at where the House Targaryen army was located. With the stranger's blessing, he could sense 3 extremely frightening auras in the enemy camp. 2 no smaller than his own. The third, although weaker, was not so weak that he was able to ignore it. Jaime assumed that this aura belonged to the Reverend Mother of the Red Faith, Kinvara. A dangerous, cruel, and decisive woman. His father had already thoroughly investigated King Enar and knew who made up the court of House Targaryen. May the Seven bless me. Jaime muttered to himself as he gave him a slightly pitying look. The man hadn't realized it, but he had paid a heavy price by becoming a dog of the gods. He had lost his free will and would never again be as free as he was as a mortal. Jaime Lannister was nothing more than a pawn in the hands of the God of the Seven Faces. In the Targaryen camp, Kinvara stopped what she was doing and looked towards Harrenhal. Her red eyes seemed to be burning with red flames. As the king had said, the God of the Seven Faces has indeed intervened. Kinvara murmured with a smile appearing on her lips. Since you broke the rules, take the consequences of your actions. Kinvara flashed a cruel smile. The Red God could be many things, but he was above all a god who was cruel to his own enemies. The God of the Seven Faces acted first, and even though he wasn't in Essos, Arhilla could finally intervene personally on the continent of Essos. When Kinvara was planning countless cruel and sadistic plans for the champion of the God of the Seven Faces, a large man wearing heavy armor appeared before her. Lord Sigismund, the heretic god has descended his will on the mortal world and blessed a mortal enemy. Kinvara, knowing Sigismund's purpose, spoke directly what she had felt a moment ago. A cold look passed over Sigismund's resolute face. He looked at the witch before him and asked with a disciplined tone. What is my king's order? Leave the safety of Queen Visenya and Princess Rhaenys to Titus, you will be on the front line. Kinvara said, rising from his chair. You and I will fight as the champion of the seven-faced god and hold it in honor of our king and lord. Sigismund's eyes glowed, his fists began to emit a black aura, covering his gauntlets, making them look especially frightening. Together with his rather frightening appearance, the man could practically scare a child to the point of tears. I know no fear, only duty and responsibility to my king. Sigismund said. If my king wants the blessed man dead, I'll tear his head off with my fists. Discount coupon for Patreon, 9A241 35%. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 165, Chapter 165, War of the Four Kings, 12, Fire must purify heretics. Kinvara, Reverend Mother. As Kinvara and Sigismund had hoped, instead of staying at the walls, Jaime Lannister set up camp outside Harrenhal. Kinvara especially knew the influence a blessing could have on a mortal. She was a typical example of this. But even knowing this, her faith remained unshaken for almost 200 years that she lived. The blessing she had received had only strengthened her existing faith, nothing more and nothing less. But she knew exactly what it was like to be influenced by a god's blessing. Gods can bless humans with powers, but this power comes with a very expensive price. The mortal would never again be free, only a representative of the will of the god who gave the blessing. At that moment, Kinvara could imagine that Jaime's mind was gradually being assimilated by the blessing. It wouldn't be long before a fanatic was born. She could have stopped it and attacked Jaime right then, but she didn't. What is the fanatic's biggest flaw? Heresy. Whoever offends the god must die. Kinvara was different because her god was the Red God and Enar. In her eyes, both were one being. So even though she was angry at the people of Westeros for not accepting her faith, she didn't move because it wasn't something she could choose. The Red Priestess knew that Jaime would leave the safety of Harrenhal to attack them head-on, for to Jaime, they were the ultimate heresy that the God of the Seven Faces himself had ordered exterminated. Has he really left the walls? Tyrion exclaimed in shock as he saw the camp being set up outside Harrenhal. Not in his wildest dreams did he think Jaime would actually leave Harrenhal to face him. It seems that the Lannisters' arrogance is quite great. Oberyn commented with a sarcastic tone. Even if there were disadvantages to staying within the walls, because Enar could arrive at any moment, but even with the disadvantages, no sane person would leave the safety of a castle wall. Tyrion wanted to argue that Jaime, although proud, wasn't so proud to think he was invincible in the world. But with the facts before him, he couldn't say anything to refute his friend's words. Don't look so surprised, him being arrogant is a good thing for us. Oberyn patted the dwarf lightly on the shoulder and spoke with a smile. Once we defeat the Lannister and Baratheon armies, Riverlands will become our private backyard, he said with a touch of emotion. Although the Riverlands had always been the focus of previous wars, the region was still one of the most fertile lands on the continent, and he wanted his daughter's noble houses to be located there instead of the dry, lifeless desert of Dorne. He was well aware that the lesser houses in Dorne suffered greatly from a lack of food and water. He didn't want their daughters, who had just been legitimized and had no money to buy food and water, to suffer from a lack of natural resources and become even poorer. Although still shocked by Jaime's actions, Tyrion agreed with Oberyn's words. The more arrogant Jaime became, the faster his downfall would be. In the main tent, Visenya and Rhaenys were dressed in armor. Just as they were about to leave with the sand snakes, Titus appeared and stopped the queen and the princess from passing. Is there a problem, Titus? Visenya asked curiously. It was rare for Titus to interrupt anything, especially involving the royal family. The queen and the princess are not allowed to leave the tent. Titus spoke in a calm, respectful voice. The 2-meter-tall man was wearing heavy armor that no normal man could even think of wearing. Titus' words surprised Visenya and Rhaenys. Visenya frowned deeply and spoke with a commanding tone. Out of the way, Titus. It's an order from your queen. It was the first time Visenya had used this tone of voice to the people close to her. However, under Visenya's shocked eyes, Titus remained standing in front of the entrance to the main tent, preventing Visenya and Rhaenys from leaving. This time, an angry expression appeared on Visenya's face, and in a cold voice, she once again spoke. Get out of the way. I have orders to prevent the queen and princess from entering the battlefield. Titus remained indifferent to Visenya's expression. His eyes were calm with no sign of fear in the face of the queen's fury. Seeing Visenya about to explode with rage, Rhaenys stepped forward and asked in a genuinely confused voice, why did Enar order this? She knew that the only person who could command Titus and Sigismund was Enar himself. Even if it was Visenya, they wouldn't accept her orders, even if she was the queen of Enar. A god has showered his blessing on the battlefield. I have been ordered to prevent the queen and the princess from going to the battlefield. Sigismund and the fire which will face the Blessed One. Titus stood with a broadsword pointed at the ground. He looked at the princess and replied in a calm voice. Titus' words made all the women's expressions change dramatically. Visenya and Rhaenys were not present when the god of death appeared in Volantis, but Arianne, Obara, Nymeria, and Tyene were present at that moment. Even today, when they remembered that day, they felt chills run through them. Standing before a god was not a good feeling, especially an evil god of death. Arianne in particular had nightmares for a few days because of the appearance of the god of death. It was a memory that no person could forget. Visenya showed a helpless expression at Titus' words. Is it that dangerous? Asked the queen. She wanted to go to the battlefield with her soldiers. Standing by while others died for her was not something she wanted. Too dangerous for a queen who hasn't gone through the ritual. Titus was about to continue, but he looked at the sand snakes and didn't finish his words. The blood ritual was a secret of House Targaryen, other people mustn't know about it. Visenya and Rhaenys understood Titus' words. They couldn't help but show frustration on their faces. They both wanted to go through the blood ritual, but without Enar, they knew it was impossible for anything like that to happen. Knowing why they couldn't leave, Visenya and Rhaenys showed no expressions of anger again. They obediently sat down in their respective chairs and waited in silence. "What about us, Lord Titus?" Unlike Visenya and Rhaenys' casual attitude towards Titus, Obara asked respectfully. "You can die and I won't care." Titus didn't hesitate to answer coldly, his eyes falling on Arianne for a moment and adding, "Lady Arianne must remain in the tent with the queen and princess." Obara, Nymeria, and Tyene's faces contorted as they listened to Titus' cold and indifferent sincerity. Although they knew this answer, he could be gentler when talking to women. However, Visenya's eyes fell on Arianne with a look of sarcasm. After all, Princess Arianne is the king's mistress. The eyes of Obara, Nymeria, and Tyene looked at Arianne in shock. "You work fast, Arianne." Tyene, Arianne's best friend, commented in an amused tone. "Lord Duran's expression will be funny to watch when he hears the news." Nymeria also commented with a touch of amusement. Obara beside her laughed with an equally amused expression. In the face of Visenya and her cousin's taunts, Arianne flashed a gentle smile and winked at the queen and didn't mind the teasing. It was stupid to quarrel with the main wife when she was the mistress. No matter how beautiful, sexy, or high status she was, she could never be greater than the queen who would give birth to the king's heir. So instead of making the relationship between her and Visenya too tense, she could just as well be a good mistress and not meddle in the queen's affairs. Arianne only cared about Dorne and nothing else. Visenya couldn't help but feel even more frustrated to see that Arianne didn't respond to her provocations. Staring coldly at the desert princess, the dragon queen let out a sigh and closed her eyes. Since there was no chance of her taking part in the war, she might as well rest up for the next war. Discount coupon for Patreon, 9A241 35%. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 166, Chapter 166, War of the Four Kings, 13, Life is Combat, you know that truth. Sigismund, Primarchus of the Imperial Fists. War. 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 At the beginning of the day, as the sun gradually rose over the horizon, the Red Legion led by Sigismund, raised his broadsword and shouted. Not for gold or glory, but for the God Emperor of mankind. God Emperor of mankind. The one true God. Raymond and Titos watched as 60,000 men shouted at the same time with expressions of shock and terror. The fanaticism expressed by the men before them was insane, mad, and impossible. They both knew that these men believed in Enar, the king of House Targaryen. How Enar made him a god in the eyes of the world, Titos and Raymond didn't know and didn't want to know, only a fool would question fanatics about their faith. Red Legion, ours has given permission to kill in his name, your sins will be the sins of God. Sigismund shouted, his powerful voice spreading through the 70,000 people, plus the 10,000 from House Blackwood and another 4,000 from the small noble houses. The Red Legion simply beat their chests hard, their eyes full of fanaticism and excitement to spread the name of God to the infidels. The beating together sounded like a huge heartbeat spreading through the surroundings. Sardaukar, your king has given you permission to advance and not retreat. Sigismund looked at the smaller but equally deadly army and spoke sternly. Unlike the Red Legion, the Sardaukar slammed their shields into the ground, shaking the air and the ground, almost like an earthquake. Forward! Sigismund pointed his sword forward and shouted. There was no hesitation on the part of the Red Legion or the Sardaukar, both armies advanced with calm and steady steps, with every step he took, the earth shook and the air seemed suffocating. Titos took a deep breath, he tried to calm down, but faced with such a scene, his blood seemed to boil with emotion. To House Targaryen. Drawing his sword, the Lord of House Blackwood pointed his sword forward and shouted loudly. Seeing Tito's excited expression, Raymond laughed out loud and followed his longtime friend to war. "Titos, let's fight together like we did 14 years ago," Raymond said to his friend as he stepped fearlessly into the war. "You owe me a life for saving your dirty ass 14 years ago." Titos laughed and, unafraid of war, advanced even faster. A smile appeared on Raymond's lips. "Don't worry, old friend, if an arrow comes your way, I'll take it for you." They both looked at each other and laughed. It seemed as if they had gone back 14 years, to the war of the Baratheon rebellion. Arrows. Hearing a soldier shout, Raymond and Titos raised their shields as arrows rained down on the army. The arrows hit the shields with loud, piercing sounds. Attack. When the rain of arrows passed, the whole army attacked with full force. Sigismund and Kinvara, both standing side by side in the front line, both seemed indifferent to the arrows falling around them. "It's here." Throwing off the veil that covered her entire body, Kinvara spoke soothingly, showing that she was wearing leather pants and red leather armor on her upper body. Sigismund held his sword with both hands and got into an attack position. "The king's orders are to capture the Blessed One alive," said the Primarch, looking at the figure in the front line of the enemy army. "I know." Kinvara spoke as she stretched both hands forward. The ruby on her neck glowed abnormally, and with a flick of her hands, a wall of flames rose up in the middle of the battlefield. The blood-red flames rose to a height of 10 meters. The wall of fire shocked everyone who belonged to Westeros, whether it was the Red Legion or the Sardaukar, both of whom ignored the wall of fire and continued advancing. "Magic," Titos murmured with a look of fear. As his family practically used magic, he knew a little about such a mysterious, frightening and horrifying power. He hadn't expected to see magic in war like he was seeing at this very moment. Raymond also looked uneasy in front of the magic. There was fear and uncertainty on his face. An uncertainty that all the soldiers of Westeros felt at that moment. Magic had always been taboo in the faith of the Seven, and everyone deeply disliked the practice. Kinvara didn't care what the people of Westeros thought about magic, she only cared about the Enarwal and nothing else. The Reverend Mother narrowed her eyes as she saw the figure crossing the wall of flames holding a sword. A faint glow of 7 colors seemed to cover his entire body, like an almost imperceptible smoke, but to Kinvara and Sigismund, the scent of the god's magic was unmistakable. Sigismund didn't hesitate and his body shot forward, his figure barely visible to ordinary people. In an instant, Sigismund arrived in front of Jaime, and with a cold, deadly stare, the Primarch swung his sword vertically. The speed of the sword was so great that a sonic boom was heard before impact. Boom! The ground beneath the two men sank, broke, and shattered. Jaime felt like a mountain had hit him. He couldn't help but be shocked by the strength of the gigantic man in front of him. However, after receiving the blessing of the seven-faced god, he wasn't weak either. Stepping back slightly, Jaime spun around and kicked his enemy's iron-plated chest hard. Bang. The steel breastplate sank under the gigantic force of the kick and Sigismund fell back 3 steps. Looking at the intact man before him, Jaime smiled helplessly. He really didn't know how the young king had created such monsters. He was strong because he received the blessing of a god. Did that mean that Enar was a god who could give the same blessing to his subordinates? Jaime thought no more of it. He moved to the side, deflecting a spear of fire thrown at him. Looking at the beautiful woman in red leather armor, he narrowed his eyes and advanced towards her without any hesitation. Even with no experience in fighting sorceresses, Jaime knew he had to kill the one with the long-range attack or the fight would become even more challenging. However, his plan was foiled when he saw a fist appear in front of him. With his extraordinary senses, Jaime managed to put his arms in front of his body to protect himself before the fist hit one of his arms. Ba-da-da-dum. Another sonic boom was heard. Jaime felt the bones in his arm breaking as his body was thrown backwards by the enemy's punch. Finally stopping about 20 meters from where he was, Jaime looked down and saw his arm deformed. If he were any normal human, his arm could never be used again, but he wasn't a normal human. Under his calm eyes, his arm began to reorganize itself, and within a few seconds, his arm was completely intact. Sigismund and Kinvara narrowed their eyes at such absurd regenerative power. Even if one of his arms is cut off, another can grow in a few seconds. Kinvara spoke up behind Sigismund. She was responsible for the long-range attack while the Primarch was responsible for the melee attack. That's good, at least I don't have to worry about killing him so easily, Sigismund said as he dropped his sword. He was much better with his fists than his sword. Kinvara nodded and conjured an arc of flame in her hands. We will carry out the king's orders. She spoke with a cold, deadly tone, unlike the scorching, hellish heat that surrounded her body. Sigismund didn't answer, his actions already responding to Reverend Mother's words. Sigismund surpassed his previous speed and abruptly appeared in front of Jaime, the knight only managing to use his own arm to defend himself again before the impact hit him. Jaime spat out a large amount of blood before his chest, ribs, and organs were crushed by the brute force of the Primarch of the Imperial Fists. Jaime's body spun in the air like an airplane's elixir before brutally hitting the ground. Damn, I'm a Mont-Saint R, but the man in front of me is a freak among monsters. Picking himself up off the ground, Jaime couldn't help cursing in his mind. But then again, he wasn't weak, and with his regeneration, Jaime wasn't a weak opponent. Discount coupon for Patreon, 9A241 35%. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 167, Chapter 167, War of the Four Kings, 14, Its Fate. Jaime Lannister, Kingslayer. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Jaime looked up indifferently and raised his sword. He was good at swords, the only weapon he needed was the sword in his hand. With a forward thrust, the Kingslayer advanced towards the huge man. Sigismund didn't show a surprised expression and attacked head-on, without retreating. His fist covered in a blue aura struck Jaime's sword without any fear. Everyone knows that no matter how strong a body might be, metal will always be tougher than flesh and blood, but there was an inconsistency in this preposition, especially in this world. Magic. The energy capable of subverting all the laws of the world, that same energy was attached to Sigismund's fist, making it harder than steel. Bomaam. When sword and fist clashed, the ground beneath them sank violently. The soldiers watched with shock as the fight between the titans unfolded before them. Their speed was so great that most people couldn't even see the trajectory of their blows. This is not a human fight. That was the conclusion of the leaders of both sides, Tyrion, Oberyn, Raymond, and Titos. The four of them watched in shock at what was happening in front of them. Tyrion in particular looked at Jaime with a shocked gaze. Others couldn't know, but how could he not know what Jaime's strength was like? He had personally seen his brother defeat a dozen peasants holding hoes and sickles, but the strength Jaime was showing was not something a human could have. He's been blessed by a god. Tyrion heard this from the lips of Makoro, who was standing next to him. Blessed by a god. It wasn't just Tyrion who was confused, the other three were also confused by Makoro's words. Yes, the Knight of Westeros was blessed by a god, probably the god of the Seven Faces. Makoro replied with an indifferent tone as he prepared to take part in the war, but alongside the common soldiers. No one would know if there was another blessed hiding, and to prevent this, he needed to be at the soldiers' side for something like this to happen. Although he was far from being able to fight a blessed one, Makoro knew he could hold out until Lord Sigismund or Reverend Mother arrived to help. Are we all fighting a Godi? Titos asked with a hint of fear in his eyes. There was no need to be disbelieving, the fight before him showed that the Red Priest's words were true. Yes, but we also have our God, and besides, gods can't personally interfere in human affairs. Mokoro commented with an indifferent tone, but noticing the concern in the eyes of the four men, 3.5 if you count Tyrion, he added, there's no need to worry, mortals fight mortals and the blessed fight the blessed. Mokoro's words reassured Evirion, they didn't want to fight a god, just the word god was an inconceivable abyss for any mortal. Looking at Sigismund and Jaime's fight, they secretly yearned for such power, after all, who wouldn't want to be stronger? Mokoro paid no more attention to these men and headed towards the Red Legion, which was about to clash with the armies of House Lannister and Baratheon in full force. Kinvara, noticing an opening in Jaime's blows, didn't hesitate to unleash a fiery arrow towards the knight. This was no ordinary fire arrow, it had a large amount of fire built up at the tip, and when it hit the ground, it would explode. Although Sigismund was in range of the explosion, she wasn't worried about him. If there was one thing that was tough, it was Sigismund. The stranger's blessing made Jaime realize the danger just as the arrow was fired at him. However, he couldn't dodge it because the enemy didn't give him a chance to back away briefly. However, he knew which damage was best to take. Either way, he could regenerate. Under Sigismund's surprised eyes, Jaime stopped and let his fist hit him. Confused by the events, the Primarch just watched Jaime fly backwards by his punch, but in an instant, Sigismund knew why Jaime had acted that way. A fiery arrow struck the ground a few meters away from him. The next moment, a missile-like explosion shattered the ground and a fireball with a diameter of a few meters appeared in place of the explosion. Strong, hot winds swept through the room, charring the earth and leaving the air thin, making it difficult to breathe. Sigismund was engulfed by the explosion, but his face remained calm at all times. Perhaps because of Enar's blood, the ritual gave both brothers and Lita a resistance to fire and heat. So even in the face of an explosion capable of reducing a normal person to ashes, he remained calm and composed. When the explosion subsided, Sigismund's figure appeared intact, although that couldn't be said for his armor, which was melted in many places and could barely be called armor at this point. Bloody monster! Jaime commented, seeing the man intact in the face of such a terrifying explosion. Even if it had been him, he would have been seriously injured and wouldn't have been able to move. Is the Red God stronger than the God of the Seven Faces? Jaime asked himself this question more than once during the fight. He was being beaten like a rookie by an army veteran. However, there was no way for Jaime to know that even with the blessing of the gods, his body had to adapt. Sigismund had been going through this process for 3 years and was still in the process of getting stronger. Even if Jaime had help from the God of the Seven Faces, he would still have a period for his body to get stronger. Sigismund ripped off his upper armor, showing off his large, explosive muscles. Anyone could tell that the man was extremely strong from those muscles. I can feel your fear. Sigismund spoke to Jaime for the first time, surprising the Knight of House Lannister and Kingsguard of Robert T. Baratheon. My king taught me that fear erodes your resolve. Sigismund stepped forward. Even in the face of death, remain calm and you will die with honor and glory. Only a true warrior does not fear or feel afraid, even in the face of certain death. Will you die for your king, even if he is untrustworthy? Jaime asked with a sarcastic tone. He had served 2 kings, both terrible kings, neither worthy of being a king, so he had no idea what it was like to serve a true sage. As a young man, he was envious of the royal guards who served Aegon, Jaehaerys, Durin the Young Dragon and Makar. There were many worthy kings to serve, but he had no such luck. Perhaps it was his fate. Even if my king is untrustworthy, I would die for him. He has given me an honorable purpose worth fighting for, even if I sacrifice my life and all the lives of my brothers and sisters on the battlefield. Sigismund didn't hesitate to respond to Jaime's words with a calm and indifferent tone. I see, I envy you. Jaime got into a fighting stance and spoke in an equally calm tone. I'd like to be like you too, but that's impossible. That's why you're a failure as a royal guard. Thank your heretical god that it's me in front of you. If you were Lady Leda Dane, Lady Commander of the Royal Guard, you'd die a very painful death. Sigismund condensed the blue aura in his fists again and spoke with an indifferent tone. Hearing his words, the image of a man with blonde hair and blue eyes flashed through Jaime's mind, the same man he had admired and who had taught him for years. Arthur's niece. Jaime murmured. He had heard that Dawn had a new bearer, who was Arthur Dane's niece, but he hadn't expected the girl to serve as Lady Commander of the Targaryen King's Guard. It's fate. Jaime muttered to himself. For a moment, he thought that dying for Dawn at the hands of Arthur's niece was a fitting death for him, an oath breaker. Indeed, it is fate. Sigismund agreed with Jaime's words and advanced towards the man with a murderous expression. Note, I know some of you are confused, but all the Primarches will appear. In the future Sigismund and Titus will take over the Sardaukar and protect the planet. All the Primarches will appear in the future. As for Alice Sane, it was my mistake. I had the idea of making her Primarch, but that was at the beginning of the fanfic, but that won't happen anymore. She'll be regent and doesn't need to be a Primarch. I hope I've resolved some of your doubts. Discount coupon for Patreon, 9A241 35%. Read Read and advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 168, Chapter 168, War of the Four Kings, 15, Burned by the Fire of God. Kinvara, Reverend Mother of the Faith of the God Emperor. Sigismund and Jaime's fight continued, and the longer it went on, the more the Primarch noticed that his enemy's movements were becoming more and more refined. He knew that Jaime was a genius with a sword, but seeing the rate of his growth was quite surprising. The man had adapted to his own strength while being beaten by him and was getting better and better all the time. Jaime, sensing an opening in Sigismund's position, sharpened his gaze and with one swift stroke of his sword, left a long line of blood running from his enemy's waist to his shoulder. Blood splashed into the air before falling to the ground. Sigismund stepped back and looked at the wound on his body. After undergoing the king's blood ritual, it was the first time in 3 years that he had actually been wounded. It reminded him of when he hadn't met Enar yet. In those days he bled daily. The fight for food was cruel, especially for 2 thin and weak teenagers, so breaking a nose or being beaten to the point of spitting up blood clots was quite normal in his day-to-day life, but all that changed with Enar's arrival. He and Titus no longer had to starve or fight for food. A bed, a house, food, and a badge, a nobleman's life was given to them in a single day. He had only one obligation, to be loyal to the end to his king. He accepted that, from the moment he left that alley, his life was to fulfill the purpose that Enar wanted. Nothing more and nothing less. Touching the blood in his body, Sigismund became abnormally cold, his brown eyes especially calm. Go ahead. He murmured. A blue aura burning like a furious flame covered the entire length of his arm. In an instant, Sigismund disappeared from where he was and reappeared in front of Jaime. His speed was so fast that even with the stranger's blessing, Jaime didn't react when his enemy's punch hit his head. Half of Jaime's head was deformed, his originally handsome face was ruined in an instant, blood splattered violently on the floor. Sigismund didn't stop and simply ripped off one of his arms, as if he were tearing off a banana peel. However, what surprised Sigismund was that even with all these injuries, Jaime's body began to regenerate at an abnormally high rate. Kinvara took advantage of the moment when Jaime was regenerating and shot 3 arrows. One hit his heart, the second arrow hit his left eye and the third and final arrow hit his head, piercing his brain. As the arrows were fire, Jaime's whole body was covered in flames. Arg! A painful, Agonizing roar spread throughout the battlefield. His cry of pain sent shivers down the spine of everyone present. They couldn't even imagine the pain that could make a man scream on such a scale. Jaime had never felt such pain in his life. Being burnt alive even seemed ironic. He was the man who had saved King's Landing from being blown up by Aerys' orders. But here he was, suffering the punishment for saving 500,000 people. Kevan Lannister, Jaime's uncle and Tywin's younger brother, staring in horror at his nephew being burned alive by the Red Witch, didn't hesitate to separate 5,000 men and march towards the monster fight. Although he didn't know why Jaime had become so powerful overnight, he did know that he had to save the heir his brother held most dear. Save Jaime and get back to the castle. Kevan shouted to the most loyal soldiers of House Lannister. He gripped his spear and didn't hesitate to move towards Sigismund. "I'll give them a dignified death," Sigismund said as he looked at the 5,000 men marching towards him. Despite being burned alive and kept alive by the blessing of the seven-faced god, Jaime could still see his surroundings. When he saw his uncle approaching to save him, Jaime wanted to shout for everyone to back off, as they were no match for a monster like Sigismund, but his vocal cords were being burnt out at that moment, making it impossible for him to speak. It was even a miracle that he was able to see with his eyes practically being cooked. Accumulating strength in his hands, Sigismund grabbed the horse's head and simply smashed it, spraying blood all around. Then he killed the rider as one would kill a chicken, breaking his neck. He continued the massacre with indifference and brutality. What was happening wasn't a fight. Normal people facing an Adeptus Asteroutes was no different to defenseless cattle, let alone a Primarch. Kinvara didn't stand still either. She couldn't be as strong as Sigismund or Jaime, but she was a witch. Her specialty was magic and attacking from long range. The Reverend Mother looked like a goddess of fire, controlling the flames around her, and with a flick of her wrist, a wave of flames advanced towards the 5,000 men and horses before her. There was no feeling of mercy towards normal people. She was over 200 years old. Compassion, benevolence and other things had been diluted over the course of more than 2 centuries of existence. Even her feelings were almost nil. The only thing that could make her emotions active was her God and no one else. So, watching so many people being burnt alive by her hands made her feel absolutely nothing in her mind, as if it was totally normal to watch people being burnt alive as she was doing right now. "Monster, die!" Kevan made his horse leap into the flames and shouted loudly, his lance pointed at Sigismund, and the man didn't hesitate to ride towards the huge man in front of him. However, before he could even get loose to Sigismund, Kinvara fired another fiery arrow, hitting him in the neck in an instant. Kevan's eyes widened as he felt his life flash before him. He was thrown from his horse and fell heavily to the ground, scorched by the flames. Blood dripped from his mouth as the fire from the arrow began to burn his entire body. Looking at Jaime being burned alive and still alive, Kevan didn't care about the mind-blowing pain he was feeling and spoke with extreme difficulty. "Back off." Although the war had just begun, he knew that if the entire army was left without the protection of the walls, the army would be wiped out in front of these 2 magical monsters. He couldn't allow something like that to happen. The army was the final strength of House Lannister and Baratheon. Losing these 2 armies would end the war before it began. Jaime certainly knew his uncle's intentions, but he didn't want to. The blessing of the seven-faced god had practically changed Jaime's mindset. He felt extremely sick at the thought of retreating, even in the face of the difference in military power between them. However, at the last moment, the image of his son and daughters brought him out of his state for a moment. Looking at the battlefield, Jaime's charred, regenerating face grew tense. Both armies had just faced each other and were in the process of colliding, where the soldiers on the front lines killed as many enemy soldiers as possible, before both armies retreated to catch their breath. Looking at Sigismund, who, while slaughtering the Lannister soldiers, was focusing on him, Jaime smiled helplessly, the monsters in front of him not letting their guard down even though they were superior in terms of combat power. Fortunately, Even at a slight disadvantage, the war could go on for months or years, as long as these two monsters didn't intervene in the war. Should something like that happen, he can see that the armies of House Lannister and Baratheon didn't last a week against these two monsters. Since you've blessed me, give me more power to deal with these monsters. Jaime muttered, looking up towards the sky. In that place, he could feel a gaze upon him. He knew it was the god of the seven faces looking down on him at all times. With Jaime's words, he felt the power inside him grow even stronger. The flames that were devouring his body were extinguished in the face of this power. Jaime couldn't help but let out a comfortable moan at the spiritual pleasure he was feeling. Kinvara couldn't help but flash a mischievous smile as she felt the divine power hovering in the air. She pulled out a menacing-looking black dagger and muttered, "Let's begin. Discount coupon for Patreon, 9A241 35%. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 169, Chapter 169, War of the Four Kings, 16, Don't we pray for you? Don't we pray for you every night? Our souls and faith are yours. Then why don't you save us from this hell? The thoughts of a soldier covered in blood on the battlefield. Of course, Sigismund and Kinvara knew that the god of the seven faces would intervene again when his blessed one was losing. This was a crucial battle for the future of the continent. This battle would determine whether the Red Faith would attack or defend itself. In the king's words, this battle would determine the course of their next actions, and by the king's orders, they had to attack. The longer the war dragged on, the more danger would accumulate over time. So, Kinvara had orders to shake the soldiers' faith in the god of the seven faces, let the world see for the first time the cruelty and indifference of the gods towards humans. Holding the black dagger, Kinvara didn't hesitate to use his magic. The black dagger began to glow with a crimson radiance. "My soldiers, receive my blessing." Inar's voice resounded across the battlefield, a red light spreading like waves above the army of House Targaryen. Wherever this red light touched, wounds were healed, fatigue ceased to exist, and the soldiers seemed to have infinite endurance. What happens when believers catch a glimpse of a true miracle? They become fanatics. Unlike the gods who had to accumulate faith in order to survive, and only used divine power when they really needed it. Inar had no qualms. He wasn't a god and didn't need faith, so he could use his power without any fear. In the eyes of the gods, spending divine energy to heal a mortal was totally pointless. Humans were short-lived beings. While one died, 2 more could be born. So, no miracles had really happened in the 6,000-year history of the faith of the seven. But at that moment, the god of the Red Faith manifested himself and blessed his soldiers in the eyes of all without hiding anything. Something gods wouldn't even think of doing. To make humans believe in them, mystery was something extremely necessary. Only when something is mysterious and full of horror can it make humans fear it. The soldiers of House Targaryen, seeing a true miracle, only felt that the god they believed in was looking down on them at that moment. Honor, glory and excitement brought the army's already high morale to a whole new level. Although morale is something invisible, it could be seen when an army was truly united, because soldiers who weren't afraid of death were the scariest thing for their enemies. To die. The soldiers of House Targaryen believed that if they died, the golden gates of heaven were open to them. Life and death made no difference to these people. In life they would give their lives so that Inar's purpose would be realized. In death they would serve their God in heaven and live eternally in the kingdom of God, just as the Bible said would happen. So there was no fear in the soldiers. They attacked their enemies with incomparable ferocity. Even if one was pierced by a spear, the soldier would kill 2 enemy soldiers before he died. Makoro was even more brutal. The man of almost 2 meters looked incomparable from the battlefield. his great sword cut through the soldiers of House Lannister like a vegetable. At one point, after the miracle happened, the war became a real holy war. The Red Legion and the Sardok Arjust wanted to defeat their enemies and spread their faith to these unfaithful men full of sins. As Sigismund had said before, they were allowed to shed the blood of their enemies in the name of the king. Jaime, seeing this, felt that things had gotten out of hand a long time ago. He looked up expecting the same miracle from the god of Stephen faces, but after 10 minutes of waiting, he smiled, but his smile was full of helplessness and a touch of sadness. Staring at his uncle's charred body, completely lifeless, Jaime closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he advanced madly towards House Targaryen's army. He knew he had to show strength or all the soldiers might simply disperse without caring about their lords. If that happened, Jaime might as well retreat to Casterly Rock and leave the Riverlands totally defenseless, like a helpless maiden before a man 2 meters tall. However, as soon as he took a step forward, Jaime found himself facing Sigismund again. This is your god. He sees people suffering and he remains indifferent to their suffering. Listening to Sigismund's voice, Jaime remained indifferent, despite still being brainwashed by the blessing he had received. He had been taught from childhood by his father that religion is just a tool to control peasants and foolish lords, like Hoster Tully. So, although Sigismund's words made him slightly angry, he almost retorted by saying that he hadn't believed in the faith and the gods for a long time, but in the sight of the gods, he hadn't dared to speak such blasphemous words. Even though he didn't know the god of the 7 faces very well, he knew that the gods liked to punish, and if he said something that displeased him at that moment, he didn't know the consequences he would have to bear. What surprised Sigismund and Kinvara was that instead of focusing on Sigismund, Jaime simply turned away from the Primarch and continued running towards the army. Sigismund didn't need to be a genius to know that Jaime wanted to take their battlefield to the battlefield where armies clashed with violence and brutality. However, even if they had known this, both of them had no way of stopping Jaime, because if they stood still, Jaime would attack the army and kill any soldiers who dared to stand in front of him. At the same time, if they ran to catch up with Jaime, both of them would still fight Jaime in the midst of all the soldiers. So there was no choice, it was either watch Jaime massacre their soldiers or fight Jaime in the middle of the war with dozens of people around them. Sigismund would be at a disadvantage and Kinvara even more so, as her attacks couldn't differentiate between friend and foe. Kinvara didn't expect Jaime to drop his pride and run off to fight normal mortal soldiers. She wanted to slap herself for believing in something as stupid as the pride of men. But that couldn't be her fault. In the 200 years of her existence, she had rarely taken part in conflicts. When Jaime saw Sigismund and Kinvara following him, the knight's lips quirked up in a cold, malicious smile. He had already done even more shameful things, which was to put his pride aside once again. Jaime invaded the Red Legion without any hesitation. He was like a wolf entering a crowd of sheep. Every time his sword swung, a life was taken. Just as Sigismund did with the soldiers of House Lannister, Jaime did the same with the soldiers of House Targaryen. Remembering the death of his uncle, who died to save him, Jaime's movements were even more ruthless. There was no hesitation in them. Indeed, the man slaughtered dozens of soldiers in just under 30 seconds. The massacre finally stopped when a black man with white hair and beard appeared in front of him. The man was very tall and wore red armor. With a flick of his fingers, griffins of fire attacked Jaime with ferocity. Jaime was surprised by the attack, but then flashed a cold smile. Compared to the witch, who had almost killed him with her flames, the flames of the black man in front of him were almost like the flames of a candle, totally ineffective against him. Makoro certainly knew this, and unlike Kinvara's inexperience, the Red Priest had 100 years of experience in battle. He earned the Black Flame epithet because of the countless conflicts he took part in and then set people on fire. The fire griffins didn't attack certain parts of the body, they attacked Jaime's eyes. Jaime was taken aback by the attack, but as a veteran of countless battles, he knew almost immediately of Makoro's intentions. Showing a keen eye, the knight dodged the griffins, moved to the side and landed a blow on Makoro. With Jaime's strength, the sword turned into a real killing weapon. It cut through Makoro's own red armor with an ease that surprised the Black Flame. As the creator of his armor and all the soldiers of the Red Legion and the Sardaukar, he knew very well how good the armor was, especially his own, which was made by him personally. So he was surprised when his armor proved ineffective against Jaime's sword. But Makoro didn't have time to think any further. The sword tore through his armor and gave him a relatively deep wound, about 3 centimeters deep. However, the moment the sword tore through his chest, Makoro used his left hand to spurt an incredible amount of flame into Jaime's face. Discount coupon for Patreon, 9A240 135%. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 170, Chapter 170, War of the Four Kings, 17, All gods will bow to humanity or perish before me. Enar I Targaryen, God Emperor of the Empire of Mankind. Jaime didn't expect Makoro to actually attack him at that moment. By the time he realized what was happening, the flames were already burning his face fiercely, including his eyes. Without eyes, he could only use his other senses to fight, but in the midst of hundreds of thousands of men fighting, smell, touch and hearing were extremely chaotic. Taking a step back, blind Jaime tried to locate himself, but it was useless. He was in the middle of hundreds of thousands of people. It was impossible to use his other senses at this point. Just as Jaime was desperately trying to locate himself, Sigismund and Kinvara arrived in front of him. Good work, Makoro. Kinvara spoke with a cold smile. The black dagger seemed to tremble, as if he was anxious about what was happening. My god has words for you, heretic god. Kinvara said and didn't hesitate to plunge the blade into Jaime's heart. Sinking the blade into his flesh, she continued speaking, saying the same words that Enar wanted to say to the god of the seven faces. This is punishment for daring to intervene in this war. All the gods will bow to humanity. The dagger began to glow, a crimson glow even more powerful than Enar's blessing a moment ago manifested itself in the middle of the army. But instead of spreading out, the red light formed a pillar of light piercing the skies like a spear of light. Both armies stopped fighting and watched the scene in complete shock. Kinvara didn't care about the soldiers' reaction and just looked up, waiting to see the result of her king's conspiracy. It was the first time she had actually attacked a god. There was thrill and excitement in her eyes. Only her king was so bold to hurt a god when he was just a mortal. The result of the conspiracy appeared before her. A gigantic being wearing a 7-colored tunic appeared in the sky. Others couldn't see it, but she could see it perfectly. At the heart of the gigantic being, a black dagger could be seen emanating a crimson light. A groan of pain seemed to echo in the void, before it quickly disappeared as if it had never existed in the first place. Kinvara couldn't help but smile, her eyes showing nothing but pure fanaticism. The king had done it. He had seriously wounded a god. The obsidian dagger was a sacrificial tool used by the dragon lords when they wanted to sacrifice slaves to the dragon gods. According to the king, he had just changed the dagger's purpose a little and made a few adjustments. This gave rise to a weapon embedded with a gigantic amount of energy from the warp. Such energy, which was extremely lethal if not used correctly, was transformed into a weapon truly capable of wounding a god. Of course, such was the assumption before. Now Kinvara was sure that the king had created a weapon capable of wounding a deity. The god of the seven faces, in a dimension no mortal had ever set foot in, looked at the dagger in his chest with a shocked, horrified look of pure terror. How many years had he not felt the shadow of death? The last time was almost 300 years ago, when the dragon god of death, Balerion, had gone mad with the destruction of Valeria and killed countless gods. If it hadn't been for his quick thinking, he might have been just another of the gods killed by Balerian's madness. However, he felt the same feeling, an intense cold capable of killing him. The most horrible thing was that the energy inside the dagger was constantly trying to devour his divine energy and pollute him. Even now, the god of the seven faces began to hear whispers full of seduction, temptation, and charm. "Damn cattle, how dare you threaten me?" The words came out of his lips like a snarl as his eyes traveled infinite distances and fell on the young man with white gold hair and purple eyes. At that moment, the young man raised his wine glass towards him, a smile on his lips. That smile only infuriated the god of the seven faces even more. Just as he was about to personally descend into the human world, possessing the body of a human, he stopped. A gigantic figure wearing a long red robe appeared before him. Just like his robe, his hair and eyes were red. Arhillar. The god of the seven faces showed a touch of fear in front of the extremely old deity. "Get out of my way." Arhillar gave the god of the seven faces no respect and simply ordered with a warm tone, like a gentle flame. The god of the seven faces certainly knew that there was no gentleness in his voice, only an incredible murderous feeling in it. Snorting coldly, the god of the seven faces said nothing and disappeared without even trying to fight. Not that he was afraid of Arhillar, but gods don't usually fight each other. The consumption of divine power used in a battle was gigantic, only old gods like Arhillar and the great other dared to use so much divine power. Besides, with his injury, the god of the seven faces knew that the most important thing was to quickly get rid of the warp's corruption. He knew exactly what fate awaited him if he let the corruption corrupt his soul. He would become a warp demon. Arhillar no longer cared about the god of the seven faces and looked at Enar calmly sipping wine. As if noticing his gaze, the boy looked at him with cold purple eyes. "I'm waiting for your plans to come to fruition, Enar." Arhillar commented with a warm and gentle tone, totally different from the tone he used with the god of the seven faces. "I'm really looking forward to the future you're planning." He spoke before focusing on the huge figure that appeared on the horizon. A giant being wearing ice armor and carrying a battle axe. He had blue skin, eyes, and hair. From a distance he looked like a frost giant, but it wasn't the cold that surrounded his figure, but the aura of death and decay. "Great Other." Arhillar spoke with a cold tone and with a wave of his hand, a golden spear appeared in his hand. Arhillar was not surprised by the arrival of his old enemy, both of whom had been fighting for hundreds of thousands of years. Enar, who was still in the valley, looked at the scene with a cold gaze. The battle of the gods might be something that few had the pleasure of seeing, but he saw it every day. There was nothing that surprised him about the fight. However, remembering the previous events, Enar couldn't help but show a look of regret. It was part of the plan to force the god of the seven faces down into the world possessing a mortal body, but the plan failed with Arhillar's meddling. Putting away the obsidian dagger, Enar smiled. Despite the plan's failure, he finally had a way of dealing with the gods. A weapon capable of harming divine beings. This was just the first step towards the rise of the empire of mankind. Humans didn't need gods. Enar was enough for humanity to worship. Submission or death, there is no other choice for the gods. Enar murmured with a glint in his eye. Humanity will rise up under the bodies of his murderers. The show will begin. Enar glanced at the figure sneaking into Ares' castle. A playful look appeared on Enar's face. He felt rather pleased at the arrival of the play's lead actor, coming at such an opportune moment. Returning to the battlefield at Harrenhal, Jaime, who had suffered even more, let out a loud roar. "Fall back to the castle." Jaime's voice rang out across the battlefield. At that moment, he just wanted to retreat in order to get organized and fight again another day. However, he was expecting resistance from Kinvara and Sigismund, but to his surprise, even when the army gradually retreated, the enemy army didn't attack. The second part of the plan. Kinvara whispered to Sigismund, who just nodded. Break people's faith and let them believe that our king is the Messiah who will save humanity from the wars of death. Kinvara smiled and spoke in a gentle tone. She watched the enemy army retreat and didn't seem worried. Jaime would die, the man just didn't know when. But he couldn't die now, at least not at this moment, when he was serving as a bridge to the God of the Seven Faces. However, Jaime's death will still happen on this battlefield. As they had said before, Jaime will not leave Harrenhal alive. Read more than advanced CH chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 171, Chapter 171, War of the Four Kings, 18, Victory is victory, regardless of the means used. Tywin Lannister, Lord of Casterly Rock and Guardian of the West. Watching the army retreat towards the walls, Planetos and Raymond approached Sigismund and Kinvara. The expressions on their faces still showed shock and disbelief. There was no way not to feel that way after witnessing what had just happened. "Are we going to let them retreat, milady?" Planetos asked with a still confused tone. He looked at the woman and man before him with a touch of fear. He had personally seen the fight between Jaime, Sigismund, and Kinvara. How could he not feel fear in the face of two beings who could kill him at will? "Yes, the fight has just begun," Kinvara said. "Jaime Lannister will die at Harrenhal, but not now." Looking at Planetos and Raymond, Kinvara spoke with a warm tone. "From now on, by the king's orders, the faith of the Seven is forbidden to be preached in the Seven Kingdoms." Planetos was indifferent to the woman's words. House Blackwood follows the old gods, it didn't matter what happened to the faith of the Seven. However, he was an intelligent man, knowing that the faith of the Seven would not be tolerated in the future. He also knew that the faith of the old gods would not be tolerated either. "Reverend Mother, whom should the people worship?" Planetos asked with a serious tone. Since he was on the king's side, he might as well take the king's side completely. Kinvara looked at Planetos with a look full of appreciation. She really liked working with intelligent men. "The God Emperor of mankind." The Reverend Mother spoke with a gentle tone full of respect. Planetos' expression changed dramatically when he heard Kinvara's words. "Humanity doesn't need gods, only your grace is enough." Kinvara spoke again with a reverent tone. Although the words were contradictory due to the fact that she had faith in Arhilar, in her eyes, Arhilar and Enar were the same being, so she felt nothing wrong in speaking such words. Planetos made an extremely quick decision. He knelt before Kinvara and spoke with a reverent tone. House Blackwood had followed the king in everything. Since the faith of the Emperor of mankind is the only God, I, House Blackwood and my vassals have followed the new God. Honestly, he wasn't that reluctant to accept the new religion. He had personally seen the miracle on the battlefield and even received the miracle himself. Instead of believing in gods who didn't care about him, he might as well believe in the God Emperor of mankind. Kinvara looked at the man kneeling before her with a smile on her lips. "God thanks you for your devotion and will not forget you, Lord Blackwood." Planetos knew he had entered the heart of Enar's government with Kinvara's words. He couldn't help but feel happy. He finally saw his chance to destroy House Bracken. If House Blackwood joined House Targaryen, House Bracken will not join House Targaryen, and destruction awaits this ancient royal lineage. At the thought of House Bracken dying out in his generation, Planetos' mood was so happy that he smiled. When he died, he would be able to tell his ancestors that he had destroyed the odious House Bracken. Seeing his expression, Kinvara remained indifferent. She was a woman of 200 years, she knew very well that nobles and important houses only had interests in their eyes, anything else was irrelevant in the eyes of these noble houses. But that didn't matter to Kinvara, as long as these noble houses allowed the preaching of the God Emperor of moisture to the peasants, she could give power to these nobles. Raymond hesitated for a moment. Although the miracle was impactful, he had followed the faith of the Seven for decades, Asking him to change the faith he had believed in and prayed to for decades was somewhat difficult, but thinking about the continuity of his house, he made the decision quickly. As a qualified lord, the survival of House Dari was the most important thing, even if he was forced to betray his own faith. I am willing to follow the faith of the Emperor of Mankind, priestess. Raymond spoke with a serious tone, looking at the woman before him with a touch of fear and reverence. Kinvara nodded, satisfaction showing on her beautiful face. Lost lambs have returned to the fold, God will be pleased. There's nothing happier for a preacher than to see her religio and growing and receiving new believers. Especially believers who believed in other gods. It just showed that her religion was better than other religions. Let's regroup, we'll attack Harrenhal with the cannons, the enemy can't sleep tonight. Sigismund Finn ally spoke, looking at Oberyn and Tyrion, who had just arrived. Yes, my lord. After seeing what Sigismund could do, neither Oberyn nor Tyrion dared show any casualness in the face of a monster capable of slaughtering thousands of people in a few minutes. They both saw what happened to the men of House Lannister when they attacked Sigismund. Sigismund didn't mind the respectful tone of both men, he didn't want to earn the respect of others, that respect belonged only to the king and no one else. Let's begin. Sigismund ordered and walked towards the camp of House Targaryen's army. Everyone followed Sigismund and arrived at the main tent where Visenya, Rhaenys, Arianne, and the Sand Snakes were waiting. That was shorter than I expected. Visenya commented when she saw the people entering the main tent. She looked at Titus and Sigismund with a clear expression of displeasure. She was still unhappy about not fighting alongside the soldiers. It was a victory. Sigismund answered the queen with a calm and respectful tone. Yes, in his eyes, it really was a victory. The god of the seven faces had been wounded to the point of having to retreat. If that wasn't considered a victory, he didn't know what else could be considered winning. Visenya's expression relaxed at Sigismund's words. Although she was still dissatisfied with previous events, she was genuinely happy with House Targaryen's victory. This will only boost the army's morale and make the still undecided noble houses turn towards House Targaryen again. What happened? I heard a painful moan a moment ago, it sounded like it came from my own mind. Rhaenys was also happy about House Targaryen's victory, but she couldn't help wondering what had happened on the battlefield. Kinvara didn't hesitate to talk about the conspiracy that Enar had planned, and when he finished speaking, all but Titus, Sigismund, and Kinvara showed shocked expressions. We've really managed to hurt a god. Visenya muttered with a still incredulous expression at Kinvara's words. Enar's plan could no longer be described as heresy, it was complete blasphemy. If this plan was leaked to the peasants, she could imagine that there would be revolts everywhere, especially in the fiefdoms where the house nobles were especially devoted to the faith of the Seven. Don't worry, my queen. Kinvara certainly knew the consequences of Enar's plans. Unlike King Jaehaerys, the king does not plan to have any peaceful relationship with the faith of the Seven. My purpose on this continent is nothing more than to destroy the faith of the Seven. She continued, speaking with a cold tone. It's best to kill all the fanatics and deeply devout before indoctrinating the less devout. That will greatly reduce the difficulty of indoctrinating people. When she finished speaking, Titos and Raymond looked at Kinvara with fear. The woman had decreed the death of hundreds of thousands of people with an indifferent expression. How could that not make them afraid? Visenya and Rhaenys felt sad for these people, but this was a war for reconquest, and like any subversion of the state, the foundation for building a new order is hundreds of thousands or even millions of human lives. Just don't kill too many innocent people, try to indoctrinate them before you kill them. Visenya said with a sigh. My queen is very worried. Although the fanatics have to be killed, the believers who deeply adored the faith of the Seven can be saved. In the face of true miracles, even the strongest faith can crumble. Kinvara commented with a laugh, noting the expression of pity on the queen's face. Visenya showed a more relaxed expression listening to the Reverend Mother's words. Although, as she said, the fantastic ones must be killed, other people had the chance to change their beliefs. Even if the chance was small, saving a few thousand or tens of thousands of people was a very good thing. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 172, Chapter 172, The Reconquest of Ari. The actors are ready, let's start the show. Enar Targaryen, looking at the majestic castle on the mountain. Enar looked away from the battlefield of Harrenhal, the smile on his lips could not be more hidden. The black dagger was just a test, but he himself hadn't expected it to be so successful as to cause such significant injuries to the god of the seven faces. However, Enar knew that this method would only work when the god in question gave his blessing to a mortal or the god himself possessed a human, thus creating a bridge between the mortal and the divine, allowing the attack to reach the god's divine body. At the same time, the dragon glass black dagger was not so easy to make, especially the runes that had to be written on the extremely fragile obsidian material. In years, only 3 had been successfully made, which showed how delicate Enar had to be when writing the runes. However, the residential ults of the test were more than satisfactory, they were exquisite. The god of the seven faces would have to retreat to heal, although he didn't know how long the god of the seven faces would need to recover. This time gained was something to be pleased about. Not only did he have to lead with the cold god in front of him, he also had to guard against being stabbed in the back by the god of the seven faces. Enar had to be cautious when it came to these 2 gods. Especially when it came to the final outcome of the battle, where the gods could go mad and use everything they had to defeat him. Facing a mad god and a rational god were 2 completely different things. Even Enar didn't want to fight a god who was determined to die with him. So when the final battle took place, Enar had to ensure that both gods were seriously injured, to the point that they fell into a deep sleep to recover from their injuries. "I'm weak," Enar muttered. If he was strong enough, he could have reached the dimension where gods existed and killed the god of the seven faces directly, without bothering to make plans and conspiracies. Unfortunately, Enar was far from being able to kill a god with his own power, but that didn't discourage him. Humans hunted mammoths not by force, but by intelligence and making plans. Enar was merely imitating the ancient humans by creating plans to kill a prey much stronger and larger than the humans themselves. "Lita." Enar put the wine glass back on the table and spoke. At the same moment, the extremely tall woman with pale blonde hair and grey eyes, wearing light white armor, entered the room. Enar spoke with a smile. "Let's start the show, all the actors have arrived and the stage is ready. Let's go to the Ari." Leeton noticed that the king was in a good mood, even overjoyed, although she didn't know what had happened to make him so happy. She didn't bother to think about why and obeyed Enar's orders. "Yes, my king." With Enar's orders, the northern army, which was already anxious to return to Tehi Riverlands, advanced towards Houseren's headquarters. Harald Arryn, the new Lord of the Vale, Eddard Stark, Lord of the North, and Enar I Targaryen, King of the Seven Kingdoms were in the front line. All 3 had the highest status at the moment, but Leeton knew that Harald was unlikely to enter the center of power at Enar's court. Not for lack of ability, but she herself knew that Enar wanted to decentralize the power of the nobles and would accept trained commoners as members of his new government. Putting too many nobles in the court was tantamount to the king's power being thrown to the nobles. Although Enar was confident of controlling the nobles with dragons, he wasn't stupid enough to allow such a thing to happen at his court. It was better to be safe so that something like this didn't happen, so Leeton knew that Harald was just a dog with a high status in her eyes. However, Harald's high status was still very useful in keeping the valley's vassals under control and calm. How strange, at that moment we would be attacked by the hill clans. Harald commented when he saw that they hadn't been attacked even after half a day's travel. This was unprecedented for him, as even he had been attacked while traveling through the Vale. Eddard looked at Enar and Leda. He still remembered how they both looked after returning from the attack by the Hill clan. Leda was fine, without a drop of blood, but Enar was practically drenched in blood, as if he had dived into a lake of blood. The Lord of the North could imagine what had happened to the Hill clans. They had all been killed by Enar and Leda. The problem that had always plagued the lords of the valley had been solved in less than half a day. If this was known, he could imagine the reaction of suspicion and disbelief if they heard that Enar and Leda had massacred the Hill clans. "We're here." Eddard didn't speak to resolve Harold's doubts and spoke, looking up at the majestic castle, almost as if it had been built in the bowels of the mountain itself. "The Aerie." Harold looked at the castle as if he were seeing a beautiful naked woman before him. This was the most impenetrable castle in the Seven Kingdoms. Even compared to Harrenhal, the Aerie was not inferior to the legendary castle. That same castle would be his home, then his children's homes, and then his children's children's homes. "How are we going to get in?" Maej, Lady of Bear Island, asked, looking at the castle. She couldn't imagine how they could conquer a seemingly impenetrable castle. Just as Visenya conquered the Aerie almost 300 years ago. Enar commented in a calm, deep tone. Even with an elite army like the Northerners, he knew it was impossible to conquer the seat of House Arryn. The very road that led to the castle couldn't accommodate more than 300 soldiers, so how could a mere 300 soldiers conquer what was considered the most impenetrable castle in the Seven Kingdoms? So Enar didn't plan to use the soldiers to attack the castle. He and Leda would conquer Tehi Castle personally. Under everyone's shocked eyes, Caraxes landed on the ground with a loud, heavy thud. His huge body made everyone dare not look at the Crimson Dragon. Although he had seen the dragon flying high, Harold couldn't help but swallow dry. He felt real terror at seeing the Crimson Beast so close to him. The beast was so close that he could feel the heat emanating from the creature and the sulfur in the air. Honestly, he really wished that such beasts had never existed in the world. This was not a power that humans should control. However, even if he were 100 times bolder, he could never utter such words, especially with Enar by his side. Although he doubted that Enar would kill him, he didn't want to be punished and sidelined at court in the future because he said something he shouldn't have. "Brother, let's fly for a moment, let the people in that castle see your majestic figure." Enar spoke in High Valyrian to Caraxes, who just let out a lazy guttural growl. As one of the most powerful beings in the world, the dragon seemed too lazy to care about such small ants. Enar and Leda climbed into the saddle, and under everyone's gaze, the dragon took a few steps forward and spread its colossal wings, which seemed to cover the sky with their wingspan. Caraxes was almost 90 meters long, not counting his tail. To support such a body in the air, the dragon's wings were 3 times the size of his body, making his wings really big and having a great impact on people's minds. Enar felt Leda's body shudder with the loud beats of the dragon's wings. He couldn't help but smile amusedly. The woman who could take on entire armies without fear was actually trembling at the altitude. Which made him realize that overcoming fears was really something he had to do for his subordinates, especially those who were close to him. These weaknesses could not be exploited by his enemies. At the same time, Enar was already thinking about the training that his soldiers and even his sons and daughters would go through. He wouldn't raise spoiled boys and girls. His sons and daughters would be real men and women, not arrogant, vain princes and princesses. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 173, Chapter 173, The Reconquest of Aerie. 2, sometimes even the puppeteer finds himself controlled under wires. Varys, the spider. Looking at the gigantic crimson dragon landing on the most impenetrable castle in the Seven Kingdoms, Petyr Baelish, Robert Baratheon's former master of coin, flashed the most sincere and gentle smile he could muster at that moment. Even though he knew such a scene would happen, seeing such an intrusion into the castle still left him with a deep bitter taste in his mouth. All the effort, all the sweat and blood, all the conspiracy, all vanished the moment Enar appeared. Faced with a true dragon capable of reducing any city to ashes, his conspiracies were nothing more than the plans of children. There was no way to fight it, the other side could kill him the moment they felt it necessary, and he could do absolutely nothing but beg for mercy and pray to the gods that he would survive yet another dangerous situation. For some reason, Petyr remembered a phrase from Varys: Lord Baelish must beware of ambition. The greater the ambition, the greater the fall. Foolish eunuch, but his words have some truth in them. Petyr muttered as he watched the dragon land in the castle courtyard. Obviously, the courtyard was nowhere near big enough to accommodate a dragon, so only the upper part of the dragon entered the courtyard while the lower part was resting on the castle walls. Honestly, it was a truly terrifying sight. Just imagine a monster the size of a hill appearing in your backyard. My love, what are we going to do? Hearing the female voice next to him, Petyr looked at the woman next to him. Petyr could still remember Lysa's appearance when she was younger, a pretty girl, slender and high-breasted in her youth, dimpled and delicate. But because of too many pregnancies, miscarriages, and stillbirths, she had become overweight. Despite being 2 years younger than her sister Catelyn, Lysa looks 10 years older, her face has become pale and puffy, and now she paints and dusts it. Although Lysa uses scents to smell sweeter, she can't completely hide the sour, milky smell. Remembering the beautiful, shy young girl in his teens and seeing the woman in front of him, Petyr's gray-green eyes showed a hint of disgust. Catelyn was beautiful and young even after 6 children, but Lysa was the opposite. With each failed pregnancy, she became uglier. However, even though he wanted to kill his wife now and take over the Vale as regent, he knew it was impossible. It might have been possible before, but after Enar's arrival, Robert and Lysa would be locked away in a smaller, irrelevant castle they'd stayed in all their lives. Enar couldn't care less about both of them, but the new Lord of the Vale would never allow mother and son to leave the Vale or even have the chance to rebel with help from other noble houses in the Vale. As an intelligent man, Petyr knew that this was the best fate for Lysa and Robert, but he himself thought that it was unlikely to happen. A mysterious accident could solve all the new Lord of the Vale's problems. Nothing's going to happen, darling. Despite his thoughts, Petyr didn't dare show any dissatisfaction towards Lysa. If he wanted to survive, it was Lysa who could make it happen. Petyr was counting on the fact that since Lysa was Catelyn's sister, the king would not kill Lysa for the kindness of growing up under Catelyn's tutelage. Note: I laughed a lot writing that paragraph. If Enar had known Petyr's thoughts, he would have laughed. It was much easier for Petyr to survive by his wits than to trust in the love Enar received from Catelyn. However, how could Petyr know what happened while Enar was growing up in Winterfell? Who would spend resources spying on the life of a mere bastard? So Enar and Catelyn's grudge wasn't known to outsiders. Even the lords of the north who knew about it didn't tell others. After all, Catelyn's treatment of Enar couldn't matter less to them. If such a grudge were known, Hoster Tully might not be able to sleep at night, with all the fear and terror he would feel. Like Petyr, the head of House Tully thought he could simply bend the knee to his relationship with House E. Stark and everything would be fine. But who would have thought that Enar was by far the most exotic king Westeros and the world had ever seen? Enar's revolution was known to no one more than the Kingsguard and the members of House Targaryen themselves. "Let's meet the king, my love." Petyr spoke in a gentle tone and took Lysa's hand, who in turn held the hand of a thin, apparently sickly boy. The boy was small, pale, and so thin that you'd wonder if the wind blew, maybe it would carry him away. He looked so ill that walking seemed exhausting for him. There was a crown on his brown hair. Robert Turin, king of the mountains and the Vale, protector of the realm and guardian of the East. In all honesty, Petyr himself didn't know if Robert was his son or Jonaran's son. Just as Jonaran slept with his wife in King's Landing, Petyr also slept with Lisa on a similar day. So truly knowing whose son Robert was a mystery. However, even if Robert was his son, Petyr felt absolutely nothing towards the boy. Who was about to be forced to give up his titles, crown, fiefdom, and castles. The family of three, surrounded by knights loyal to House Arryn, approached the courtyard, where two extremely tall figures could be seen. Petyr couldn't help but be surprised by the height of the king and the apparently female king's guard. Lita was enormous, over 2 meters tall. Enar was even bigger than her, reaching an incredible 2.5 meters in height. Together with the armor they both wore, the king and the knight looked like colliders of steel. Suddenly, just as Petyr was shaking hands and bowing, Robert's angry voice was heard throughout the courtyard. "Mom, I don't like him. Besides, I want the dragon. Please, Mom. I want the dragon. I want the dragon. I want the dragon." Note, when I wrote Robert Arryn, I imagined the world's most spoiled child. When the young king's angry words and pleas were heard, even though she was mentally stable, Lisa couldn't help but look even paler than she usually did because use of the makeup on her face. As if he understood what Robert had said, Caraxes' eyes fell on the boy, a feeling of fury reflected in the draconic eyes as the crimson dragon moved his huge head towards the insect that had dared to speak to him like that. Caraxes opened its mouth full of sharp teeth as big as daggers, and crimson fire could be seen in the deepest part of the dragon's throat, ready to reduce anything to ashes. Petyr's face changed dramatically as he saw the scene in front of him. Without any hesitation, he pulled Lisa aside and walked away. Lisa didn't even have time to react when the funnel of red flames completely engulfed Robert and all the Knights of the Vale. The young king of the mountain and valley didn't even have the chance to cry out in pain and, together with the Knights of the Valley, was reduced to mere ashes in the blink of an eye. The funnel of flames didn't stop after incinerating the boy king and his entourage, it passed through the entire courtyard and reached the castle, melting a large part of the castle walls. It all happened so fast that Enar didn't have time to calm Caraxes down. Caraxes was his brother, he wasn't a pet as everyone in Westeros thought. A dragon was as intelligent as a human, but unlike humans, dragons' society was simple, they didn't develop writing or anything else out of sheer laziness. If it weren't for Valyria, dragons, who were usually solitary, would never gather in such large groups. But as a thinking creature, the dragon had its own feelings and thoughts. Of course it would be angry at an insect that dared to look at it as an item to be taken or bought. Lita was also surprised by the events, she had never expected that the boy king would dare to speak in front of Enar and ask for Caraxes as if it were a mere item that could be given away at any time. However, Enar and Lita soon heard a cry and scream so agonizing that they both wondered how one being could love another to the point of screaming and crying with such intense and profound feeling. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 17:4, Chapter 174, The Reconquest of Arry, 3, that dagger would be the end and the beginning of a new era, under that blade, the first of many gods died. Enar I Targaryen, looking at the Valyrian steel dagger. Looking at the woman holding only a pair of scorched feet, Enar fell silent. He looked helplessly at Caraxes, who still seemed angry about the previous events. He really hadn't expected things to turn out like this. It was almost as if he was personally watching a Mexican soap opera. However, if you were to ask whether Enar was saddened by Robert Arryn's death, the answer would be a redundant no. Harold would kill the boy any way he could. Harold would have killed the boy anyway in the future, so Enar wasn't sad or angry about the death of the king of the mountains and the valley. The death of such an insignificant person was totally irrelevant to the future. However, Caraxes killing the young king of the mountains and valley was something more complicated. The noble houses of the valley would see it as an indirect threat to them. Even if it was just an accident, no one would believe it. In everyone's eyes, Caraxes was controlled by Enar. Animals had no intelligence, even if those animals were dragons. Letting out a helpless sigh, Anar approached Lisa and spoke with a genuine tone of apology. After all, he wasn't cold enough to mock a mother who had just lost a child. "Lady Lisa, I beg your pardon and I'm sorry for your loss." Just as Enar was about to finish his words of condolence, the red-haired woman became completely enraged. She drew a dagger from her waist and advanced towards Enar. There was a crazed look on the face of the regent of the Valley of Arin. The only thing in her life had died, she just wanted to kill her son's murderer. Die! 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 If there was one thing that mattered to Lisa, it was her own son. The countless miscarriages and stillbirths made her realize how precious her son was. She loved the boy so much that she would practically burn the valley if he so wished. Her son was her obsession, the light in her darkness, the beacon in a cold and dark world. Now that beacon had died. The obsession had turned into pure hatred, a hatred so strong that Enar briefly felt the warp vibrate with the emotions of the woman in front of him. There was only hatred, fury, and resentment bubbling in the chest of Hoster Tully's daughter. Seeing her son die in front of her broke down her last mental defense, driving her completely mad and insane. However, before she could take a step forward, a dagger sliced through Lisa Tully's neck in an instant. The cut was surgical, severing her entire windpipe. The woman looked back in complete shock and disbelief. She looked at Patir holding a Valyrian steel dagger with an inexpressive, lifeless face. Lisa fell to the ground as blood trickled down her neck. The woman convulsed, her body trying to stay alive, but it was impossible with the wound in her neck. In her last moments, she reached out towards what was left of her son's corpse, a pair of scorched feet. In the end, the last glint in her eyes disappeared as her body stopped moving completely, announcing the death of the regent of the Vale of Arin and mother of the king of the mountain and vale, Robert Arin. Watching the scene unfold before him, Enar had to admit, it was quite a show. He hadn't really expected to see such a dramatic and tragedy-filled show. He could even see that stories would be created to tell what happened in this place. Letting out another helpless sigh, Enar's purple eyes fell on Patir Baelish, the murderer of the regent of the Vale. The man killed his own mistress like an old farmer kills a cow. Lita looked at Patir and couldn't hide the disgust in her eyes. She had never seen a man as filthy and disgusting as Patir Baelish, although she knew the man was like that. Seeing it in person made her realize that the man was more disgusting than she had expected. Attacking the king is a crime condemnable to death. Patir spoke with a respectful tone as he smiled gently. He didn't seem bothered that he had killed his own lover with his bare hands. Certainly, but you could have immobilized her, Lord Baelish. Enar certainly didn't believe in a man who could smile kindly after having killed his own mistress. Besides, that dagger is familiar. Enar commented, looking at the delicate Valyrian steel dagger in the former master of coin's hand. Seeing Enar change the subject, Patir was relieved and without any hesitation, he gave the dagger to Enar, who accepted it without a second thought. Looking at the dagger in his hand, Enar stroked the Valyrian steel blade. The dagger of Aegon the Conqueror. Enar murmured as he stroked the blade. He could feel that there were small words written on the blade. The prophecy that Aegon dreamt before he began his conquest of Westeros. Patir was surprised by Enar's words. He hadn't expected the Valyrian steel dagger to belong to Aegon himself. Dagger returned to its rightful owner. Patir fawned over Enar with a smile on his face as he watched the king's reaction for any expression that might indicate displeasure. After years of serving Robert Baratheon, he knew how to talk to a monarch, especially an arrogant one like Robert. Enar didn't respond to Patir's words. He continued to stare at the dagger. he discovered that it was the perfect weapon to attack the Night King and kill the Great Other once and for all. That dagger would be the end and the beginning of a new era. Under that blade, the first of many gods died. Enar murmured in a voice that only he and Lita heard. Stroking the cold blade, he couldn't help but smile. Your gift will be rewarded, Lord Baelish. Enar put the dagger away and spoke, looking at the man before him. Open the castle gates and let my vassals enter the castle. The valley has officially returned to the arms of the Targaryen crown. I will do as you command, your grace. Bowing to the king, Petyr spoke with a gentle, submissive smile. Seeing Petyr's back disappear, without even looking at Lysa Tully's lifeless corpse, Lita's face showed nothing but disgust and contempt for such a man. Your grace, that man is a snake, he'll bite you the moment you let your guard down. Lita couldn't help but say to Enar, she really didn't like this man. I know, but he'll be a good dog to do my dirty work. Enar commented with an amused smile. He had planned to reuse Petyr, but the man had carried all his infamy throughout his rule. Petyr Baelish was perfect for the job, the man was cruel enough and rational enough to know his own status. Lita said nothing more, she was only responsible for protecting Enar, she wasn't his advisor to give an opinion. At the same time, she also knew that Petyr's life at court would certainly not be brilliant. All the bad things the king will do will fall on Petyr's shoulders. Living among the scorn and disdain of the people at court was a fitting fate for a worm like Petyr Baelish. Brynden Tully will want to kill Petyr when he learns the reason for his niece's death. Enar commented, looking at Lysa Tully's lifeless body. Even in death, the woman showed a clear expression of disbelief and incredulity, still unwilling to accept that the man she loved had killed her without any hesitation. If Brynden desires a duel by combat, you are forbidden to represent either side. Enar certainly knew of Lita's dislike of Petyr, so it wasn't hard to guess that the Lady Commander of the Royal Guard might represent Brynden in the fight that might ensue. Lita pouted and looked at her king with a helpless look. Having someone who could see the future by her side was really annoying. Come on, we have to tell them the news of Robert and Lysa's death. Enar said, walking to the castle entrance, leaving Lysa's lifeless body on the ground. At Petyr's request, a servant would take care of the scene in the courtyard. Enar didn't have to worry about Lysa's body and the rest of Robert Arryn's body. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 175, Chapter 175, The Reconquest of Arry. 4, blame fate for dying like this, if it weren't for fate, you'd still be alive. Enar thought, watching the man cut in two before him. Enar was sitting in the seat of the Lords of the Vale, looking at all the vassals before him. The death of Lysa and Robert Arryn had already spread and everyone knew that the king and the king's regent had died moments ago. While Robert died by accident, Lysa died by Petyr's hand. I demand justice for my niece. Brynden shouted as he looked at Petyr with an extremely furious gaze. The Blackfish was about to draw his own sword and kill Petyr on the spot with hardly a care in the world. No one was against his words, every man had the right to avenge his family. Enar himself had the same motive. How could he stop a man from taking revenge on his niece's murderer? The trial by combat will take place. Enar pronounced the sentence. He looked at Petyr and asked, will you represent yourself or will you choose a representative to fight in your place, Lord Baelish? I'll choose a representative. Petyr didn't hesitate to speak his mind. He would never fight a famous knight like Brynden Tully, the Blackfish. Petyr's decision made the northern lords look at the man with contempt. A man who didn't fight his own battles wasn't even considered a man in his own eyes. Eddard and Harold stood side by side, both at the side of the mountain throne looking at everything happening with calm expressions. Harold was so happy that he wanted to laugh, but he didn't dare laugh at such a sad and tragic scene. but inside he was thanking the gods for killing Lisa and Robert without him having to tell them to. Something he would do in the future. As Enar and Petyr had hoped, Harold had never planned to keep them both alive, especially Robert. He would never give others the chance to rebel against him. Robert was too dang earus to be alive and in a castle. The death of Lisa and Robert was like a gift to him, who became the new Lord of the Vale. I choose Lord Eddard of House Stark as my representative. Petyr spoke aloud, oblivious to the looks of contempt he was receiving from the Northmen. Everyone stared in shock at Petyr Baelish, who dared to choose the Lord of the North as his representative, who was impassive in the face of Petyr's summons. When everyone expected him to refuse, the man stepped forward and agreed to be Petyr's representative at the trial by combat. Causing the Northmen to widen their eyes in shock at the sight of their liege stepping forward. I choose myself. Brynden spoke aloud as he drew his sword from its scabbard. The men from the north began tapping their feet on the ground hard, they looked at the Blackfish with admiration. At least someone in House Tully was truly loyal to the family. Eddard drew ice from his scabbard, the Valyrian steel sword coming out of its sheath with a cold, cutting sound, causing the audience to exclaim in admiration. The gates of the moon opened, revealing an abyss beneath the castle. Anyone who fell into it would be crushed when they came into contact with the ground. After all, what killed people from a height was not the fall itself, but the abrupt change in speed. Why did Lord Stark agree to be the representative of this cowardly murderer? Brynden asked with a genuinely confused tone. Eddard was Catelyn's husband, how could he fight the man who killed his wife's sister? If it hadn't been for Lord Baelish, I would have killed Lisa Tully myself. Eddard commented with a cold tone, his grey eyes staring at Brynden with an analyzing, murderous gaze. According to Enar, Lyanna had sent a letter to Lisa Tully, warning her that the kidnapping was nothing more than a conspiracy by other people. But that letter never reached his father, Rickard Stark. What did reach him was a letter stating that Lyanna was being held in King's Landing, in the Red Keep. Because of that letter, his father left Winterfell and arrived in King's Landing, burning himself alive in that cursed city, and soon after his brother was strangled to death. Even if Petyr hadn't killed Lisa, Eddard would have done the job without any hesitation. The Lord in the North would have killed Lisa himself without any remorse or shame at killing a defenseless woman. The words surprised everyone in the place. No one had expected the Lord of the North to speak those words. Although they knew that House Tully had orchestrated the conspiracy, they never imagined that Lisa Tully was involved in it. Enar looked at Brynden with a calm gaze, but he himself knew that Brynden Tully would die in the trial by combat. Enar knew that Brynden would certainly not stand by and watch him destroy House Tully. The man would help his brother either by guarding Riverrun or even trying to kill the king to save House Tully, so to save time and a lot of trouble, Brynden Tully must die in the trial by combat. Enar knew that his uncle wanted the blood of House Tully and he wanted Brynden to die, so both stood to gain from Brynden's death. Brynden was even more confused by Eddard's words. Was there a grudge big enough for Eddard to want to kill Jonarin's wife, who had raised him like a son? He tried to recall his memory, but found nothing to justify Eddard wishing for the death of Lisa, his wife's sister. However, seeing the Lord of the North circling his body with the legendary Valyrian steel sword of House Stark, Brynden concentrated fully. Eddard Stark was no ordinary swordsman, he was the man who killed Arthur Dayne. Note, before you ask, no one knows that Eddard lost the fight, he didn't even claim to have killed Arthur, but when Eddard returned on to House Dayne, everyone thought Eddard had killed Arthur. With a quick lunge, Brynden ran towards Eddard. As ice was a large broadsword, the sword was difficult to handle at close range. As a veteran, Brynden knew how to use his advantages against his enemies. Eddard was also a veteran, he certainly knew the disadvantage of fighting with such a large sword, but differently from what Brynden expected. Valyrian steel was very special, it was as light as an ordinary metal sword. So when Brynden attacked, Eddard swung the sword as if he were wielding an ordinary sword. Brynden, although surprised by the speed of the sword, reacted quickly and used his own sword as a shield. A rapid exchange of blows began while both swordsmen were fighting to kill each other. There was no hesitation in the blows or even any exchange of words, it was a fast and brutal fight. Clang! 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 Everyone held their breath and watched the duel unfold before them. Lita in particular looked at her father's movements and couldn't help but be surprised. Her father was a very good swordsman, which surprised her. His footwork was that of a master and his sword skills were those of an expert in many fights. Brynden was equally deadly and a master with his sword. He was fast, dodged blows like a fish and attacked like an untamed horse. With one swift movement, Brynden's sword left a large scratch on the Lord of the North's armor. Eddard also took advantage and attacked his enemy, but unlike Brynden, ice tore through the Blackfish's armor with shocking ease. Blood oozed from the wound, showing that it wasn't just the armor that had been pierced by Lord Stark's sword. Lord Stark! Lord Stark! Lord Stark! The lords and lattice of the North sang Eddard's name with pride as they watched their liege cause injury to a warrior as good as Brynden Tully. Eddard showed no joy or pleasure at his vassal's words, he circled Brynden like a wolf circling its prey. The Valyrian steel sword subtly scraped the ground, leaving traces behind. Brynden looked at the T-ear in the plate armor and sighed helplessly. He looked at the sword and saw that the sword he had used for decades was more broken than an old woman with a few teeth in her mouth. Ice was a Valyrian steel sword, no ordinary steel sword and armor could survive for long against a weapon of this level. But Brynden couldn't back down, he saw his niece's body and he had to avenge her death, even if he died in this place. Brynden didn't hesitate and attacked Eddard again. This time, the man spared no effort or energy in his attack. Eddard showed no weakness and attacked head-on, ice slicing through the air with brutality as it collided violently with Brynden's sword. Collision after collision, steel against steel. Sparks exploded every time the swords collided with each other. Clang! Suddenly, after a brutal collision, Brynden's sword broke in two. Taking advantage of the gap, Eddard acted with voracity. Using the full force of his body in a diagonal slash, ice cut through armor, skin, flesh, and blood in an instant. Brynden stopped moving, his eyes filled with regret, confusion, and remorse. Suddenly, half of his body slumped and fell to the ground, while his lower body remained standing as blood dripped in heaps to the ground. Brynden Tully, the Blackfish of Hoyus Tully had died at the hands of Eddard Stark, Lord in the North. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 176, Chapter 176, House Tyrell arrives in King's Landing. A person's greatest teacher is their failures, only when you fail can you become a better person. Enar Targaryen. The gods have decided the outcome, Patyr of House Baelish is innocent of the charges. Enar declared with a calm tone as he looked at the man kneeling before him. Even Enar felt that his words were extremely hypocritical. Patyr had indeed killed Lysa Tully, but according to Tehi laws of Westeros, any winner of the trial by combat is considered innocent in the eyes of God. The gods have been benevolent, Your Grace. Patyr spoke with a gentle, reverent tone, and there was a happy smile on his lips. Although he didn't understand why Eddard had agreed to be his representative, it no longer mattered. He had survived. As long as he's alive, there are many things he can do, including rising through the ranks of the court once again. He had already done it once, this time it would be even easier. As long as he was useful, the king would reuse him. All the lords looked at Patyr with contempt, no one hid their disgust, everyone felt repulsed at standing in front of such a cold, cruel, and indifferent man. Enar smiled imperceptibly at what was happening at the moment. He wanted people to look at Patyr like that, only then would he learn that without the king's support, Petyr Baelish was nobody, just a landlord of a poor fief in the Vale and nothing more. Petyr certainly noticed the looks on his face and continued to smile gently, as if the stares didn't bother him. What he had to endure to grow from a poor country lord in the valley to the master of coin of the Seven Kingdoms could not be put into words. So the looks of contempt and disgust didn't affect Petyr at all, but the lord of House Baelish looked at the incredibly tall young man sitting on the mountain throne with a touch of fear in his gaze. He sensed that everything that had happened had been planned by the king, especially the hatred of everyone around him. Petyr knew that the king wanted him to know that without him, Petyr was nobody and he should obediently be his dog. But, even knowing it was a conspiracy, could Petyr refuse? The answer was no. The moment he refused, the king would choose someone else to take his place and he would probably die without anyone knowing. After that, House Baelish will cease to exist with his death. How could Petyr accept that? He even dared to control the valley and he really did. If it hadn't been for Enar's arrival, he might have been controlling the entire Vale at that moment. However, fate was cruel, not allowing him to realize his dream. Herald, order all the lords and lattice of the Vale of Arryn to come to the Eyrie with their armies, we will march to the Riverlands without delay. Looking at the new lord of the Vale, Enar spoke with a calm tone. He wanted to get to Riverlands as soon as possible. The battle with Robert was getting closer and closer. Yes, your grace. Harold bowed and spoke respectfully. When we reach Riverlands, we will waste no time and subdue the lords of Riverlands. Those who refuse to bend the knee will be killed. Looking at everyone in the room, Enar spoke with a calm, cool tone. Everyone nodded encouragingly. They wanted war and they were about to have it. How could they not be happy? As Enar was preparing to leave for the Riverlands in King's Landing, a bronze dragon crossed the city and landed in the courtyard of the royal fortress. Rilla climbed down from Vermithor and took off her leather gloves. She approached her dragon and stroked its scales, which looked like gold, albeit somewhat dull. Her dragon was beautiful, fierce, and powerful. One of the 3 male dragons of House Targaryen. Your Grace. Montfort greeted the queen with a respectful tone. Any news from the Riverlands? Rilla asked with a serious tone as she stroked Vermithor's neck, who seemed to be enjoying the caresses. The first battle was won. The Lannister and Baratheon armies fought against Oor armies, but they were defeated and returned to Harrenhal. Montfort replied calmly, but Rilla detected a little happiness in the Lord of Driftmark's gaze. Of course, she knew why he was happy. With the victory at Harrenhal, morale in the war was high and no one thought House Targaryen would lose. It only made those noble houses that were still undecided bend the knee to House Targaryen again. Even now, the amount of nobles from the Crown lands who were arriving was very pleasing to see. Anything else? Rilla asked, noticing a rather strange expression on Montfort's face. Yes, there were reports on the battlefield of men possessing the strength of 100 men fighting outside Harrenhal, which is summoning a wall of fire and a true miracle, where the Red God blessed the army of House Targaryen and their allies. When Montfort received the letter the Raven had brought, he thought the letter writer was delirious, but all his doubts were answered by the letters that kept coming from Harrenhal. A smile appeared on Rilla's lips as she listened to Montfort's words. She understood that Kinvara and the 2 brothers had finally acted in the war. However, when she heard that someone could fight against the brothers Titus and Sigismund, as a member of House Targaryen, she knew very well how strong those 2 children were. Humans were no different than chickens in the face of her brothers. So knowing that someone had fought against Titus or Sigismund shocked her. A god intervened. Rilla thought of something and muttered to herself with a solemn look. She had heard about the gods from Enar and these entities really did exist. This was the only thing she could think of that could fight Titus or Sigismund. Thank you, Lord Montfort. Rilla certainly couldn't speak her mind. She looked at the man of Valyrian descent and thanked him. It is my honor to serve the Dowager Queen. Montfort flashed his prettiest smile and spoke with a respectful tone. Rilla narrowed her eyes, but said nothing. She wasn't a naive girl, she could see that Montfort wanted to get close to her, but the man was bound to fail in his attempt to win her over. After the abuse and pain she had suffered from Ares, her desire for men had long since disappeared. Even in exile she had never touched another man. Although Montfort was a good man and a loyal vassal, she had no plans to take a lover, let alone marry. Especially after owning a dragon, she could never allow another noble house to own dragons, especially House Velaryon, which was one of the reasons for the Dance of the Dragons. Montfort didn't know that his plans to conquer the beautiful widowed queen were doomed to failure. He continued to report on the events in King's Landing. After so many days, order had returned to the city and the number of crimes had fallen to the lowest level in hundreds of years. The reason for this was simple: the militant faith had killed many thieves, rapists, and murderers. Then the Sardaukar also cleaned up the city once again. The death toll reached horrifying thousands of people, but that showed how much poverty the city had. Returning to King's Landing, Rilla entered the throne room and found her daughter sitting on the monstrosity that was the Iron Throne. The girl had not once cut herself on the throne, which only reinforced that she was someone worthy of sitting on the Iron Throne. However, it wasn't Daenerys who caught her eye, but the fat, bald man at the foot of the Iron Throne. How could Rilla not recognize the eunuch Varys? If it hadn't been for this man, Ares wouldn't have fought with Rhaegar and many things could have been avoided. Perhaps even the coup d'état that Rhaegar was planning would have succeeded if it hadn't been for this man speaking the rumors he had heard. "You've come at a good time, mother." Daenerys noticed her mother and spoke in a calm tone. The girl had a majesty that she hadn't had before, which only pleased Rilla. Unlike her, Daenerys really was a true queen like Visenya. An army of around 90,000 men is approaching King's Landing. Daenerys' words surprised Rilla. She immediately thought of who was coming. House Tyrell of Highgarden. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 177, Chapter 177, House Tyrell arrives in King's Landing. 2. Humans are strange, they judge each other based on things that don't matter, but even if they know Harry wrong, change doesn't come instantly, they need a century just to start changing. Tyrion Lannister, Imperial Counselor of the Imperium of Mankind, before the rebellion on the planet of Forgan v. King's Landing. Looking out of the carriage window, Margaery spoke with an excited tone. Around the carriage, 90,000 men were marching towards the most important city in Westeros. Even though it was far away, the Red Keep could be seen behind the sun on the horizon. "Granny, why don't we go straight to the Riverlands?" Margaery couldn't help asking with a hint of disappointment in her voice. She wanted to find Enar as soon as possible. The image of the king was still vivid in her mind, including his words. "Margaery, we are 9,000 men, if we add the army of House Targaryen at this moment, it's almost 200,000 soldiers. Even we can't provide food for men and horses for such a large army." Olenna answered her granddaughter as she felt the carriage sway slightly. The journey to King's Landing had already taken its toll on her body. She was no longer young and a journey of this distance left her body sore in many places. Margaery understood with her grandmother's words. She had made a promise not to appear ignorant in front of Daenerys Targaryen, the wife/aunt/queen of Enar. "Grandmother, you were engaged to Doran, why didn't you marry him?" Remembering something, Margaery asked curiously. If Olenna had been Doran's wife, she would have had Targaryen blood and things would have been much easier. Doran preferred to be in the presence of his own squires. Olenna replied in a calm tone. She had long forgotten about her former fiancé. Besides, it wasn't him who ended the betrothal vows, but me. Margaery was intelligent and understood the subtlety in her grandmother's words. Obviously Durin, son of Aegon V, was a pillow biter just like her brother Loras. "Do you really want to go down that road, Margaery?" Olenna asked, looking at her granddaughter seriously. Being a mistress was a heavy price, and if Margaery wanted to give it up, she would accept her granddaughter's choice. "Yes, instead of marrying just any man, I find it more interesting to be at court." Margaery rested her cheek on her hand and commented with a smile on her lips as she looked at the gigantic army marching alongside her. Seeing that Margaery was determined to follow this path, Olenna stopped trying to make her give up. She had always believed that people should bear the consequences of their own actions. Margaery was no different. Margaery's mother, Aelry Hightower, didn't comment at all on her daughter's decision. She no longer had much power in House Tyrell. Even the right to educate her own daughter was taken away from her. Looking at her stupid son's wife, Olenna narrowed her eyes and spoke in a calm voice. "Aelry, House Hightower refused to march with House Tyrell. One of the reasons she took Margaery away from Aelry was because the woman was from House Hightower, a house that believed deeply in the God of the Seven Faces. If there was a more devout noble house, it was House Hightower. This proved to be true when there was no House Hightower banner in the army at the time. My father hasn't answered my letters." Aelry answered Olenna's question with a soft, gentle tone. Olenna looked deeply at Aelry and asked sarcastically, "If Leighton asked you to kill me, would you kill me, Aelry?" Silence filled the carriage like never before. Margaery looked at her grandmother and mother with an expression of shock. Knowing that her mother-in-law was suspicious of her loyalty, Aelry sighed helplessly. She doesn't like court intrigues or conspiracies. She'd rather be in a garden enjoying life than plotting against others. "Ever since I married Mace, I've been a loyal member of House Tyrell," Aelry replied, looking at Margaery with the tenderness of a mother. The most important thing was her sons and daughters. Nothing was more important than that, even her father. "I hope so, because I won't hesitate to see you tee off your head and give it to the king." Olenna spoke harshly, without hiding her intentions. As House Redwyne and House Hightower were too powerful for any vassal, Olenna had always been on her guard against these two powerful noble houses. Fortunately, with the arrival of House Targaryen and its dragons, House Tyrell's hold on the Reach increased like never before. Even though she was a Redwyne and the current lord of House Redwyne was her nephew, the moment she married Luthor, House Tyrell was her home. Even though he was related to her, Olenna never let her guard down. She promised Luthor that she would take care of House Tyrell and would do so until her last days. Even Olenna was surprised to see her orders accepted so easily. It was something she never thought she would see in her lifetime. However, she understood that all this came with the arrival of the powerful and deadly House Targaryen and his dragons. Seeing the atmosphere returning to normal, Margaery was relieved. She didn't want the two most important women in her life to kill each other in other people's plots. "Power, I need power so that such a tragedy never happens," Margaery thought with a flame of ambition burning fiercely in her chest. On Daenerys' orders, 80% of the troops camped outside King's Landing and the rest of the troops accompanied House Tyrell into the city. Just as Margaery was about to arrive at the Red Keep, two loud and powerful roars sounded above the city. At the same moment, shadows flew above her. The Rose of House Tyrell just stared wide-eyed at the two dragons, one black and the other bronze, flying side by side. Queen Daenerys' dragon, Balerion, and the Dowager Queen's dragon, Vermithor. She knew the names of the dragons because they had been passed on to her by spies from House Tyrell in King's Landing. It wasn't hard information to get. The commoners knew the names of the dragons. Daenerys didn't hide it and even promoted the names of the dragons. So Margaery knew all the names of House Targaryen's dragons. Caraxes, Moonfire, Balerion, Syrax, and Vermithor. "Stop admiring those winged reptiles, we'll be arriving at the Red Keep any minute," Olenna said, seeing Margaery fascinated by the dragons. Marguerite rolled her eyes at her grandmother's words. Who couldn't be fascinated by these beasts capable of reducing entire cities to ashes? She had seen Caraxes, and the image of the crimson dragon was still vivid in her mind, and perhaps she would never forget it. Marguerite didn't wait long to reach the gates of the throne room, then she heard the herald announce their arrival. I announce the arrival of Lord Mace Tyrell, Paramount Lord of Mandor and Lord of the Garden of the Top, with his wife, Lady Aelry Hightower, and their noble children, Sir Willis Tyrell, heir of the Garden of the Top, Sir Garland Tyrell, Sir Loras Tyrell, and Lady Marguerite. Accompanied by House Tyrell, Lady Olenna Redwine, and the Lord of House Redwine, Pakester Redwine. With the words of the herald, the doors were opened and Marguerite, along with everyone else, entered the throne room. Marguerite looked up at the Iron Throne. Iron swords protruded around the steps, like a mountain of steel. The steps of the throne were blackened and twisted metal, and above them, a black metal seat rose above everything. Sitting on the seat was the most beautiful and delicate girl Marguerite had ever seen. There was no way to describe Daenerys' beauty in words, only that she was inhumanly beautiful. Just as Enar was beautiful, Daenerys was equally so. Without any hesitation, all of House Tyrell and the Lords of the Reach knelt before the throne, Marguerite being no exception. Daenerys rose from the throne and descended the blackened steps. Stopping in front of the steps, she spoke with elegance and gentleness. In the name of King Anri of House Targaryen, first of the name, King of the Undels, the Rowaners, and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, Protector of the Realm, I, Queen Daenerys I of House Targaryen, welcome you to my halls and castles. You will be my guests and receive all that you are entitled to as vassals and my guests. Her voice carried throughout the throne room. I thank you for your kindness, your grace. Although Mace might be an incompetent lord, the man knew how to behave in the face of such events. It's an honor to be in your care. Daenerys smiled and looked at the Lord of the Reach with a gentler gaze and spoke. The feast is ready, let's eat. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 178, Chapter 178, House Tyrell arrives in King's Landing. 3. The more beautiful the woman, the more she desires Enar. Daenerys' conclusions about all the women around her husband. I hope the journey was pleasant, Lord Tyrell. Daenerys, sitting in the main seat in the feasting hall, looked at Mace Tyrell, Lord Paramount of Mandor, and asked with an elegant and courteous. The journey was good, your grace. Especially in the Crown Lands, where all the noble houses allowed us to pass without any problems. Mance, wearing a green and gold outfit, replied with a respectful tone. He looked at the young queen and couldn't help but sigh that the goddess really did have their favorites. Daenerys' eyes narrowed with satisfaction listening to Mace's words. Although the journey had been quiet because of the huge army, the goodwill of the noble houses showed that they were leaning towards House Targaryen. That was good news. The journey was good for you, Mace. Olenna said with a sarcastic tone. My old bones are aching by now. The famous Queen of Thorns, I presume. Looking at the harmless-looking old woman, Daenerys asked curiously. The Mother of Dragons, I presume. Instead of answering Daenerys' words, Olenna countered the queen's words with a smile as she took a sip of wine. Certainly, I went into the fire and came out of it with my 3 sons. Daenerys replied with a smile, not feeling offended by anything so trivial. You Targaryens really are mad. Olenna couldn't help but sigh when she heard Daenerys' words. Who in their right mind would enter the fire of their own free will? Merrick, who had been listening in silence, drew his sword, the man's eyes staring at the old woman with a cold, slightly murderous gaze. Watch your words, the king must not be insulted, he said, looking at Olenna. As soon as he spoke, All the Sardaukar present looked at Olenna with rather rude looks. They were the king's personal guard, trained to absolute obedience. How could they stand by in the face of such insults to the king? Olenna glanced at the hundreds of soldiers wearing golden masks. She couldn't help but notice the reverent and respectful tone in which they spoke to the king. It wasn't the reverence of a vassal towards a king, but the reverence of a mortal towards a god. So it's true, an army of fanatics. Olenna muttered, looking at the soldiers who stared at her with a cold gaze. She really wanted to ask how Nar managed to get an entire religion to consider him a god. That was what really frightened Olenna. She could imagine that the king wanted to indoctrinate the entire continent, but it involved a war of faith that would simply be more deadly and murderous than any other war Westeros had ever seen. I hope you won't be offended, Lady Olenna. The boys are very protective of my husband. Daenerys waved her hand for everyone to put their swords away and spoke to Olenna with a calm gaze, looking directly into the woman's eyes. Loyalty must be recognized. Olenna commented, looking at her nephew, who had been silent until now. The Red Wine Fleet was indeed one of the hidden dangers to House Tyrell in the Reach. Pakester certainly noticed the subtlety in his aunt's words and flashed a helpless smile. What could he do in this situation? Give up the strength of House Redwine? That was impossible. He would never throw away the accumulation of hundreds of years, even if it was for House Tyrell, the feudal lord of House Redwine. So Pakester just sipped his wine in silence, pretending not to hear Olenna's insinuation. Daenerys wasn't angry about it, she was just pleased with House Tyrell's weakness, only so House Tyrell would be loyal to House Targaryen, because without them, Mace would never be enough to control the whole of the Reach. When does your grace plan to join the king on the battlefield? Margaery asked with a gentle smile as she looked at Daenerys. Daenerys couldn't help but narrow her eyes dangerously at the sight of the girl. Margaery gave her the impression that she was seeing another Aryan, except for the difference in skin color. One was a desert fox and the other a forest fox. In her green eyes, Daenerys saw a look of longing, mixed with many things, including a lust that Margaery didn't even bother to hide. You womanizer, you provoke women everywhere. Daenerys muttered in a voice only she could hear. We're not going to the battlefield, Lady Margaery. Daenerys replied with a gentle smile and hid her hostility towards the girl. She didn't want to show anger or jealousy towards a woman like Margaery. She wouldn't give that feeling of superiority to the White Rose of House Tyrell. However, Daenerys wasn't lying when she said she wouldn't go to the battlefield in the Riverlands. If she did go to the battlefield, there was no way the logistics could provide food and supplies for so many soldiers. However, that didn't mean that she would stand by while the war took place. She had another goal. The faith of the Seven. While Enar fought in the Riverlands, Daenerys focused her gaze on Old Town. She wanted to invade the city and personally kill the High Septon in front of the citizens of King's Landing, thus weakening the power of religion in the eyes of all. Since the man had dared to re-establish the militant faith, which had been banned since the reign of Jaehaerys I, the Old King, she was justified in seeking the head of the holiest man in the Seven Kingdoms. Just as Daenerys was about to continue, the doors to the ballroom opened and a woman wearing a red and black dress with long white hair entered. It was Rilla. Apart from Daenerys, everyone stood up and greeted the widowed queen. Even Olenna rose from her chair to show her respect. There was no way she couldn't respect what she had done. The queen had been through a lot and had stayed alive and looked after her daughters. That alone deserved the Queen of Pimple's respect. My queen. There's no need for formality. I'm not queen anymore, my daughters are. Rilla hadn't cared for formality for a long time. She preferred a more casual conversation, although she thought that was impossible given that people treated her with the utmost respect when they discovered her identity. At least that's how it was in Westeros. I see you're still well, Olenna. Rilla looked at the Queen of Thorns and greeted the woman with a smile. She still remembered the first time she met the famous Olenna Redwine, the woman who had dared to question the king in front of many nobles. Rilla's 9-year-old mind at the time found this incredible, and she nurtured a great admiration for the woman. Is being old considered being well? Olenna replied sarcastically as she looked at the woman, who was totally different from the last time he had seen her. Rilla was no longer a dragon in chains and with her fire put out by her husband, but a dragon who could fly in the sky. Certainly not. Rilla commented with a smile. The woman hadn't changed at all, she was still as sarcastic as could be. Rilla sat down next to Daenerys and drank a glass of wine, to moisten her dry throat from the long flight on her dragon. You haven't even bathed, you smell like a dragon, mother. Noticing the smell of sulfur, Daenerys whispered to her mother in an amused tone. I wanted to see if you were behaving properly for a queen. Rilla whispered back to her daughter, who seemed dissatisfied with her words. Well? Am I a worthy queen in your eyes? Daenerys commented with a touch of anger, noticing that her mother was treating her like a child again. Although she knew the reason for her daughter's anger, Rilla didn't care. No matter how old Daenerys got, in her eyes, her daughter would always be the little girl who hid in her bed on stormy nights. Don't treat me like a child, I'm a married woman and a queen. Daenerys whispered with a proud tone, full of dissatisfaction with the way Rilla was treating her. A woman and a queen who haven't consummated their marriage. Rilla replied sarcastically, looking amusedly at her daughter. Humph. Snorting coldly, Daenerys looked at her mother and spoke maliciously. Believe it or not, I'm going to marry you off to Lord Velaryon. Rilla flashed an equally mischievous smile and spoke. Believe it or not, I'm going to throw some women into Enar's bed. The quarrel between the two women went unnoticed by everyone, they just imagined that mother and daughter were chatting happily. Daenerys' smile stiffened at her mother's words. You win. She spoke with a dejected tone. Rilla looked proudly at her daughter and smiled in satisfaction. In terms of eloquence, Daenerys was far from her equal. Note, it was supposed to be updated yesterday, but I was asleep all day because I was sick. Another thing, the chapters after chapter 208 will be 2,000 words long. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 179, Chapter 179, House Tyrell arrives in King's Landing. 4. The Targaryens are as mad as they ever were. Thoughts of Olenna Tyrell, the Queen of Thorns. Seeing that everyone was finishing eating, Daenerys rose from her seat and spoke loudly. My dear friends, I have an important matter to discuss. Seeing everyone focused on her, Daenerys' lips curved into a smile that everyone considered beautiful and innocent. Only Olenna saw Daenerys' true colors, a selfish and extremely cruel being if necessary to fulfill the goals of House Targaryen. I feel anger and pain thinking of what the people have suffered all this time, unable to free themselves from the cruel chains of thought. This evil must be eradicated from the planet. You are right, my queen. Mace was the first to respond to Daenerys' words. He stood up and spoke proudly. House Tyrell and its armies are ready to accept orders, we will attack the enemy without any hesitation. Olenna covered her face with her hand and really wondered how such a stupid creature had gotten out of her. Couldn't Mace wait for Daenerys to finish before he spoke? Daenerys looked at Mace with admiration and appreciation. As expected of Mander's Lord Paramount, so brave with the river itself. Mace puffed out his fat chest with pride as he listened to the Queen's words. He looked at the nobles of King's Landing, the nobles of the Crown Lands and the nobles of the Reach with a look of superiority. At Mace's words, the other lords stood up of their own accord and promised the same as Mace. Looking at everyone ready for the holy war, Daenerys showed a look of appreciation. Previously, she hadn't attacked the great sept of Baelor out of consideration for how many people might rebel to help the faith of the Seven. Now, with 90,000 men from House Tyrell and another 12,000 men from the lesser noble houses of the crown lands, that worry had completely disappeared. With so many men, even if half of King's Landing rebelled, she had the confidence to kill them all at once. Of course, Daenerys didn't think that half the city would rebel. The faith of the Seven wasn't so good at indoctrination, especially that they didn't help the commoners in hard times, so the church was strong for the amount of believers they had across the continent. Those truly devoted to the faith of the Seven numbered no more than 20 to 50,000 people. Although the number may seem large, the population of Westeros was in the tens of millions. Note, this is an estimate based on the armies of each region. George Martin never specified the population of Westeros. If I'm wrong, you can tell me and I'll modify this chapter. We will fight the faith of the Seven. The first target is the great scepter of Baelor. As soon as Daenerys' words sounded, the other lords accepted the mission without any hesitation. Yes, we will fight the usurper. Yes, Robert must die. Wait, great scepter of Baelor. A lord finally woke up from his stupor of emotion and looked wide-eyed at Daenerys. When everyone was talking about Robert, his brain finally processed the queen's words. My queen, did you say great scepter of Baelor? One of the Shire lords asked with an unsure tone, as if he thought he had heard wrong. Showing an innocent and adorable smile, Daenerys nodded. Yes, we're going to attack the great scepter of Baelor and then Old Town, destroying the main seat of the faith of the Seven in Westeros. Won't that enrage the commoners? Montford, Lord of Driftmark, asked with a frown. He wasn't afraid of the commoners rebelling, but once chaos breaks out, the economy of the regions of Westeros will be compromised. No need to worry, the Red God will descend miracles on the entire continent, showing what a god truly is. Daenerys knew that the Red God was Enar himself, who would use magic across the continent to perform what was considered a miracle in human eyes. Everyone looked suspiciously at the queen, but no one dared question the young queen. They especially didn't dare speak rudely of other gods. This was an age of superstition, gods were above all sacred. Olenna looked at Daenerys and couldn't help thinking that appearances can be deceiving. Who would have thought that a small, delicate, and apparently fragile girl could be so determined to start a war with the biggest religion in Westeros? Something that even at the height of House Targaryen, under the rule of Jaehaerys I, the old king, she dared not do for fear of the consequences. Daenerys looked at everyone present and spoke in a calm voice, totally different from before. If for any reason the news that we are going to attack the great sept of Baelor leaks out to the faith of the Seven, I will personally kill you and destroy your noble house, extinguishing your lineage forever. When she finished speaking, many who still despised the queen changed dramatically. There was fear and respect in their eyes. Noticing the change in the Lord's eyes, Daenerys' eyes became firmer and more determined. Only when fear is born will respect be born. Someone who is weak and indecisive will never be fit to rule. You can be the kindest king in the world, but the nobles will never respect you. These nobles, who had absolute power in their fiefdoms, were arrogant and took orders from only the powerful. The fist, after all, was the most egalitarian form of dialogue in the world. We'll attack at dawn, we'll finally get rid of this evil organization that sucks our gold and silver. Daenerys commented with a smile, since she had given the warning, she also had to give the reward. When Daenerys spoke these words, the eyes of many lords shone with a different emotion. Many lords were not devout, they were barely considered believers, they all cared only about their interests and the continuation of their bloodlines. The Church of the Seven might seem pure, but it wasn't. Like any religious organization, the faith of the Seven needed money to build new churches, renovate old ones, cloth and mere jewels, books and many other things. The tithes and the amount of gold that the nobles gave to the faith of the Seven every year were exorbitant, to say the least. Many nobles were unhappy about this. The church didn't help at all and they got 30% of the nobles' gold every month, not to mention that the nobles also had expenses and also had to pay taxes to the crown. In short, the commoners had to pay 30% of everything they earned to the nobles. The nobles in turn had to pay 60% of everything they earned to the crown and the church. The nobles' hesitation finally disappeared when they thought that they no longer had to pay gold and silver to the church. They would be richer and stronger with more gold, so how could they hesitate in the face of such temptation? Seeing that everyone was excited to destroy the church, Olenna looked deeply at the girl who was more than 14 years old. Although she was young, the Queen of Thorns saw the shadow of another woman in Daenerys. Alysanne Targaryen, the Good Queen. The woman who shaped many things in Westeros, created countless laws and abolished other laws, she was the woman all the other women looked up to. If Visenya conquered Westeros for Aegon, Alysanne laid the foundations for Jaehaerys' rule. Olenna couldn't help but sigh that House Targaryen was lucky to have both a wise king and a knowing queen. Honestly, she was a little envious. Although Margaery was cunning or even intelligent, compared to Daenerys' political skill, her granddaughter was far behind the young queen. Just getting the nobles to turn against the church was something many people couldn't manage, but Daenerys not only managed it, she was about to do something that would be written about in the books until humanity one day ceased to exist. Looking at her granddaughter, Olenna whispered in a voice that only her granddaughter could hear. "Look, Margaery, this is a true queen, not just a royal womb for the continuation of the bloodline. Remember your status and don't overstep the boundaries set by the queen. Even if you die, I couldn't avenge her." "I know, grandmother." Margaery nodded seriously. She had never thought of replacing Daenerys' status in Enar's heart. She knew that Enar was only interested in her, it wasn't love or passion, just interest and nothing more. Knowing this, how could she think of replacing Daenerys, who held the king's love tightly? Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 180, Chapter 180, Attack on the Great Sept of Baelor. Go and find your damn god. Daenerys to the fanatic in front of her. During the night, no one slept in anticipation of the attack in a few hours. The Sardaukar protected the entire Red Keep, especially the room Daenerys and Rilla were using to sleep. This was the most protected place, with 500 Sardaukar guarding the room. Daenerys was helping Rilla wear light leather armor while she herself was dressed in black and red leather armor. Plate armor really was the pinnacle of casting technology, but they were heavy for women, especially Daenerys, who was neither big nor strong. Although Rilla could wear plate armor, she still chose to wear leather armor, just like her daughter. She wouldn't have been on the front line anyway. There was a reason why generals and commanders didn't go and fight in person. Once these people died, the chain of command would become chaotic and passing on orders would become quite challenging. "Are you excited?" Rilla asked as Daenerys buckled her armor tightly, making it practically a second skin. "A little," Daenerys said as she tried to see if anything was missing from her mother's armor. "However, since I won't be on the front line, I'm not that excited." "You don't need to be on the front line to help the army, the soldiers are already motivated knowing that their queen is on the battlefield." Rilla moved her body to check her mobility in her armor and spoke in a gentle tone. "Often our presence is enough to boost the army's morale," she said, looking at her daughter with affection and pride. Although Daenerys was young, she acted more like a queen than any other woman. When she was Daenerys' age, she was choosing dresses and jewelry instead of taking part in a war. Rilla understood that the circumstances in Essos made her daughter mature faster than other children. "Mother, after the attack on the Great Sept of Baelor, I will march with the army towards Old Town," Daenerys said, causing Rilla to frown, but she didn't say anything against it. Her daughter was a queen and an adult. "All right, but be careful and always stand by the Sardaukar." Rilla trusted only the Sardaukar to protect Daenerys, she would never trust the vassals for her daughter's safety. I know. Daenerys wouldn't play with her life, she had an immortal life to live and she didn't want to die for something like betrayal. Suddenly, sunlight streamed into the room, causing Rilla and Daenerys to look towards the window, where a sun could be seen slowly rising into the sky. Let's begin. Daenerys spoke with a slightly cold tone. She had long wanted to eradicate such a danger in King's Landing. As soon as Daenerys and Rilla left the room, the Sardaukar followed both women, shielding them with cold stares under their golden masks. Arriving at the feasting hall, Daenerys saw that everyone was ready, all wearing armor. However, she soon noticed a handsome man approaching her. He had brown hair and green eyes, the crest of a golden rose on the green armor told his identity. Curiously, he used a cane to walk, he limped softly showing that he was indeed lame. Daenerys was curious how a lame man could participate on the battlefield. My queen, I am Willas, heir of House Tyrell. Your Grace the King has appointed me as the new Master of Coin. Placing his hand on his chest, Willas introduced himself with elegance and charisma. Daenerys' eyes lit up hearing the words of the heir of the High Garden. She knew her husband, Enar, would never put someone incompetent in important positions. Are you sure you'll take part, Lord Willas? Daenerys asked with a worried expression about Willas' situation. Now that she knew Willas had been chosen as Master of Coin, she didn't want him to die. Don't worry, Your Grace. Although I'll be taking part in the attack, I'll be commanding half of House Tyrell's army to set up a shield barrier to stop any commoners running towards the Great Sept of Baelor. Willas certainly knew the reason for the Queen's concern, but he didn't care and spoke in a respectful tone. Daenerys nodded, she knew that this was a major concern in this attack. If the population helped the faith of the Seven, the city would become a slaughterhouse, killing people like cattle. Good luck to us all. Daenerys commented with a smile as she moved towards the platform, where everyone was waiting for her to arrive. Before climbing onto the platform, Daenerys let the Sardaukar posit eye on themselves to protect her and only then did she climb onto the platform. There is no turning back now, today we will begin what I will call the Holy War or Jihad. Daenerys spoke out loud, looking at all the lords present. There wasn't a single woman among the lords present, which showed how few women were in power. The lords didn't quite understand what a holy war or even a jihad was, but for some reason, the word sent chills through their bodies. Even though the atmosphere was warm, they felt icy and deadly. Just as Daenerys was about to start, Willas, who was approaching the crowd, caught a glimpse of a suspicious person. But what made the heir of the High Garden's face change dramatically was that the man held out his arm, showing a small crossbow. Protect the Queen, there's an assassin. Willas didn't hesitate to shout as he advanced towards the assassin, knocking the man down in the process. The assassin hadn't expected there to be people paying attention to him with the Queen's speech in progress. However, by the time the man was knocked down, the arrow had already been fired in Daenerys' direction. The arrow tore through the air at great speed and struck Daenerys' arm. Daenerys let out a pained moan, feeling the sharp pain in her arm. At the same moment, Balerion, who was lying in the courtyard, opened his eyes and let out a furious roar. Like Enar and Caraxes, Balerion and Daenerys had a very special bond. When Daenerys was wounded, Balerion sensed it and woke from his sleep. The black dragon got up and flew without any hesitation, heading towards the feasting hall. Inside the feast hall, panic had spread at the assassination attempt. The Sardaukar were furious, the Queen had been injured in front of them, they had fulfilled the purpose of their existence, how could they not be furious right now? Looking at the small trickle of blood running down her daughter's arm, Rilla showed a look of pure anger. Forgive me, my queen. The assassin hid the weapon under high armor and we didn't notice. Merrick knelt before Daenerys and bowed his head in shame. Don't worry, Merrick. Looking at her arm, Daenerys pulled out the arrow and wrapped clean cloths around the wound. Seeing the amount of blood seeping from the wound, she knew it hadn't hit any critical part of her arm, it was just a wound in her flesh. Taking the sword from one of the Sardaukar, Daenerys walked towards the assassin who had been immobilized by the lords. "I don't care what your motive is for murdering me," Daenerys said, looking at the assassin. "Since you love your god so much, I'll send you into his arms beforehand." Arriving in front of the assassin, the man wanted to say something, but before he had a chance, his head was severed from his body by the S-word Daenerys was holding. Blood splattered on the ground as the head rolled a few times before coming to a stop, the assassin's expression one of shock and disbelief. Seeing the girl cut off the assassin's head in person, everyone's eyes grew more respectful. The girl had more courage than many men who had never dared raise a sword against the enemy. "Thank you for the warning, Lord Willis." Daenerys looked at Willis with a grateful and gentle gaze. Although she knew she would be in no danger with Enar's magic inside her, she still knew she had to thank Willis, who had tried to prevent the assassination. "Don't thank me, my queen." Willis shook his head and spoke with a serious tone. "It is the duty of every vassal to protect the royal family." Looking at Willis' face, the surrounding lords couldn't help but admire the air of the High Garden's level of flattery. There weren't many people who could achieve this level of flattery. "My queen, are we going to continue the attack?" Montford asked with a cold, murderous tone. "We're not just going to continue, we're not going to stop until the entire sept is nothing but a pile of rubble." Daenerys spoke with an even colder and more murderous tone than Montford himself. Read more than advanced chapters in MY Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 181, Chapter 181, Attack on the Great Sept of Baelor, 2, you will have to burn in the flames of the dragon. This is not a choice, it is an ultimatum that your end is near. Queen Daenerys I Targaryen, the Impaler. The 3 sons of House Tyrell, with around 5,000 fully armed soldiers, took on the role of protecting the rearguard while preventing anyone from attacking the main army. Garland, kill anyone who approaches the shield barrier. Willis spoke as he drew a sword himself, ready to fight his soldiers. He knew that when the attack began, the fanatics and devotee believers tried to help the great sept of Baelor, he couldn't allow such a thing to happen. "Loras, you're the youngest, don't hesitate to kill." Looking at his younger brother who had never fought in a real war, Willis spoke with a deadly serious tone. Although somewhat nervous, Loras nodded as he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. "I know, brother, I won't disappoint." Willis nodded with satisfaction and showed a serious look. He looked towards the great sept of Baelor and showed a cold look. Everyone in House Tyrell didn't have a good impression of the faith of the Seven, especially since the faith of the Seven supported House Hightower instead of House Tyrell. "I just hope things don't get too complicated," Willis muttered as he looked at the soldiers around him. "Get into formation and prepare for battle." Willis shouted loudly and the soldiers took up defensive positions with their shields. On the other side, Daenerys and Rilla stood side by side with their dragons, Balerion and Vermithor. Both dragons looked agitated and anyone could tell that they were in a bad mood at the moment. Which wasn't surprising, given that they could sense their riders' feelings. Rage and fury seemed to pulse through the veins of both dragons, making them even more violent, like volcanoes ready to erupt at any moment. "Burn that damn septum to ashes." Rilla spoke with a terribly cold tone. The image of Daenerys wounded wouldn't go away from her mind, causing her to become completely filled with rage. Seeing Rilla's expression, Daenerys felt her heart swell with a warm and gentle feeling. "Don't worry, mother. I have Enar's magic to protect me, nothing will happen to me. Titus was supposed to be with us at this time to protect us, he alone could demolish the great sept of Baelor by himself. Rilla spoke after hearing Daenerys' words. Although she knew it was true that her daughter was in no danger from the magic that Enar had placed in all the members of House Targaryen, she still couldn't help but feel upset about her daughter being hurt by a fanatic. Titus has to be somewhere more important. Daenerys knew the importance of beings like Titus, Sigismund, and Leda, all three of whom were pillars against the forces of darkness. Instead of protecting them, she knew that the Primarch would be infinitely more useful in the army, killing the enemies of House Targaryen. Rilla could agree with Daenerys' words, but she still felt that the world was very dangerous, especially with the appearance of gods, monsters, and other things. It was normal for her to have this kind of concern surrounded by so many powerful enemies. Today we're going to say that the continent of Westeros has only one supreme power, House Targaryen, and we don't respect the laws of men or gods. Daenerys spoke with a cold tone as she climbed onto Balrion's saddle. The dragon didn't even have to wait for his rider's words. Balrion rose from the ground and let out a mighty roar. His eyes, red as hot coals, seemed especially fierce at that moment. Rilla followed her daughter's movements and sat on Vermithor's saddle. The bronze dragon was even more violent than Balrion. He let out an even louder roar, even though he was only a few meters shorter. The two winged creatures rose into the sky as they flapped their powerful wings. Montford, who was positioned on the front line, looked up into the sky and saw the two dragons heading towards the great sept of Baelor. For King Enar. He shouted loudly and advanced towards the religious building. For Tehi King. For the true king of Westeros. The army of House Tyrell and the other minor houses advanced fearlessly towards the great sept of Baelor. The streets were filled with soldiers, who advanced like waves, without any hindrance, or rather, no one dared to stop them. The High Sparrow, who had obviously already received the report of the attack, was still wearing a plain grey tunic. Beside him, there were at least 1,000 men and women. The most incredible thing was that they were all wearing armor. The heretics are coming. High Sparrow spoke with a gentle, warm tone. Kill them in the name of our God, no blasphemer should be left alive. With about 10 times the difference in enemy numbers, the man seemed indifferent, as if it were normal for 1,000 people to defeat an army of over 10,000 soldiers. In the name of God. God's army will not fail. God of the Seven Faces. The fanatics shouted loudly. Fury and anger could be seen on the faces of every believer. They were outraged at being attacked. High Sparrow saw this and smiled satisfactorily. Although he had been taken by surprise by the attack, he didn't panic. He just had to hold off for a while to let the commoners know what was happening at the moment. In a city of 500,000 people, even if only 20,000 came to help, they outnumbered the enemy. At the same time, he didn't think the incestuous monstrosity was brave enough to kill 20,000 commoners. However, what Sparrow didn't know was that Enar had SAID to kill them all and show no mercy. It was better to eliminate these hidden dangers now than leave them for the future, where they might join a much larger army. So Sparrow never expected Daenerys to be so decisive as to order the death of every commoner who dared to stand up for the faith of the Seven. When Montford and Arryn arrived at the square of the great sept of Baelor, they were surprised to see a formal and properly armed army. They were shocked, which was a common expression at the time. 1,000 pieces of armor was not something frivolous, it was a strategic war resource and forbidden to be made on a large scale by commoners and lesser nobles. Now to see that the faith of the Seven had an army of 1,000 men and women in armor in the most important city in Westeros made many lords think that the faith of the Seven had been preparing to rebel for a long time. They thanked Daenerys for being so decisive in destroying the great sept of Baelor. Once this army tried to take the city, they could control a good part of the city in no time. Along with the reputation of the church, in one day King's Landing should be on its knees. Attack. Arryn was the first to advance towards the enemy army. If there was one person who was most eager to gain merit, it was him. The army followed behind the bastard of Driftmark, both armies colliding head-on, one trying to kill the other at any cost. Between the shields, spears, and swords, they tried to pierce the enemy with deadly brutality. Both sides spared no effort trying to kill each other. It was a real hell for those on the front line. When a man died, those behind him took his place and continued the fight, oblivious to the bodies piling up beneath them. This was the true face of war, humans turning into aerial animals who only knew how to kill each other. High Sparrow just knelt and prayed as everyone killed themselves in front of him. Bodies fell around him as blood dyed the once immaculate marble a shade of red from sin and death. The man remained calm and prayed despite the bodies of his companions constantly falling. Suddenly, two roars sounded in the sky, but both armies didn't stop fighting as the winged creatures above him arrived. Dracarys Bail Ryan. Daenerys shouted and Bail Ryan obeyed, black fire shooting out of the dragon's funnel-shaped mouth and crashing into one of the towers of the Great Sept of Baelor. The flame came into contact with the walls of the church, slightly melting the wall, but far from actually being able to melt the tower as Caraxes had done. Although Baelrian's flame wasn't enough, Vermithor's flame collided with the tower, adding even more heat. The flame of the two dragons was enough to melt much of the tower of the Great Sept of Baelor. After all, the church was not made of the same material as Harrenhal. Under the shocked eyes of everyone in King's Landing, one of the towers of the Great Sept of Baelor became a wall of flames. Note 1, congratulations to the United States for having its first pope. I hope it will be a long and prosperous papacy. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 182, Chapter 182, Attack on the Great Sept of Baelor. 3. Since you dare to use fire against fire, be prepared to be burned. Daenerys, riding Bail Ryan while looking at the High Sparrow. As everyone expected, with the burning of the Tower of the Great Sept of Baelor, the people tried to help by bringing buckets of water, but they stopped not long after. Not because they wanted to, but the streets were full of soldiers with shields and spears, all preventing them from continuing to run towards the Septo. People weren't stupid, especially after what happened to King's Landing a few days ago. The atmosphere had the same smell of war. After asking the soldiers, some of the calmer people wisely retreated, but the news of what was happening spread so fast that even Somion in a normal civilization would have been surprised at how fast news could spread in such a backward society. The city seemed silent for a long 10 minutes. However, Willas, Garland and Loras were the most nervous. They knew that the more silence the city showed, the more terrible the turmoil would be. Although they weren't afraid of commoners, the three brothers felt nervous. Suddenly, Willas noticed the ground shaking. It was small, almost imperceptible, but he still noticed it and shouted loudly, "Tehari coming!" With Willas' words, the figure of hundreds of people appeared before them. It was only hundreds in the front line, there were at least tens of thousands of people. Fuck, what did the church do to these people? Revive their relatives. Loras shouted angrily as the crowd crashed into the shield barrier. The commoners didn't use steel weapons, but rusty knives, which were even more dangerous than swords. Kill! Willas shouted again, his order passed on soldier by soldier. The spears of the House Tyrell soldiers didn't hesitate and began the massacre. Instead of standing in one place, the barrier of shields advanced, leaving bodies and more bodies on the ground. In mere minutes, the blood was covered in corpses and blood was piling up in the streets. The tens of thousands of people were spread out over several streets, and in each street there were walls of shields to stop the advance of these people. Willas' orders were clear and resolute: kill without any hesitation. Since the dance of Tehi dragons, this was perhaps the bloodiest internal conflict in the city's history. The commoners had no weapons or armor, but history had taught them that a crowd of angry people could be scarier than any army. That's what happened. Despite their quality in numbers, the soldiers of House Tyrell began to tire. They killed one and two more appeared to take the place of the dead. It seemed that the people had no fear of death, or rather, they seemed eager to die and find their God. Many House Tyrell soldiers died because of these people, and the casualties continued to mount as time went by. When Willis stabbed a commoner in the eye with his sword, the whole city seemed to tremble for a moment. The heir of the High Garden looked up at the sky in shock and saw green flames rising into the sky. Even though he was at a distance from the flames, the intense heat of the green flames still reached him and frightened him. "Wildfire!" Willis exclaimed, his expression full of horror, remembering the description of the living green fire made by the King's Landing Alchemist Guild. "Damned fanatics, damned stupid alchemists, you dare betray House Targaryen!" Willis showed a cold expression of anger. In the place where the wildfire exploded, the burning bodies of House Tyrell and the plebs mingled without any discrimination. How could commoners manipulate something as volatile as wildfire, which even the pyromancers of the Alchemists Guild dared not handle without extreme care? What happened was the result of these men using wildfire inappropriately, killing people on both sides. Suddenly, two more explosions rose into the sky. Green flames that seemed alive burned intensely and seemingly without end. The screams of people burning alive resounded throughout the city, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who listened. "Hold your positions!" Willis shouted as he felt the army's morale dropping with the consecutive explosions. However, before he could say anything else, bronze-colored flames filled his vision. Even though he wasn't the target of the attacks, Willis could still feel the extreme heat. Looking up, the heir of the High Garden saw a bronze-colored dragon spitting fire at the commoners. Knowing it was a good time to boost his morale, Willis shouted loudly, "F or House Targaryen!" Willis' words seemed to be amplified in the eyes of the soldiers. The dragon was the best proof they were going to win. "For House Targaryen! For House Targaryen! For House Targaryen!" Rilla looked at the city burning in green flames with a cold, penetrating gaze. The wildfire was still burning the ground, the houses, and everything it touched. The intensity of the flames was as powerful as dragon flames, although nowhere near as strong or intense as the flames of an adult dragon. "Dracarys!" Rilla didn't hesitate. She ordered Vermithor to burn the subjects of House Targaryen without any hesitation. These people were believers and fanatics of the faith of the Seven. It was better to kill them all right now to save a lot of trouble in the future. But she wouldn't stop at just killing these people. Their families would also be arrested and killed. She could imagine that these people's families were also deeply connected to the religion. How could she let these people continue to exist? The image of her injured daughter reappeared in her mind once again, making Rilla order the death of these people with even more cruelty. Vermithor seemed more eager than Rilla to burn people alive. The bronze dragon roared mightily. Bronze-colored flames rained down on the helpless commoners, cries of pain and agony spreading throughout the place. Rilla showed no mercy and continued to burn her subjects with a coldness that would surprise even Enar. However, when she burned a certain person, green flames exploded fiercely, rising into the sky with a green cloud. By the time Rilla had noticed, the green flames had almost reached her and Vermithor. Vermithor emitted a furious roar and backed away from the green flames. However, being so close to the flames, Rilla felt the air thin and her lips went dry. Green sparks floated around her while the screams below only intensified. The smell of burning human flesh seemed to cover the whole city. The green and bronze flames intertwined, leaving Teehee's situation below a veritable hell on earth. Even the houses and floors began to melt in the extreme heat. From afar, King's Landing seemed to be spewing out a huge amount of smoke and flames, leaving everyone horrified. Daenerys, flying above the great sept of Baelor, showed nothing particularly serious in her expression. She wasn't a naive girl who thought no one would die because of her orders. Enar had taught her that many would die for their ambition. What proved to be true was that the number of people who had died at the beginning of the Reconquest was already over 30,000, and the number was rising rapidly, with Rilla burning tens of thousands of people alive at the moment. Daenerys' lilac eyes fell on the old man wearing a grey tunic. He was kneeling and praying, as if he didn't care what was happening to his surroundings. Showing a cold smile, Daenerys made Balerion stand still in the air while she flapped his wings powerfully. High Sparrow opened his eyes and looked at the black dragon with reddish scales standing in the air flapping his wings, making the dust around him fly and his hair flutter. There was no fear in his gaze as he faced the beast and its rider. In the name of King Enar of House Targaryen, first of his name, King of the Undulls, the Rowaners, and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, Protector of the Realm. Daenerys spoke, looking coldly at the man kneeling before the great sept of Baelor. I declare you a traitor to the crown. The sentence for a traitor is death. Go to hell burning with the flames of the dragon. Dracarys. Balerion opened his mouth and spat black and red flames at any hesitation in the shape of a funnel towards High Sparrow. The man continued to pray quietly as the flames swept through him like a wave of fire. As it burned, High Sparrow looked at the girl riding the dragon in silence while flashing a smile. His lips moved as if he were speaking, but because of his lack of vocal cords, his voice didn't come out. But Daenerys could read lips and understood what he wanted to say. I will not die until my God wills it. You can burn my fleshly body, but my soul is eternal. She murmured the High Sparrow's last words. Daenerys showed an expression of extreme contempt at the cultist's words. Aluzar still wanted to look dignified even in death, which was laughable in her eyes. If you think your soul is immortal, I'll burn your God before your eyes. Daenerys whispered as she looked at the charred corpse still kneeling with its hands clasped together, praying. Happy Mother's Day, at least in my country. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 183, Chapter 183, Attack on the Great Sept of Baelor. 4. Wildfire is the most volatile and dangerous substance in the world, nothing can compare to it in terms of power. The Alchemist's Guild's proudest creation, wildfire. High Sparrow's death didn't make people stop, on the contrary, the man became a martyr in their eyes. Death didn't seem to be a bad fate if they were welcomed into the arms of the god they believed in. Daenerys finally learned the disadvantages of fighting against a religious organization so old and rooted in Westeros. She even understood why Jaehaerys I had chosen peace over war. This holy war would not be like other wars that lasted months or even years. She could imagine that the war would last hundreds of years. 100 years of war was not something a kingdom could easily endure, so she could imagine why Jaehaerys had chosen peace despite the assassination attempts on his own wife. However, if it were Enar in Jaehaerys' place, Daenerys was sure her husband would burn Old Town without any hesitation. However, Daenerys wasn't discouraged by how long the war would go on. People's faith could last for a long time, but when the God of the Seven Faces stopped responding to believers, she wondered how long the faith of the Seven would last. On the one hand she had a God creating miracles and blessing the people, on the other hand there was a God who was indifferent and didn't care about humans. Faced with such a different reality, even a blind man would know which God to pray to. So, apart from the fanatics, the war of faith had only just begun, but House Targaryen had already started to gain the upper hand. Of course, if the God of the Seven Faces uses divine power to create miracles, the war will go on for even longer, but was that possible? Would gods really help humans at the cost of their own existence? How many years had it been since a true miracle appeared in Westeros? In the long religion of the faith of the Seven, not a single miracle had been recorded. The proof is that there were no songs or even paintings that presented such miracles to the world. From this, anyone can imagine the indifference of the gods. Looking at the soldiers of the militant faith killing her soldiers, Daenerys showed a cold look and made Balerion turn his gaze to those people. Dracarys. The cold words left Daenerys' lips without any hesitation and the dragon accepted the request. Black and red fire rained down on these people like the punishment of the gods, which it really was in these people's eyes. The square where the battle was taking place became a living hell. The statue of King Baelor I Targaryen, which showed a peaceful and gentle expression, gradually melted under the dragon's flames. Almost as if to announce the end of the church. Arain only felt the gusts of heat hitting his face, but he didn't stop attacking his enemies. The bastard of Driftmark was an excellent swordsman, superior to the soldiers in front of him, who seemed to have only undergone basic training. Which was normal. There was no way 1,000 people could train without attracting the attention of Robert Baratheon's court. Even if Robert was a mediocre ruler, he knew that the faith of the Seven having soldiers was a danger that no king wanted to exist. After taking a step back to catch his breath, Arain looked at the scene before him. People being burned alive didn't change his expression at all. He just felt sorry for not killing more people. Looking up, he saw the Queen's black dragon still spitting flames for another 30 seconds before stopping after seeing that all the enemies were dead. Looking towards the city, Arain could see the Widow Queen's dragon flying over the city while the dragon spat bronzed flames in certain areas without touching people's homes. However, it was the green flames rising into the sky that worried him. As far as he knew, wildfire could last a long time, weeks without any human intervention. If the fire lasted that long, the risk of fires would increase greatly and many people could die if such a thing happened. Remembering something, Arain acted quickly. As soon as the enemies were dead, he grabbed a handful of men and ran towards the Alchemist's Guild, which was located at the foot of Visenya Hill, along the Street of Sisters. Bursting through the door of the guild, Arain paid no heed to the acolytes and looked directly at the pale old man. It seemed that the man was already expecting his visit. "Before you say anything, we're not responsible for making the wildfire used in King's Landing." Halline spoke with a helpless and slightly sad tone. He hadn't expected the sins of his master to fall on him. It would be fine if it was Robert controlling King's Landing, he could get away with giving benefits to the king, but unfortunately the wildfire was used against House Targaryen in the fight against the church. The Alchemists Guild definitely didn't want to get involved in that mud pit and stand between two giants while they fought. When gods fight, more or less suffer has never been a more real phrase for Halline than at this moment. Is there a way to put out the wildfire? Arain didn't mind answering Halline and asked coldly. He was covered in blood, which made him look even more frightening. "You can question our means, but not our results." Halline acted as if Arain had killed his mother. The man seemed so offended by the bastard's words that he looked angrily at him. "The wildfire is our masterpiece and the best kept secret of our order. It has been honed over the centuries to be as powerful as possible. There is nothing that can extinguish the green flames." Without noticing Arain's increasingly gloomy expression, Halline spoke with all the pride that was in him. "You're coming with me to meet the Queen." Arain spoke with a sarcastic tone as he pulled the old man along like a sack of potatoes, totally ignoring the man's protests. Arain brought Halline directly to Daenerys, who listened with a calm expression. Looking at the old man before her, her eyes grew brighter. "Can wildfire be put into buckets and thrown into a castle?" Halline certainly knew what the young queen before him wanted to do, but instead of denying it, he spoke in a calm tone. "Aegon IV asked us to build dragons for him. So the stupid alchemists built huge devices equipped with bombs that launched jets of wildfire. One of the machines caught fire in the Kingswood and soon all 7 burned, taking a quarter of the forest with them." Daenerys extinguished the plan that was building in his mind the moment he heard Halline's words. "My ancestors created wildfire to be as powerful as possible, but they forgot to create something that can control fire itself. Any movement too fast or a mere impact can cause the wildfire to react and cause an explosion." Halline spoke with a helpless, bitter tone in his aged voice. If the wildfire could be controlled, the Alchemists Guild would be extremely rich, selling the wildfire to the whole of Westeros and Essos. Just imagining such an ideal scenario made his heart beat faster, but unfortunately it was only a distant dream that would never come true. Daenerys looked at the green smoke rising into the sky with an equally helpless expression. The fire didn't seem to show any signs of stopping any time soon, which worried her about a possible fire in King's Landing. Suddenly, Daenerys felt the obsidian dagger at her waist begin to heat up, a small stream of information reaching her. Daenerys' eyes glazed over as the information entered her mind. Note: similar to the glass candles made of obsidian that can transmit images over long distances. Drawing the dagger, Daenerys closed her eyes, and under everyone's shocked eyes, the dagger began to emit a crimson glow. Dark clouds covered the entire city of King's Landing in an instant. In the same second, a drop of water hit the ground, then another and then another. In mere seconds, torrential rain fell on King's Landing. Under Helene's shocked eyes, the smoke that had been billowing from the green flame ceased completely within seconds, while the green fire that never seemed to stop burning, was extinguished before his eyes. Magic. As a pyromancer, Helene could certainly use magic, but the amount of magic he used felt like no human could have such power. Arrayne, go and help the Tyrell brothers and kill all the believers and fanatics. Daenerys didn't mind Helene's expression and spoke with a regal tone, looking at Arrayne. Yes, my queen. Seeing that Daenerys had allowed him, rather than his brother, to command the army, Arrayne knew that he had entered the center of power at the court of House Targaryen. As for helping to kill so many people, Arrayne didn't mind. He even wanted there to be more of them to appear more competent in Daenerys' eyes. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 184, Chapter 184, Attack on the Great Sept of Baelor, v. Gods. Other people may find them fascinating, but for me, gods are sad beings who have survived like parasites in a universe heading for its own destruction. Enar Targaryen, God Emperor of mankind. Looking at the rain falling on the city, Daenerys was happy. With Enar's magic, she didn't have to worry about a possible fire. Let's end the riot quickly to calm the people down, then distribute food and blankets to them. After what had happened, Daenerys knew she had to calm the people. The death of tens of thousands of commoners was not something trivial. She had to give the people an explanation, or King's Landing would become a city without citizens. Yes, my queen. Montford, seeing his half-brother taking control of Tehe army, showed a trace of jealousy in his gaze, but hid it quickly. Although Daenerys still noticed it. Seeing the brothers at odds was a good thing in her eyes. All the ministers must be enemies of each other so that the factions within the court don't stick together and accumulate too much power that could threaten the king. Only a foolish ruler would let his ministers be friendly with each other. Half a day later, Daenerys was sitting on the Iron Throne listening to the battle report. Around 37,000 people had died. When Daenerys heard the number, she and everyone else couldn't help but take a deep breath. As nobles, they knew how difficult it was to raise an army, but just by attacking the church, the Faith of the Seven had amassed an army the size of a great noble house. Dorne didn't have such a large army, and even without armor, the commoners managed to do some damage to the 18,000 men of House Tyrell who entered King's Landing. We've lost about 7,000 men. When Will said this, his expression was grim in the extreme. 7,000 trained soldiers wearing armor died in the King's Landing mutiny. That was no small price. The lords took a deep breath listening to the numbers of dead from House Tyrell. 7,000 soldiers was something they, lords of lesser noble houses, could never dream of having, but those 7,000 men died in less than a day of battle. Daenerys stroked her forehead, letting out a sigh. Although she knew that people power was strong, but to kill 7,000 fully armored and trained men was a frightening number. King's Landing had 500,000 people. What would happen if all those people rebelled? Even if they won using dragons, King's Landing would be declared a city of ashes, and a king cannot rule over ashes. The church is too dangerous to continue to exist. Montfort's words were something that everyone agreed with, especially after seeing the power of the church. Now that they knew the power of the church, how could they allow such danger into their fiefdom? And if the church decided it was time for Westeros to be of the faith of the Seven, was there anyone to stop it? Looking at Daenerys, all the lords thanked the gods that House Targaryen had returned to Westeros. Only House Targaryen could fight against the church, so loyalty to House Targaryen increased almost immediately. Noticing this, a glint of cunning appeared in Daenerys' eyes. The nobles finally understood, without House Targaryen protecting all the privileges of the nobility, they would be no different than merchants with great wealth. Unfortunately for these nobles, Daenerys knew that Enar had plans to deprive these nobles of their power and centralize the power of the crown under the vassal regions. So these people's loyalties were expendable in her eyes. However, how could she say that at the moment? Let them work for House Targaryen and then take away their rights to rule. Only then will House Targaryen rule for thousands of years without problems. Begin preparations to march towards the richest and largest city in Westeros, Old Town. Daenerys said with a regal tone. She still remembered High Sparrow's words when the man was about to die. She will do what Visenya I Targaryen wanted to do at the time of King Aenys I Targaryen's reign. Burn Old Town to the ground. Yes, my queen. Everyone answered the same. With the attack on the Great Sept of Baelor, everyone knew that the faith of the Seven must be destroyed or they would have many problems in the future. And Riverlands, my queen. Mace, Lord of the Upper Garden, asked with a touch of concern. Although it was impossible to join the army mainly due to a lack of logistics, they could still send 10 to 20,000 men to help Enar in Riverlands. Don't worry, Lord Mace. Daenerys shook her head and spoke in a calm tone. My husband doesn't need any help. They have an army of over 120,000 men, all veterans and armed with armor. Mace nodded, showing a relieved expression. He still remembered Tehi Rebellion 14 years ago. If it hadn't been for him wasting a year trying to conquer Storm's End, he would have joined Prince Rhaegar and maybe all this wouldn't have happened. He knew that because of his deeds, he was unlikely to enter the center of power in King's Landing. Fortunately, his son Willas was representing House Tyrell at the court of Enar. Narrow Sea. A fleet of ships was tearing through the waves towards King's Landing. However, what was most striking was the crest of the Golden Company. On the ship, a tall young man with blue hair and purple eyes was wearing red and black robes. The most interesting thing was that his clothes had the coat of arms of House Targaryen embroidered on the chest. Next to the young man were two men. Harry Strickland, current Captain General of the Golden Company, and Jon Connington, Rhaegar Targaryen's former confidant. The young man's identity couldn't have been clearer at that moment. Young Griff, or as he liked to call himself, Aegon Targaryen, son of Rhaegar Targaryen. Jon, do you think my brother will take me back? Aegon asked with a slightly worried tone. After all, he had been born before Enar and was technically the orthodox heir to House Targaryen. Enar was only the second son and had no claim to the Iron Throne as long as Aegon was alive. But that was what worried him. Don't worry, Your Grace. Jon Connington spoke in a calm, gentle tone. Enar is Rhaegar's son, so you're as honorable as he is. You're the rightful heir to the throne, and as long as you marry one of Rhaegar's sisters, you'll have a dragon knight at your side. If such words had been uttered in the Red Legion camp, Jon Connington would have been flayed alive and burned at the stake by the Inquisition for such blasphemy against the Messiah. The Golden Company had followed Your Grace. Harry Strickland spoke with a calm and confident tone. His 20,000 men were the elite of the elite. He had the capital to be confident. The dream of all of Golden Campania is about to be realized. There was a touch of pride in Harry's aged face. Aegon's mood was calmed by the words of his confidants. He flashed a smile and whispered to himself. Aegon VI is coming to Westeros. Riverlands, Harrenhal Castle. Bomom. 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 Cannonballs tore through the air with shocking speed and hit the thick castle walls, but did almost no damage. With the sound of ropes being thrown, the Trabucos shot stones towards the castle. The siege of Harrenhal had been going on for more than 3 days and it hadn't stopped. Arrows filled the sky and fell on the army of House Targaryen. Note: a random curiosity, rain of arrows only happens in movies or in real castle sieges. Shooting arrows upwards is pure stupidity on a battlefield, as the arrow loses its penetrating power. So the wars you've seen in movies are a bit of a misnomer. Nobody would run towards the enemy for a very simple reason. People only have one life, and even in the Middle Ages, people valued their lives. They seem remotivated. Rhaenys commented with a curious tone at the sudden motivation of the soldiers of House Baratheon and the soldiers of House Lannister. Probably Tywin or Robert has arrived, or both. Cutting a piece of cheese with her knife, Arianne commented with a cold tone at the mention of Tywin's name. The North remembers its enemies. Dorne also had a similar saying. The desert remembers ingratitude. Rhaenys' expression also turned cold at hearing the name of the mastermind behind her family's murder. The images of Aegon having his head smashed against the wall and the rape of her mother were still vivid in his mind. If Tywin has arrived, so has the mountain. Looking at the dark sister in her hand, Rhaenys' eyes couldn't have been colder at that moment. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 185, Chapter 185, The Siege of Harrenhal. Gods are indifferent beings, only the God Emperor of humanity is the true salvation of humanity. Kinvara, the flame of truth and Reverend Mother. Looking at the deplorable state of Harrenhal, Tywin's cold eyes swept over Eve Ryon present. He had already received the news that his younger brother had been killed trying to save his son. When he heard the news, even the indifferent Tywin Lannister was extremely furious. Kevin was his right-hand man. The two of them had been together since they were little, and he was the only brother Tywin really trusted to succeed House Lannister should anything happen. Now Kevin has been burned alive by the Red Witch. How could he not be furious? But at that moment, Tywin's eyes fell on Jaime, who was in the main seat of the Hall of 100 Hearths. Tywin couldn't help but frown at Jaime's condition. According to the information he had received, his son had been burned alive, used as a punching bag and beaten so badly that no human could even stay alive. Yet, in front of him, Jaime seemed perfectly well, so well that Tywin thought the information he had received was wrong, but did the informants really dare lie to him? Jaime, why don't you get up and see me? Tywin asked in a calm tone, looking at his firstborn. Jaime opened his eyes, a 7-colored glow flashed through his eyes, but disappeared as quickly as it had appeared. However, Tywin, who was totally focused on Jaime, noticed the 7-colored light and narrowed his eyes. Unlike other people who thought magic was just a fairy tale, he knew more than anyone that magic was real and extremely dangerous. Everyone out. Tywin spoke with a cold tone and everyone obeyed. The prestige of the Lord of Casterly Rock was unparalleled in the army. What was happening to you and why are you intact? Tywin asked directly, looking at his son with a penetrating gaze. Father. Jaime showed a bitter look. How could he not sense the very changes in his mindset? He prayed every night before bed, which was impossible for him to do before, but after receiving the blessing of the God of the 7 Faces, he felt a kindness and goodwill towards Faith of the 7. But Jaime didn't hide it from his father, including the words of the God of the 7 Faces and the extraordinary forces of House Targaryen. A feeling of fury bubbled up in Tywin's chest. He wasn't angry with Enar, but he was angry with the God of the 7 Faces. He was like a volcano about to explode, completely furious. Jaime had always been his weakness, the heir who would inherit Casterly Rock and carry on the legacy of House Lannister, but after receiving the blessing of the God of the Seven Faces, he knew it was impossible. Jaime talked about the changes in his mentality, and Tywin knew that his son was turning into a fanatic who would obey the orders of the Faith of the Seven. In other words, a dog for others to order around as they saw fit. Just imagining it made Tywin's face twist into pure rage. He had never been so furious as he was at this moment, even Aerys had never made him so angry. But at this moment, he felt anger and resentment towards the God of the Seven Faces. "Can you stop this by sinning?" Tywin calmed down in an instant, his cold murderous intent only clearing his mind and making him think rationally. "I don't know." Jaime didn't want to become a weapon for others, let alone become a puppet in the hands of the church. "Go to your room, I'll make women go to their rooms." Tywin spoke with a determined tone. He wanted to save his son, and nothing was more important than that at the moment. He didn't care what the soldiers would think when they saw countless women going to Jaime's room. Did lions need to listen to sheep? No. The lion would devour the sheep. Kill, rape or beat, I don't care, and do what you want, just release your desires. Tywin spoke with a commanding tone. He didn't care whether Jaime accepted or not, he wouldn't allow the proud son of House Lannister to be an animal in the hands of others. Jaime wanted to open his mouth to refuse, but the last dignity he had was gone with the faint hope of getting out of the situation he was in. However, how could Tywin and Jaime see things from the point of view of the gods? Sin. In the eyes of the gods, there is no good and evil, only the supreme will to survive longer and nothing more. Jaime could be the king of hell with all the sins of mankind, and the God of the Seven Faces wouldn't care. What humans do is of no concern to the gods. On the other side, in House Targaryen's camp, and more noble houses were bending the knee to House Targaryen. Visenya accepted everyone without any discrimination or intention of blaming these lords for the betrayal of years ago, which only increased the flow of nobles coming to the Riverlands with their armies. Since they weren't going to be punished, these nobles' last concern disappeared completely. Of course, the huge increase in the army caused some inconvenience, but fortunately Enar was already prepared for this and brought enough food to feed 200,000 people for 3 months, so the situation wasn't so serious. But if the Northern Army and the Reach Army joined the main army, the food would definitely not be enough, especially since this war would last months and maybe even a year. 120,000 men. Oberyn reported the total number of soldiers with a bitter expression. Any general would be happy to command such a large army, but at this rate, food and steel won't be enough to satisfy the entire army, especially when the 40,000 men and women of the Northern Army arrive. There will be 160,000 soldiers, together with Reach's 90,000, that number comes to an appalling 250,000 soldiers. There definitely wasn't enough food to supply so many people, horses, and steel for swords and armor. As they say, without logistics, war can't even begin. Visenya stroked her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. If Enar arrives with the Northmen, things get complicated. Fortunately, the Red Faith controls many cities in Essos and can provide food for the army, so we're not worried. But 160,000 is the limit. No general was going to be on edge for the sake of a few more troops. From now on, we will refuse all incoming armies. Visenya no longer hesitated, she spoke with a determined tone. That will infuriate the nobles who were turned away. Oberyn commented with a smile on his face. He knew very well how the nobles thought, for he was one. Humph. Visenya snorted coldly and spoke. If they have a grudge, let them complain to my husband. Of course, if they have the courage to do such a thing. These nobles had waited until this moment to join House Targaryen, which showed that they were not brave. Oberyn nodded. Only a fool would complain to a king about his queen. The queen warms the king's bed, but the nobles only callous the king's ears. If the queen whispers in the king's ear, the fate of these nobles will be precarious to say the least. Don't underestimate a king or queen. The king or queen themselves may ignore you, but the subjects around them definitely will not. Everyone wants to get into the king or queen's good graces. Nobles killing nobles to win the king's favor was the most common thing in court intrigues. Visenya wasn't worried about these minor nobles. If they really dared to complain in front of her husband, there were other nobles around her who needed fiefdoms. Do we know if Tywin and Robert have arrived in Harrenhal? Visenya asked, looking at the woman who covered her entire body with flowing clothes, showing only her eyes. The Lion and the Usurper have arrived in Harrenhal, but an urgent letter has come from the Westlands. The woman replied as she placed a letter in front of Visenya, who read its contents with a smile lining her lips. If we can kill Robert right now, the war is won and we can concentrate on the north. Visenya murmured, looking at the contents of the letter. Balon Greyjoy. She flashed a sarcastic look. It was no surprise that Tywin was talking to Balon. It was obvious that the old lion of Casterly Rock wanted to use the king of the Iron Islands. Just as Visenya was about to speak to Oberyn, a soldier from the Red Legion entered the main tent and spoke in a respectful tone. My queen, the king has arrived. I'm a bit discouraged. I've lost 4 chapters of 2K words through sheer stupidity because I forgot to save them in docs. Fortunately I plucked up the courage to write again, but I have to say, this despondency is frightening. I've hardly been able to get out of bed or eat. Honestly, I can't even imagine how someone with depression feels. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 186, Chapter 186, The Siege of Harrenhal, 2, A Civilized Conversation Before the Chaos. Humanity was strange indeed. Prince Oberyn of House Martell. The nobles of Riverlands and the surrounding regions were shocked as a huge crimson shadow flew above them. Caraxes' wings were so large that it easily created a shadow capable of covering the entire sky before people's eyes. The smell of sulfur and heat spread as the dragon moved, the strong winds from its wings making any thinner or weaker people flinch in the face of the swift winds. Raymond Darry and Titos Blackwood looked at the dragon in complete shock. They had seen the dragons of the Queen and Princess. They were truly impressive, but compared to a real adult dragon, both dragons were nothing. Caraxes was the real terror in people's hearts. When someone saw a being the size of a hill flying by, the only thought they had was one of terror and awe. The huge crimson dragon was truly impactful and frightening, but at the same time it brought a feeling of confidence that people had no way of explaining. It was as if they had already won with a monster that size. We made the right choice. Raymond commented with a relieved smile on his face. He already had confidence in House Targaryen because of the army and dragons, but seeing the king's dragon only made him realize how lucky he was to be kept loyal to House Targaryen. Titos was happy too. Seeing the king's dragon in person made him realize that he was indeed wise to have chosen to stand by the rightful king of House Targaryen and not some fat, inept usurper to be king. Under the shocked eyes of all the nobles, the army of 60,000 knelt and made way for the king. The soldiers beat their chests with their fists and raised their heads looking at the Messiah walking in the middle of all the soldiers. Sardaukar. Enar spoke and all 20,000 Sardaukar stood up and slammed their spears into the ground, causing the air to become slightly distorted. You've done a good job protecting my family. I'm honored to have such loyal soldiers. Enar laughed and was not stingy in his praise. The Golden Mask soldiers said nothing and just rhythmically tapped their spears on the ground. They were naturally happy to be praised by the king and his Messiah, but it was their duty to protect the royal family, so they felt they were doing nothing more than their assigned duty. Enar looked at the Sardaukar with satisfaction. The king's gaze fell on the Red Legion who were still kneeling and spoke with a gentle tone. Well done, the money, time and armor you wear have been put to excellent use. I have never seen soldiers as loyal and indomitably as you. Unlike the Sardaukar, the Red Legion simply beat their chests with their fists, although everyone was visibly happier with the king's words. Inar's gaze fell on his court. Visenya and Rena seemed visibly calmer than before, especially Renize, who seemed to control her anger and rage. This made Inar even more pleased than seeing his two armies. His future queen had to control her anger in order to become a worthy queen for humanity. Emotions for a ruler are a dangerous thing because they can influence decision-making. Inar himself had to control his anger, otherwise he would already be riding Caraxes and finishing what Aegon I Targaryen had started in Harrenhal. Husband. Visenya greeted Inar with a smile and waited for his approval in front of all eyes. Inar certainly knew what Visenya wanted. He bent down and gently kissed her forehead with a kind look. Thank you for your hard work, my queen. Visenya laughed and returned the kiss, but instead of her forehead, she kissed Inar's hands, even though they were covered by her armor. I say the same, my king. She spoke with an elegant smile. Inar nodded and looked at Rhaenys with a playful touch in his gaze. It seems my older sister has become more mature while I've been away. Rhaenys gritted her teeth and couldn't help but look at Inar with a hint of anger in her gaze. She didn't understand why Inar always wanted to tease her. Was it really so pleasant to tease her? I see your grace has secured the valley. Rhaenys, her face expressio endless, replied in a calm tone, without giving her younger brother any sense of satisfaction. Her lilac eyes fell on the army of the north and the vale behind him. Eddard Stark and Haraldrun stood behind the king, both wearing armor and ready to fight at any moment. There were a few unforeseen events, but everything turned out all right. Inar nodded and smiled. He winked at Arianne, who winked back, and they both pretended not to know each other. After all, having a lover wasn't exactly the noblest thing in the world. However, anyone who noticed their interaction pretended not to see anything and remained silent. Only a fool would dare speak out against the king after seeing Caraxes still flying in the sky. Visenya looked coldly at the Dornish princess and turned her attention to Inar again. Tywin and Robert have arrived in Harrenhal. Visenya's words made all the nobles show solemn expressions. The final confrontation was about to take place. How could they not be solemn? This battle would decide who would sit on the Iron Throne and control all of Westeros. Inar nodded and smiled in the direction of Harrenhal. Even without Visenya speaking, he could see the Trident Demon sitting on the main seat of the magnificent castle. Inar himself was excited. As he had said before, he would not use his powers against Robert. He wants a brutal, murderous, and cruel fight. Only one would leave the battlefield alive. He would die or Robert would die. There was no third option. Let's go inside, we have war business to attend to. Inar spoke and walked towards the main tent. All the nobles, great and small, followed Inar and left the soldiers in charge of Titus, Sigismund, and Kinvara. Inar would talk to the three of them another time. Right now he had more important things to do. Inside the main tent, Arianne acted as cupbearer and served the wine to all the great nobles, the other nobles not daring to show any feelings of dissatisfaction at the difference in treatment. Anyone present wasn't a fool, and they definitely weren't going to start an argument over wine. Is your grace going to attack Harrenhal directly with Caraxes? Tyrion asked with a serious tone. No. Although the soldiers of House Lannister and Baratheon are our enemies, they are my people. I will not burn my people. Inar replied as he took a sip of the wine, his eyes calm and deep, looking at Tyrion. The dwarf really knew how to create a cohesive atmosphere. With his words, everyone realized that the king was not a cruel man and definitely not someone as petty as Aerys too. Previously they had been nervous about Inar's character. After what had happened in less than 20 years, no one could be blamed for thinking that Inar could be as crazy as his grandfather. The shadow of two incompetent kings haughty made all the nobles wary of being the next to die. My lord Hand, send an invitation to Robert and tell him I've prepared a temptation with wine and food. We'll meet before the war. Enar's words made everyone look at the king in shock. The hatred of killing a father was not something trivial, but the king was still willing to talk before the war, which showed that he was calm and not someone who was impulsive. "I will go at once, your grace." Tyrion didn't hesitate to respond to Enar's words. He got down from the chair with some difficulty and left with Red Legion guards around him. "Visenya, I'll leave the preparations for my conversation with Robert to you." Enar delegated the power to Visenya. However, this caused some of the lords to show expressions of hesitation. In the end, one of the lords still spoke with a sincere tone. "Your grace, it is not appropriate to use poison." Enar was speechless to hear this. He shook his head and spoke in a calm tone. "One king does not poison another, that is a basic principle. If these rules were broken, chaos would ensue and anyone could poison anyone." Enar's words caused many lords to stand up and praise the king's magnificence. After all, what Enar said was truly worthy of praise. Eddard looked at his nephew with a proud gaze. Enar could have taken the easy way out, but he chose the hard way, which was a very good thing in the eyes of the Lord in the north. Things won easily go just as easily. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read C chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 187, Chapter 187, The Siege of Harrenhal, 3, A king doesn't kill another king. That's what royal dignity should be, but a king who has never stood before a great king can never know what honor is. God Emperor Planetos in front of Robert I Baratheon. Robert didn't know about Jaime's affairs and didn't care even if he did. The only thing that mattered to him was Enar and nothing else. Anything else before him was completely irrelevant to the current situation. When Robert was ready to talk to Tywin, the word stopped when Lancel Lannister entered the Hall of 100 Hearths. They both noted that the young man was completely furious, which was common when he thought that his father had been burned alive. However, everyone understood the reason for the anger on Lancel's face when they heard the young squire's next words. "Your Grace, Lord Lannister." Without hiding the anger on his face, Lancel greeted the king and his uncle. "The hand of the king, Tyrion Lannister, has come to Harrenhal and requests an audience with the king on behalf of the king of House Targaryen." When Lancel had finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Whether they wanted to or not, all eyes fell on Tywin Lannister. There was sarcasm, curiosity, and contempt in the eyes of the lords of the Stormlands. Even Tywin couldn't help clenching his fists as his eyes grew colder and colder. He wanted to laugh, he wanted to kill, he wanted to kill the people who were looking at him with sarcasm and contempt. However, Tywin's mind cleared up like never before. He relaxed his fists and looked calm. "What do you think, Your Grace?" Tywin asked Robert's opinion. "Since he's a messenger, let him in." Robert didn't hesitate to answer Tywin's question. He looked at the hand of the king with a slightly interesting look at the whole situation. Tywin was the hand of the king of House Baratheon while Tyrion was the hand of the king of House Targaryen. Fate was really interesting. Robert laughed and took a sip of wine as he sat casually on the hard stone throne. At Robert's words, the doors to the hall were opened and a dwarf entered wearing golden armor with a green lion drawn on the armor's chest. The herald hesitated to speak Tyrion's titles, but still spoke. "Tyrion Lannister, Hand of the King, Lord of House Lannister and Lord of Casterly Rock." Tywin almost lost his composure again hearing the titles announced. If looks could kill, Tyrion would have been dead a long time ago. Tyrion felt that all the sweat, blood, and sacrifices he had made were worth it, given the look on Tywin's face. Although the man hid it well, how could he not know what his father was thinking? "Your Grace." Tyrion greeted the king first and then looked at Tywin with a smile. "My lord father." Tywin's face twitched gently at being called father by Tyrion. Looking at his son, his eyes didn't hide their murderous intent. He had never felt so humiliated as he did at that moment. The Lord of Casterly Rock never thought the freak would be alive, and on top of that he had become hand of the king of House Targaryen. The most incredible thing was that the young king had actually accepted his son as hand of the king. If before Enar had been a formidable enemy, now he was a terribly dangerous one. Few men are capable of accepting the enemy as an ally. I have come on behalf of King Enar I of House Targaryen to invite King Robert I of House Baratheon for a friendly chat in the middle of the battlefield. I must add that all the guests' rights will be preserved as the gods request. When Tyrion spoke about guest rights, he consciously glanced at Tywin. Robert didn't care about Tyrion and Tywin's quarrel, he was only focused on Tyrion's words. Yes, a conversation. Robert didn't deny Tyrion's words and smiled, although that little smile startled everyone present. That wasn't the smile of a human, but of a demon. Robert didn't deny that he felt a deep hatred for Enar, but he wanted to meet the man who was about to usurp his throne. For a moment, Robert remembered Rhaegar's last words. I am not the king I was meant to be, but he will come and you will fall, just as I have fallen in this place. We'll see in hell again, cousin. At the time, he scoffed at Rhaegar's words, but as time passed, he learned that those words had come true and the king Rhaegar had been waiting for had arrived to dethrone him. And as Rhaegar had said, he would die at the hands of the destined king. It's not so easy to kill me, Robert muttered as he rose from the throne. He picked up the warhammer and walked towards the exit of the Hall of 100 Hearths. All the lords of the Stormlands followed their king without fair or question. In the Stormlands, Robert's prestige was incredibly high, everyone would die in war to protect their king. Tywin, seeing this, didn't hesitate and followed Robert. Everyone knew where Robert was going, or rather, was going to find him. Tyrion smiled at Tywin and walked beside him, the dwarf doing this on purpose as he looked at his father's indifferent expression with interest. Dear father, I see you're strong and healthy, I'm glad. Tyrion commented with a sarcastic smile as he looked at his father. Tywin looked at his son and spoke sarcastically. Your joy at seeing me healthy is why you want to kill me with your bare hands. Did you find out what I did to your little whore? He said, looking directly into his son's different-colored eyes. How can I be happy about killing you, dear father? Tyrion's eyes turned cold at the mention of Tisha, but he spoke with a surprised and incredulous tone. However, his expression soon changed again as he spoke in a lower tone. Although killing you will make me happier than 1,000 whores, seeing your expression as I become Lord of House Lannister and Lord of Casterly Rock will be many times better than simply killing you. Tywin had to admit that Tyrion was right. He had never been afraid of death, but seeing the legacy he had built handed over to a monster like Tyrion was more painful than killing him. I will never allow you to become Lord of Casterly Rock. Tywin spoke coldly, his eyes seeming to burn with flames of fury. Even if Jaime dies, even if Cersei dies, my grandchildren have taken over Casterly Rock. It will never be your turn to be Lord of House Lannister. Or will you kill your nephews and niece to usurp the seat of House Lannister? Tywin asked with a sarcastic tone. He knew what his son was like, Tyrion would never kill Tommen or Myrcella. As for Joffrey, Tywin didn't care about an animal who couldn't control himself and shouted every day that he was king. A king who says he's a king is never a king, but a clown with delusions of grandeur. Tyrion certainly wouldn't kill Myrcella or Tommen, they were both sweet and gentle children, how could he kill him? But with the king's permission, both would be stripped of their titles and surnames and become lord and lady of another noble house. But Tyrion didn't plan to tell Tywin this, so he pretended to be angry and spoke coldly. Don't underestimate my cruelty, dear father. I was taught by you and you know the methods I use. Tywin narrowed his eyes and flashed a smile, although it was cold and without any paternal feeling. For that same reason, I know you won't kill them. You're weak and you care about the opinion of sheep. You're not a Lannister, the green lion on your chest isn't the lion of House Lannister, it's a sick cat with no nihils, no mouth, and no roar. He spoke, looking at Tyrion with a cold, emotionless gaze. He regretted not leaving Tyrion in the forest when he was just a small baby to die in the mouths of animals, but the pain and affection Joanna felt for Tyrion prevented him from doing something so cruel. In the end, this act of weakness turned against him. "Don't worry, Lord Father, I'm a quick learner, especially as the son of the greatest lord in the Seven Kingdoms." Tyrion responded to Tywin's words with sarcasm and contempt. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 188, Chapter 188, The Conversation Between Two Kings. A gentle king? No. He's a tyrant of the highest order. Maegor will look like a saint in front of him. Tywin Lannister, Hand of the King and Lord of Casterly Rock. In the watchful eyes of all the soldiers on both sides, 2 thrones were placed opposite each other, the banners of the 2 houses fluttering in the wind. No one said anything or even dared to breathe loudly for fear of attracting attention. Next to the throne of House Targaryen, there was the enormous head of the dragon Caraxes resting on the ground. The beast had its eyes closed while its rider sat in the chair with his eyes closed. The entire court of House Targaryen was present, from small lords to great lords, such as Eddard of House Stark and Harold of House Arryn. Enar, who had been waiting patiently, opened his eyes and looked at the entourage of horses coming from Harrenhal. The flag-bearers proudly held the coat of arms of House Baratheon. At the center of the entourage stood a tall man in silver armor. He was tall, reaching 6 feet, with black hair and deep blue eyes. As he rode, he held a war hammer. Contrary to what everyone thought, Robert looked fit and nothing like the rumors indicated. He wasn't a fat king, but a tall and handsome one, which contrasted sharply with Robert's previous image. Even from hundreds of meters away, both kings stared at each other with calm, murderous gazes. There was no conspiracy in their gazes, only the purest murderous intent. They were kings, not conspiring lords. No king who used conspiracies to beat another king was worthy of being called a king. He was just a clown who was never really a king. Robert Baratheon looked at the extremely tall young man sitting on the throne. He wore black armor with the Targaryen coat of arms on his chest. In his white gold hair could be seen a crown of Valyrian steel set with rubies. Like Rhaegar, the young man was extremely handsome, inhumanly beautiful, just like his father. Robert's eyes fell on the huge crimson beast behind the throne, which rested its head on the side of the throne. He narrowed his eyes, but felt no fear and rode on calmly. Getting off his horse, Robert walked with firm, powerful steps, the warhammer held firmly in his hand. The people thought Robert was going to attack Enar and quickly drew their swords. But Enar stopped them. He looked at his court and spoke in a cold, regal tone. "No one has the right to say anything without my permission. This is a conversation between kings." "Well said, dragon spawn." Robert spoke with an equally regal tone. He placed the warhammer on the throne that belonged to him and calmly sat down. "Serve the wine and food to the king." Enar didn't mind the insult and spoke with a calm tone. Under the shocked eyes of both courts, Robert drank the wine served by Arianne without any hesitation, which earned an appreciative look from Enar. "That's right, kings don't kill each other so cowardly. Kings should die on the battlefield." Enar commented with a smile and looked at the man who had killed his father. Robert looked deeply at the boy and couldn't help but feel envious of Rhaegar. If he had such a descendant, why would he have stayed in Westeros? He would have abdicated long ago and gone to Essos to become a mercenary as he had always wanted. Unfortunately, all his sons were incompetent to say the least. Tommen had some salvation, but Joffrey was a hopeless case and he would never allow such a monster to sit on the Iron Throne. It's the first time we've met, cousin. Einar spoke to Robert, leaving both sides silent. Especially the lords of the Stormlands, they had finally remembered that his king was a kinsman killer. A strange atmosphere hung in the air. Kinsman killer were not something honorable and were considered one of the most terrible sins to be committed by a person. Yes, this is the first time we've met in person. Even though you flew over my city with that crimson beast. Robert didn't mind the contemptuous looks he was receiving from both sides, be they enemies or friends. He had long since stopped caring what people thought of him. Caraxes opened his eyes and bared his large, sharp teeth. The dragon's eyes sharpened and stared cruelly at the human in front of him. The dragon could sense that his rider harbored great murderous feelings for this human. If Einar gave the order, Caraxes would devour Robert just as Sunfire devoured Rhaenyra Targaryen. Caressing Caraxes, who calmed down at his touch, Einar spoke in a calm tone. If I were you, I wouldn't speak to Caraxes in that tone. The last time a king spoke to him like that, he turned into a pile of ashes. So you killed the boy king. Robert spoke with a slightly sarcastic tone. He knew immediately that Jonarann's son was dead and House Arryn had surrendered to House Targaryen. 4 of the 7 great houses had bowed the knee to House Targaryen. The boy dared to ask for Caraxes as if he were a dog. My lovely dragon simply went berserk and reduced the boy to ashes. Einar replied, shrugging casually, as if he didn't care about Robert Arryn's life, which he really didn't. I see. Robert showed a look of slight regret. His adoptive father's son had died a humiliating death, not even as a king, but as a commoner. Are you going to use this beast on the battlefield? As soon as Robert's words came out, everyone fell silent, their eyes focused on Einar. Especially the lords of the Stormlands and the Westlands. There was no way anyone could ignore Caraxes. The dragon was practically a hill that could fly and spit fire. If they went to the battlefield, then the second field of fire would happen again in Westeros. To be more precise, it was the third field of fire if you count what happened in Essos, but nobody cared about that little detail at the moment. Einar didn't reply immediately and took a sip of wine before finally answering. Although you are rebels and traitors, you are my people and I will not use Caraxes against you. You can die in the steel of my army, but not in the fire of my dragon. Everyone was silent. Ev and Einar's enemies looked at him with admiration. There was no way not to admire the young man. If he had used the dragon, this war would already be over. Unconsciously, the rejection that everyone had against Einar seemed to diminish to a large extent. They all saw that Einar was a good monarch, who didn't abuse the power he had to be a tyrant, just like Maegor the Cruel. However, Tywin saw something else. He saw the young king's cunning. A benevolent king? If Einar had been the weak and pitiful Baelor, he would have believed it, but with the information he had about the king, the young man was anything but benevolent. A cunning fox. That was Tywin's assessment of Einar. The boy was brilliant at playing the good boy while simply winning people over with his handsome looks and soft, elegant, noble words. Seeing that everyone fell for this trick, Tywin scoffed, but remained silent. The reason for this was very simple. His negative reputation could not subvert Einar's good reputation. Although reputation was irrelevant most of the time, the Lord of Casterly Rock had to admit that using prestige at this moment was a good move. In all honesty, Tywin felt even more jealous of Aerys for having such a good grandson. Einar was everything he wanted Jaime to be. Unfortunately, the damned god of the 7 faces is trash just like all the other gods. If Jaime had known his father's thoughts, he would certainly have refuted his words. What was wrong with following his own path? Was it really wrong to fight for his dream? Was it wrong to sacrifice himself for what he believed in? If Tywin knew his son's thoughts, he would surely beat him soundly. Only someone born in a golden cradle could be so naive and idealistic. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 189, Chapter 189, The Conversation Between Two Kings. 2. We will fight on the battlefield, a brutal and murderous fight, only one of us will come out alive. King Enar I Targaryen to King Robert I Baratheon, the demon of the trident. Son wanting to kill father, cousin wanting to kill cousin, brother wanting to kill brother. Enar took a sip of wine and commented with a smile. What a cycle of eternal hatred. Enar's eyes fell on Tyrion and Tywin, then he looked at Harold and remembered Robert Arryn, then he looked at Sandor Clegane and Gregor Clegane. Ghosts always come back to haunt us. Robert replied with a cold tone, looking at Enar, who was calmly sipping his glass of wine. Although they both knew of each other's murderous and brutal intent. I know you're my family, cousin. Enar spoke, causing many to turn their gaze to him. But you killed my father, and as his son I must kill you to avenge him. Killing one's own relatives was unforgivable, but no one denied that avenging one's father was bad or even wrong. If a son cannot avenge his father, then he is incompetent and cowardly. That's why we're going to fight on the battlefield, a brutal and murderous fight, only one of whom will come out alive. When Enar had finished speaking, he looked at Robert with an amused smile. Robert smiled and drank all the wine in one go. I like the proposal, I'll kill you just like I killed your father. He said with an incomparably cold and murderous tone. The feeling is mutual, your grace. Enar replied with a gentle smile and continued speaking. But don't worry, I'm not a monster like you. If you die, I won't kill your bloodline, I'll even take your noble daughter as my mistress. Enar's words made many people's eyes widen, they hadn't expected the young king to actually leave Robert's children with Queen Cersei alive. Robert narrowed his eyes and gave Enar a serious look. As for the humiliating position his daughter would be in, he didn't care. Living was more important than anything else. If Myrcella could stay alive by being the king's mistress, then he could accept it without any weight on his conscience. As for my male children? Robert asked, silence spreading with his words. Saving a woman was different from saving a man, especially a prince. Although they would have no power if Robert lost the war, but titles were still titles, and they didn't care what humans thought. If Joffrey and Tommen were princes, they would be princes until they died, and that was a danger any monarch didn't want to have. They will be considered bastards and given the surname Waters, their titles will be abdicated and they will no longer be nobles. Enar spoke with an amused tone at Robert's question. He will kill Joffrey in secret, he was too mad to stay alive, but Tommen will stay alive, he was a good boy with a rare heart who felt sorry for the commoners. A weight on Robert's shoulders ceased to exist when Enar's words were uttered. He wasn't afraid that Enar would lie. If such a thing happened, the prestige the young man had accumulated would cease to exist the next moment. You really were raised by Ned. Robert spoke, his blue eyes falling on the man he considered a brother. Eddard's betrayal hurt Robert more than Jon Arryn's own death. They were brothers who didn't share blood, he trusted Eddard completely, but his brother betrayed him. If there was any pain to describe what he felt when he heard of the North's betrayal, it was agony and sheer mental pain. Remembering this, Robert's eyes filled with hatred again. You helped the son of the man who raped your sister. Robert roared at Eddard, who remained calm in the face of the king's fury. The relatively calm and tranquil atmosphere was shattered by Robert's bestial roar. Everyone in the court of House Baratheon took a step back for fear that they would disturb Robert. Eddard didn't speak and looked at Enar, waiting for permission to speak, who nodded and allowed him to speak. Lyanna didn't love you, she loved Rhaegar. When Eddard spoke those words, the eyes of many people present widened in extreme shock and disbelief. What had they heard? The greatest cause of the war really was a lie? Lies. If Robert's roar had previously been one of rage, at this moment the man was a demon full of fury. She was raped and you defend the rapist. You're a disgrace to House Stark. Robert T's furious roars spread across the battlefield, even in Harrenhal they could be heard. Eddard's face finally showed a reaction. Don't pretend you don't know why she ran away from you. The Lord of the North spoke with an icy tone as he looked at the man mentally wounded by the pain of betrayal. I advised you countless times to stop going to brothels, but you continued to cheat on my sister even though you were engaged. You had at least a few bastards in the Vale. Eddard continued, oblivious to everyone's stares. Robert will never stick to the same bed. I heard he had a son with a Vale girl. Love is sweet, my dear Ned, but it cannot change a man's nature. That was her word to describe you, Robert. Eddard spared no words to make the pain Robert felt even stronger. Robert clenched his fists as his eyes filled with fury, resentment, and pain. He wanted to shout that Ned was wrong, but deep in his heart, he knew that Lyanna was right. He could be strong for a few months, but never forever. Knowing of Robert's numerous betrayals with Cersei, no one questioned Eddard's words, even Robert's court knew of Robert's betrayals, so they easily accepted the words Lyanna spoke to her brother. It seems that even your vassals believe my lovely mother's words. Enar spoke with an amused tone as he looked at Robert's face. He didn't mind the tense atmosphere hanging in the air, as if he didn't care what was going on. He still kidnapped and raped your sister. Robert refused to think he was wrong and spoke with a cold tone, looking at Eddard like a snake about to bite its prey. Really? So the marriage register in Old Town in the hands of the Order of the Maestus is a fake. Enar answered the accusations with a calm gaze, looking at Robert's shocked expression. It wasn't just Robert who was shocked by Enar's words, even Tywin showed a surprised expression. What the Order of Maestus wanted by hiding such important information was worrying, to say the least. Perhaps the Maestus already knew Enar's identity before anyone else in the world. Robert felt his chest ache thinking about it. There were traitors everywhere, but what really hurt was that Lyanna had actually married Rhaegar. That was worse than killing him. He would rather die thinking that Lyanna had been kidnapped than accept that the woman he loved deeply had given herself to another man for love. Robert wanted to laugh at his misery. He had thrown the whole continent into the flames of war for a woman who didn't love him and preferred to marry the enemy. There was nothing more tragic than such pure love being betrayed. Robert, my dear cousin. Enar spoke with a tone that could be considered calm or even indifferent, drawing Robert's attention. I know you must be full of rage right now, probably wanting to kill us all, but control yourself and be a true king. Robert took a deep breath and calmed the murderous, angry, hate-filled feelings bubbling up in his chest. Just as Enar had said, he couldn't lose control at this moment, especially with everyone looking at him. Looking at Enar's indifferent appearance, Robert wondered if his father's killer were standing in front of him. Could he be so calm and indifferent? After thinking for a moment, he realized that he would probably try to kill the murderer as soon as possible. All right, don't be an animal controlled by your own emotions. Decisions should be made rationally without any emotional aspects involved. Enar taught Robert with a calm look. Everyone looked at the scene with strange looks on their faces. They felt that Enar was the more experienced king while Robert was a young man who had just been enthroned. This was extremely strange, because it was the exact opposite. Robert was the veteran while Enar was the novice. Having finished his wine, Enar stood up. That was a good talk, Your Grace. We'll see on the battlefield. I hope you'll be in good health until our final battle, cousin. Read more than advanced chapters in my Patreon. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. 2 chapters are updated every day except Sunday. p-utreon.com/gotsw, just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 190, Chapter 190, The Two Queens. Only when everyone stops fearing death, can humanity finally rise to the highest position of all races. God Emperor of Planets in Siege of Chaos. Seeing the boy's tall back, Robert let out a long sigh laden with complex emotions and left without looking back. "What do you think of him?" Robert asked Tywin in a calm tone, as if all the previous fury was just something unreal. But Tywin knew that all the fury the king felt was just saved for the right moment. It would be used in the most important battle when Robert and Enar were fighting each other on the battlefield. "Cunning, extremely intelligent and cruel." Tywin answered Robert's question with a dark, helpless tone. He hadn't expected the boy to be so good. That kind of monarch was what every hand of the king wanted to serve, including himself. Being able to serve a great king is enough to bring immeasurable glory and riches to a noble house for decades. Yes, he may hide his true appearance with his looks, but you and I know he's more ruthless than Maegor. Robert commented with a touch of sarcasm. Enar could fool everyone with his charm and frightening charisma, but Tywin and Robert felt only anger and hatred for Enar, so they were immune to the young king's charisma. They could see that every word, gesture, and look was designed to win the trust and admiration of everyone, including his own enemies. With the previous conversation, if Robert lost the war, the Stormlands and the Westerlands wouldn't be able to resist bending the knee to House Targaryen. "We lost a battle before the war even started." Tywin spoke with an admiring but solemn tone. There was a smile on the Lord of Casterly Rock's lips. It had been a long time since he had had such an interesting challenge. Robert wasn't interested in political conspiracies like Tywin. He had been preparing to fight Enar ever since he found out the boy was coming towards him. Nothing mattered more to him than that. "At least he won't kill my sons and daughters," Robert said with a touch of relief in his eyes. As a father, he wants to ensure the safety of his sons and daughters. Tywin nodded. Even if they had been controlled by Enar in this conversation, he was satisfied with losing this battle of wits. As far as he could see, the king would not destroy House Lannister and give it to Tyrion.